Moreover, Lin Yuan realized that he was very homesick to the point that he would make a trip back to Indigo Azure City once every month. He's home was in Indigo Azure City. By stationing He at Indigo Azure City to protect the Zhang family, He would be able to go home often and would not need to travel between two places doggedly. Moreover, He had a good relationship with the Indigo Azure Guard captain and would be able to deepen the working relationship between Sky City and the Indigo Azure Guard. After Lin Yuan left, Zhang Kaiyan remained in a daze for some time as he replayed the images from Lin Yuan's arrival to departure. He thoroughly went through every detail of the encounter, including how Lin Yuan had subjugated him, Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian, and made the three creation masters all clamor to pledge their loyalty to him. It could be said that Lin Yuan had mastered human nature and the art of manipulation. Zhang Kaiyan now felt that Lin Yuan's road would be paved with light no matter where he stepped. He could not help but sigh in amazement. Lin Yuan only looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. What background did he have that enabled him to be so outstanding? Could it be that the ability to be outstanding was just his innate quality? A moment later, Zhang Kaiyan said in the direction of the door, "Take me to the meeting room and call everyone in the manor to meet me there. I want to have a meeting." As he spoke, he touched his legs under the blanket and tried to come up with a way to convince Lin Yuan to cure his legs. Zhang Kaiyan had not fully believed Lin Yuan when he said that he could cure his legs. But after he saw the bag of law crystals, he now fully believed that Lin Yuan was capable of helping him to regain the ability to stand. Updates by Com. When Lin Yuan returned to the mansion, Hu Quan had finally exited his workroom. Hu Quan's expression was one of dejection. When Yu was looking at Hu Quan with vexation, she smiled when she saw Lin Yuan and stood up to ask, "Young master, are all the matters in Indigo Azure City settled?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Listen can take over all the matters in Indigo Azure City." The Zhang family's third lineage caused so much pain to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. He should be the one to decide what consequences they should bear. Lin Yuan asked the miserable-looking Hu Quan, "Uncle Hu, what's wrong? Were you unable to make the chain of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls? If so, or if any of the pearls were damaged, you don't have to worry about it." Hu Quan immediately rolled his eyes at Lin Yuan and said, "The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls you gave me are all priceless treasures. I would never forgive myself if I damaged any of them. I'm a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Even if I can't make anything fancy, I'm still able to string together some pearls." He took out a brocade box and gave it to Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan opened the brocade box, he was instantly stunned by the beauty of its contents. A long chain of exquisite handiwork was inside the brocade box. The jade-textured thread that held the chain together was faintly purple. The purple was not as brilliant as that of red sandalwood, but it still had a luxurious aura of its own. The silver thread also had traces of silver that added a lifelikeness to the thread and made it appear as though it was crystallized. Hu Quan must have used the wood-weaving house centipede to weave jade-textured wisteria wood. Elemental pearls of each of the 4 elements were strung together to form groups of 4, forming a total of 27 groups. Elemental energy could travel through jade-textured wisteria wood, the most suitable type of wood to be paired with elemental energy. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls' outer layers depended on their purity. The 27 groups of elemental pearls strung together looked cohesive, and no particular elemental pearl stood out. One look, and it would seem as though one had looked at a wisteria tree 107 times and saw a goddess descending the last time. Lin Yuan now knew that Hu Quan had not failed. He was well aware of Hu Quan's skills. Hu Quan's skills had improved drastically while he was crafting this string of pearls. This meant that Hu Quan had experienced a breakthrough during the time he closed himself off. This made Lin Yuan confused. If Hu Quan had succeeded, why did he still look so miserable? "Uncle Hu, you used jade-textured wisteria with thread to string these heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls together, and accentuated the heavenly maiden-sleet elemental pearls using the over-the-rail coral elemental pearls. Your spirit craftsman skill is getting better with every passing day. Why are you sighing?" Hu Quan looked hurt as he replied, "How could you not have told me about Sky City's blood-packed ultimate fight? You should have pulled me out." Not even becoming a Class 6 spirit craftsman beats participating in Sky City's blood-packed ultimate fight with the rest of you. Lin Yuan now knew why Hu Quan looked so downtrodden. He had not told Hu Quan about the blood-packed ultimate fight because spirit craftsmen relied on a fleeting moment of inspiration to break through to a new level of skill. Lin Yuan did not want to disturb Hu Quan at such a critical moment. The blood-packed ultimate fight with the Zheng family was basically just a formality, as Lin Yuan had absolute confidence that Sky City would win. Hence, he did not inform Hu Quan of the blood-packed ultimate fight. However, Hu Quan's reaction meant that he saw himself as a part of Sky City, and he wanted to go through thick and thin with Sky City. Lin Yuan knew how important Hu Quan's spirit craftsman skill was to him, and he could not help but grin. Okay, if something like this happens again, I'll be sure to let you know, even if you're in the midst of another critical moment. Hu Quan lowered his head and coughed softly. Hu Quan knew that Lin Yuan had not informed him because he had his best interests at heart. But he had happily bounded out of his workroom only to hear from Wen Yu that something so serious had happened to Sky City. Yet, as a member of Sky City, he had been completely left out. This feeling was horrible. Hu Quan took the chain of pearls from Lin Yuan and hung it around Lin Yuan's head as he said, "Lin Yuan, I experimented with countless pieces of jade-textured wood before I crafted this chain of pearls. I found that wisteria wood has the best effects. As the seasons change, the human body will go through different states, such as humidity, heat, cold, and dryness. Although they aren't serious enough to cause illness, they will still weaken the body. After putting on the chain of pearls, you won't experience any of these debilitating states. Moreover, the pure elemental energy will nourish your body and increase the adaptability of your body's cells to elemental energy. This will result in your body becoming more resistant to elemental energy." At first, Lin Yuan had wanted to craft this chain of pearls because it would look nice. He had so many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that picking a few rare ones to make a fanciful item was no problem. But apparently, this fanciful item had other uses. When Spirit Chi professionals were nourished by Spirit Chi, they would be protected from many illnesses. However, no Spirit Chi professional could escape from humidity, heat, cold, and dryness. If one ate too many cold items, their body would become more humid and eventually lead to constipation. Frankly, these afflictions did not bother Lin Yuan, as he had drunk the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to cleanse his body. His body was in a much better state than the average Spirit Chi professional. Thus, he was rarely bothered by such afflictions. Additionally, the resistance brought by this chain of pearls would not be able to match up to the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. Updates by Com. But since this chain of pearls had health benefits, it gave Lin Yuan a business idea. "Lin Yuan, you can keep this chain of pearls in your clothes. I didn't string elemental pearls to the end of the thread, and I kept the thread thing. This is so that the chain of pearls won't be obvious when you attach it to your clothes," said Hu Quan. Lin Yuan touched the string of pearls around his neck. He could feel Hu Quan's thoughtfulness. A thought seemed to strike Hu Quan, so he asked, "Lin Yuan, how are the 35 brats you sent to work in the marsh world doing? I haven't been able to watch over them. Did they do anything to embarrass me?" Lin Yuan felt slightly embarrassed as he had not entered the marsh world in a long time. Still, Purple Afterglow sent Lin Yuan twice daily reports on the developments in the marsh world. In the span of a few days, the territory in the marsh world had changed significantly. The basic structure of the foundation had been built. Lin Yuan had asked for the breeding room to be built first, and it was already almost done. As such, Lin Yuan replied, "The spirit craftsmen are all hard workers. They spend up to 16 hours a day working." Hu Quan relaxed and said, "Lin Yuan, I'm very free now. Why don't I go to the marsh world to help them out for some time? It'll also give me the chance to teach them some new skills." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, "Uncle Hu, if you're free, why don't you come out and train with me tomorrow? I want to create a restricted area in the Divine Wood Federation, and I'll have to trouble you to lead a group of spirit craftsmen to help with that." Hu Quan's interest was immediately piqued. Lin Yuan had mentioned going to the Divine Wood Federation to train to Hu Quan before. Although Hu Quan had become a Class 5 spirit craftsman, he had never left the Radiance Federation. Thus, he was very interested in the goings-on of foreign places. Lin Yuan, I'll go and make preparations and pick 50 spirit craftsmen from the Heavenly Craft Pavilion. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, Thank you, Uncle Hu. After Sky City won the blood-packed ultimate fight against the Zheng family, Sky City's popularity on Star Web started to rise, and many factions now wanted to work with Sky City. Lin Yuan's mind was full of the Marsh World and the Divine Wood Federation. When you would handle everything to do with Sky City, Lin Yuan exchanged a few words with Wen Yu before returning to his room. He entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. The moment he entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, Lin Yuan became excited as he was now going to attend to Han Tianhe, Lu Yenshan, the Earth Core Dragon Snail, and the Ghost Archdemon Beast. Brocade Zither was hard at work at producing golden lotus brocade pearls. Silver Corona was continuously absorbing the spotted coral jade, and Red Thorn was gobbling up the platinum dimensional life form flesh. When Red Thorn saw Lin Yuan, it flapped its wings and flew over to him. Yuan, I missed you, exclaimed Red Thorn. Lin Yuan poked Red Thorn's face and replied, Red Thorn, it's time for you to get to work. Lin Yuan took out Lu Yenshan, Han Tianhe, the Ghost Archdemon Beast, and the Earth Core Dragon Snail's bodies. Red Thorn flew in a circle around them and asked, Yuan, do you want me to use the tongues of relinquished tips to take control of these two bodies? He nodded and asked Red Thorn, Will it be difficult for you to take control of these two Thearch-class experts? Red Thorn replied confidently, As long as they're dead, I won't have any trouble. At that moment, Red Thorn's dark red eyes turned crimson, and tens of vines shot out of the ground. The vines grabbed Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's bodies and brought them over to the three mouths of Relinquish. Red Thorn ignored the Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost Archdemon Beast's bodies. When Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's bodies were brought next to the mouths of Relinquish, the tongues of Relinquish stretched out and pierced the corpses. Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's bodies started vibrating. After vibrating for some time, numerous scars appeared all over Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's bodies. The scars started to move and seemed to sew the split bodies together. Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's shut eyes flew open, and they seemed to emanate the same aura they had when they were alive. When Lin Yuan looked at them, he felt as though Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan had never been killed by the invisible demon and were still alive and kicking. Lin Yuan was finally seeing for himself what the as though it was still alive part of the description for the tongue of Relinquish was. The tongues of Relinquish activated Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's original minds and souls, so as to maintain the same memories and fighting skills they had when they were still alive. However, their minds and souls were completely under the control of the tongues of Relinquish. Red Thorn ordered Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan to stand respectively in front of and place their hands on the Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost Archdemon Beast. Some of the scars moved from Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's bodies to the Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost Archdemon Beast's bodies and sewed together the split in half phase. Now, the Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost Archdemon Beast also looked just like when they were still alive. Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan instructed the Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost Archdemon Beast to change into human form. At that moment, Red Thorn furrowed its brow and said, Yuan, there are still a few myth-breed Fays in their minds. The myth-breed Fays are desperately trying to communicate with them through their spirits and souls. Lin Yuan frowned and asked, Can you sense what these myth-breed Fays are saying? Updates by Calm. Red Thorn closed its eyes and carefully sensed the bits of information that Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's spiritual energy was receiving. Yuan, their Fays are all grieving. They know that these two are dead and are being controlled by me. The Fays badly want to get their revenge. Red Thorn's expression grew cold as it listened to the insults that the myth-breed Fays were spewing. Red Thorn, can you summon them using Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's spiritual energy? Asked Lin Yuan. Red Thorn nodded and replied, I can, but they'll attack us immediately. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, just summon them. Lin Yuan ordered the invisible demon in his shadow. Shadow, kill the Fays the moment they're summoned. The invisible demon stepped out of Lin Yuan's shadow and half knelt on the ground as he said, Master, I shall do as you ask. Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's phase were released from their minds. Before even the blink of an eye, the invisible demon leaped about 7 times. Immediately after, 7 bodies were split in half, 6 of which were in human form. This meant that the 6 Fays were at least suzerain/myth 2. The one Fey in its actual form was a beefy razor-toothed thylacoleo. The razor-teethed thylacoleo had reached suzerain/pinnacle myth I, and it was only 1 step away from myth 2. As he looked at the bodies littering the ground, Lin Yuan started to think of ways to use the corpses. Firstly, he could control them like he was the Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost Archdemon Beast, and add them to Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's fighting power. Alternatively, he could dig out the law crystals in their bodies and give the flesh to Purple Demon to eat. Although these 7 myth breed Fays were almost rendered useless with the Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost Archdemon Beast around, and Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan did not even like to summon them during battle, they were still myth breed Fays. All of them had considerable power. Not even Lin Yuan could accurately estimate the number of enemies he would encounter in the marsh world. If he encountered a group of class 10-dimensional lifeforms, the Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost Archdemon Beast would be able to kill them all immediately. But if there were 2 class 11-dimensional lifeforms, they could cause problems for the Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost Archdemon Beast. During such occasions, the 7 myth breed Phase would come into use. As such, Lu Yenshan instructed Red Thorn to manipulate Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan to continue spreading scars to the 7 myth breed Phase. As for the feminine man's body, Lin Yuan could not be bothered with it. With Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan around, the feminine man would be practically useless. The feminine man was only a low-rank class 4 creation master when he was alive. Lin Yuan was not going to use the last tongue of relinquished tongue tip flippantly. He had no lack of creation master resources, and the tongue tip that could be used to control Thearch class experts was best saved for an emergency. Lin Yuan might even be able to pick up an Immortal class expert's corpse. After reanimating Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan's 7 myth breed Phase, they returned all their Phase to their spiritual spatial zone. As Lin Yuan looked at Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan, he became excited at the prospect of having 2 veteran Thearch class experts at his disposal. He took out the 2 world crystals he had obtained from the Miao family and summoned the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen. The Sacred Sword-wielding Queen lifted a foot when it saw the 2 world crystals, and a hungry expression appeared on its face. Lin Yuan said ruefully, "These 2 world crystals are meant for you to eat. There's no need to be so eager." He knew that the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen needed about 7 days to absorb 1 world source crystal, and he asked, "Sacred Sword-wielding Queen, how long will it take you to absorb 2 world crystals?" The Sacred Sword-wielding Queen said, "My skirt can absorb both the world crystals simultaneously. I'll finish absorbing them in a week. Master, I'll gain 2 new sword skills, and there'll be 2 new law worlds on my skirt." Before Lin Yuan could rejoice, his phone rang. When he saw the name of the caller, he thought, "What will come will eventually be here." He had wanted to go to the marsh world and let Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian out so that they could start working and prove their worth. Nonetheless, he had also expected this call from Zhang Kaiyuan, albeit it was quicker than anticipated. He did not expect Zhang Kaiyuan to visit him so soon after the Zhang family lost the Blood Pact ultimate fight and before the situation with the Miao family had stabilized. This indicated that either the Miao family had grown impatient with Zhang Kaiyuan, or that the loss of 2 Thearch class experts had put them in a panic state. Without a strong family to support him, and after causing the Miao family to lose 2 Thearch class experts and 2 world crystals, Zhang Kaiyuan was now struggling to stay afloat in the Miao family. When Lin Yuan picked up the call, Zhang Kaiyuan said, Lord Lin Yuan, are you available for me to come to visit? My cousins Miao He and Miao Zhua would like to come along as well. Miao Zhua would like to apologize for insulting you at the Guard Yi banquet, and he hopes you'll forgive him." Zhang Kaiyuan mentioned Miao Zhua with a heavier tone, and a look of realization crossed Lin Yuan's face. Evidently, Zhang Kaiyuan hoped he would reject Miao Zhua and Miao He's request and had said Miao Zhua's name with a different tone to trigger Lin Yuan's annoyance toward Miao Zhua. Apparently, Zhang Kaiyuan was afraid that Miao Zhua and Miao He would become close with Lin Yuan. After the Blood Pact ultimate fight, Zhang Kaiyuan's only value lay in helping Lin Yuan gain more resources from the Miao family. However, Miao Zhua could also be used to achieve the same result. Updates by Com. Moreover, Miao Zhua was the eldest young master of the Miao family and might be more useful than Zhang Kaiyuan. As such, Zhang Kaiyuan was basically useless to Lin Yuan now. At that moment, someone coughed softly from Zhang Kaiyuan's side of the call. It was clear that this cough was to remind Zhang Kaiyuan to watch what he said. Zhang Kaiyuan must be on a hands-free call. Lin Yuan acted as though he had not heard Zhang Kaiyuan's innuendo and said, "Of course they can come." He checked the time and saw that it was past 3 p.m. If Zhang Kaiyuan and the people from the Miao family visited now, Lin Yuan would still have time at night to go into the marsh world and handle the affairs there. He would be able to go to the Divine Wood Federation to train through the space tunnel in the basement tomorrow morning. "You should come now. I have time now," said Lin Yuan before hanging up the call. The Miao family knew his address, so he did not have to send it. Zhang Kaiyuan's heart sank when he heard Lin Yuan's reply because he now had no way of stopping the people from the Miao family from being acquainted with Lin Yuan. He had hoped that Lin Yuan would push back the visitation timing so that he would have time to organize his thoughts. Zhang Kaiyuan could never have imagined that the Zhang family would lose the blood-packed ultimate fight against Sky City. This development had thrown a wrench into all of Zhang Kaiyuan's plans. What he needed the most now was time to come up with a way for him to continue surviving in the Miao family. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had not granted him that much-needed time. Someone kicked Zhang Kaiyuan viciously on the back before he could come out of his trance of contemplation. The blow was so hard that his wheelchair forcefully started rolling, and the wheelchair almost toppled over as well. This sudden kick immediately changed Zhang Kaiyuan's mood from annoyance to anger. He glared at Miao He, who said indignantly, "Zhang Kaiyuan, none of us are stupid. Why did you mention Miao Zhua's name so loudly? Isn't it stupid to try something at such a time? Grandfather Han and Grandfather Lu died on the ultimate fighting ground in front of so many people because of you. How blasphemous. All their dignity as Thearch class experts was lost. In order to save you and Miao Ji, the Miao family sacrificed 2 world crystals. How can you cruelly try to start a scheme in such a situation?" Miao He's voice was thunderous, and speaking so loudly allowed him to vent. He had always been under Miao Zhui's thumb as the Miao family's second young master. But even after he became the Miao family's eldest young master, he had also had to put up with Zhang Kaiyuan. Miao He hated Miao Zhua with a burning rage that he punctuated into every word he had said. Both his words and attitude shouted loud and clear that he did not consider Zhang Kaiyuan a real member of the Zhang family. Moreover, Miao He had addressed Miao Ji by her name instead of aunt. This demonstrated that Miao He had no respect for Miao Ji as one of his elders at all. Zhang Kaiyuan was still not completely useless. However, Miao He was smart enough to bring up Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan purposely. Their deaths were a serious blow to his grandfather. The moment Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan were mentioned, his grandfather's displeasure toward Zhang Kaiyuan flared. Thus, Miao He would not be blamed for kicking Zhang Kaiyuan. When Miao Zhinshan heard what Miao He said, his face contorted with sorrow. The way Miao Zhinshan looked at Zhang Kaiyuan made all the hair stand up on Zhang Kaiyuan's body. A moment later, Miao Zhinshan said in a raspy voice, "Zhang Kaiyuan, you better speak well of He in front of the Moon Empress disciple and ask for mercy on Zhua's behalf. Do whatever you can to convince the Moon Empress disciple to forgive He." "Got it." Miao Zhinshan spoke slowly and softly, but Zhang Kaiyuan knew that Miao Zhinshan had just given him an ultimatum. Zhang Kaiyuan was smart enough to read in between the lines. He had tried to scheme over the call because he was desperate to find a way to save himself. "Grandfather, don't worry. I'll definitely speak up for Brother Zhua in front of Lord Lin Yuan and try to find opportunities for Brother He to speak with Lord Lin Yuan," promised Zhang Kaiyuan. Miao Zhinshan did not respond. Miao Qi sighed and said, "Kaiyuan, I've been teaching you the way of the Creation Master since you were young. You've always been smart, so I trust you know how much trouble you've caused this time. You should act appropriately at such a time and make sure not to cause any more issues." Zhang Kaiyuan nodded obediently, but his fist clenched tightly under his sleeve. Although Zhang Kaiyuan had agreed, He knew that if Miao He became close to Lin Yuan and he became unable to be the only link between the Miao family and Lin Yuan, it was not unlikely that his life would end the moment he returned to the Miao family. Zhang Kaiyuan, Miao He, Miao Zhua, and Miao Qi rode the Miao family's signature UFO 9 Lanterns carriage and headed toward the return from faraway mansion. Ever since the Guard Yi banquet, the Miao family had been traveling on a downward trajectory ever since Miao Zhua offended the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Ye's disciples and Miao Qi insulted Wang Fuxiang. Now, after losing 2 Thearch-class experts, they had well and truly become the laughingstock of the Radiance Federation. The Miao family was using the UFO 9 Lanterns carriage because they wanted to regain some of their dignity. After all, they had to be of a certain capability to be invited to visit the Moon Empress disciple. Moreover, they also wanted to prove that Connected Beast Park and the Moon Empress disciple were not on such bad terms. Soon, Connected Beast Park's UFO 9 Lanterns carriage arrived at the return from faraway mansion entrance. When the cage of Brahma insects had come to visit, Lin Yuan had instructed Wen Yu to lead them into the mansion. This time, Zhang Kaiyuan, Miao He, Miao Zhua, and Miao Qi waited for some time before a spirit craftsman came to tell them that they were allowed to enter. The Miao family had been keeping tabs on the return from faraway mansion and knew that a young girl had ushered the visitors from the cage of Brahma insects. By comparison, it was clear that Lin Yuan did not feel as close with them. This made them suspicious of Zhang Kaiyuan and Lin Yuan's relationship. They waited by the door for a few minutes before a tea-drinking Lin Yuan slowly drawled, "Enter." However, Lin Yuan did not make any moves after the 4 of them entered the mansion and left them standing awkwardly. They would not dare to sit before Lin Yuan gave them permission to. From the moment Miao Zhua saw Lin Yuan, he was reminded of how Lu Jie had attacked him, had his soul suppressed, and his roots ruined by Zhua Ming at the Guard Yi banquet. The claw of fear gripped his heart. If Miao Qi had not patted him on his back and enabled him to muster up his courage, he would have started trembling. When they were outside the return from faraway mansion, Miao Qi, Miao Zhua, and Miao He had become suspicious of the relationship between Lin Yuan and Zhang Kaiyuan. Now their suspicion grew stronger. If Zhang Kaiyuan and Lin Yuan were truly friends, he would have immediately allowed Zhang Kaiyuan even if he did not ask why Zhang Kaiyuan had lost his legs during the blood-packed ultimate fight. Miao He resented Zhang Kaiyuan and was only carrying him to make a good impression on Lin Yuan, who was supposedly friends with Zhang Kaiyuan. But now, Lin Yuan's nonchalance made Miao He regret not telling Miao Zhua to carry Zhang Kaiyuan instead. Miao Qi had also been shooting Zhang Kaiyuan looks to push him to say something first. Zhang Kaiyuan was surprised by Lin Yuan's attitude toward him and hastily said, "Lord Lin Yuan, long time no see." Lin Yuan pointed at the water rhinoceros leather sofa and said, "Sit." Once the 4 of them were seated, Lin Yuan went back to his silence. Miao He rolled his eyes and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, do you still remember that we met at the Spirit Food Pavilion? I really had no idea that that group had offended your friend. I've handled the situation and meted out punishment to the Kai family so as to make it up to your friend." Miao He was not certain that Lin Yuan did not care much for Zhang Kaiyuan and that they were not as close as he had boasted to the Miao family. He would have to go back and report this finding to his grandfather so that his grandfather would finally give up on Zhang Kaiyuan, and he would finally be able to deal with Zhang Kaiyuan as he saw fit. Miao Qi shot Miao He an approving look. Zhang Kaiyuan was still pale with shock over Lin Yuan's attitude toward him, and he did not understand what he had done to make Lin Yuan upset. Zhang Kaiyuan anxiously said, "If those people had not wanted to hold a banquet for Brother He, your friend wouldn't have been hurt. But regardless, Brother He had shown mercy to his friend. Although Kai Qing is practically a zombie, she's still alive." Miao Qi and Miao He's expressions turned austere. If Lin Yuan were not present, Miao He would have sent Zhang Kaiyuan another flying kick. Miao Qi also forcefully pinched Zhang Kaiyuan's back to warn him not to misspeak. Lin Yuan noticed Miao He's unnatural expression and murmured, "Kaiyuan is right. If they hadn't wanted to hold a banquet in your honor, my friend wouldn't have been injured." Miao He broke out in a cold sweat, and his hatred for Zhang Kaiyuan intensified. This was already the 2nd time Zhang Kaiyuan was trying to trip him up. But if Lin Yuan attacked Miao He now, he would not be able to be the Miao family's eldest young master anymore. In fact, if Lin Yuan so much as chased him out of the return from faraway mansion, it was likely that his grandfather would place Miao Tang as the Miao family's eldest young master instead, just like how he himself had replaced Miao Zhua. Miao, he hurriedly said, Lord Lin Yuan, I was really unaware of what had happened that day. Everyone present that day can vouch for me. But even if I weren't at the root of the matter, I'm also willing to express my apologies to your friend. I will give your friend 2 million radiance dollars as compensation and as a show of sincerity. He took out his phone and showed the records of his conversation with Tian Ningning, where she barraged him with questions about news about top factions. He wanted to show Lin Yuan that he was on decent terms with Tian Ningning. Lin Yuan frowned. The more eager Miao he was to prove himself, the more he hated Zheng Kaiyuan. News that Sky City had not destroyed the Zheng family's residence in Indigo Azure City would soon spread. Zheng Kaiyuan was currently leading the Zheng family. Once Zheng Kaiyuan learned of this, he would definitely run back to the Zheng family to fight for leadership with Zheng Kaiyuan. Zheng Kaiyuan was in charge of the Zheng family because he was the only direct descendant left in the residence. Although he was the one who led to the Zheng family's demise, Zheng Kaiyuan's influence on the Zheng family would allow him to overturn Zheng Kaiyuan easily. Updates by Com. Hence, there was no way Lin Yuan would allow Zheng Kaiyuan to live. Miao He's hatred toward Zheng Kaiyuan proved that he would not allow Zheng Kaiyuan to live another day the moment he ran out of value. According to the information gathered by Wen Yu, Lin Yuan knew that Miao Qi was Zheng Kaiyuan's teacher. He was not sure whether she would save Zheng Kaiyuan from Miao He. Thus, Lin Yuan needed to add more fuel to the flame. Since my friend has forgiven you, I won't say anything else. The tea prepared today is the 3 treasures tea. Pour a cup out and warm yourself. Miao He's eyes lit up because Lin Yuan's tea invitation meant that no more blame was being assigned to him and because the 3 treasures tea could only be found in the Radiant Moon Palace. Miao He did not have the authority to enter the Radiant Moon Palace, so he never had the chance to drink 3 treasures tea. Now, Lin Yuan was offering him this opportunity. Miao He looked forward to bragging about this to the other superficial disciples. When Zheng Kaiyuan heard what Lin Yuan said, his face lost even more color, and terror crept into his heart. Miao Zhua mustered up his courage and said, Lord Lin Yuan, I went overboard at the Gargi banquet and offended you. Since then, I've humbly reflected on my actions. I would like to apologize to you sincerely. I'll do anything you ask. Miao Zhua had laid every shred of his pride aside. No main member of a top faction should say such things. However, Miao Zhua was well aware of the reason for his presence. If he had any chance of making a comeback in the Miao family, Lin Yuan would have to forgive him. Miao Zhua had not had an easy time in the Miao family recently, especially during the time that Lu Jie had exerted pressure on the Miao family. He had even noticed the sneers of some collateral descendants. This had caused Miao Zhua's pride to be torn to pieces. Lin Yuan noticed Miao He's smug expression and said with a smile, Since the incident at the Gargi banquet has passed, there's no point in harping on it. I'm good friends with Sun Ningxiang. You should apologize to her too. Miao Zhua hurriedly replied, Lord Lin Yuan, Connected Beast Park will never target Condensed Fairy Orchard again. You have my word. Once we leave, I'll immediately seek out Sun Ningxiang and apologize to her. Miao Zhua was no longer the Miao family's eldest young master and could not speak on behalf of the Miao family. However, he was not lying, as Miao Jinshan had told him that the Miao family was going to give up on Condensed Fairy Orchard. This was going to be one of Miao Zhua's means to seek Lin Yuan's forgiveness, and he did not expect Lin Yuan to bring it up first. At Miao Zhua's sincere tone, Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, Since you're so earnest, I shall speak up for you with the young liege of the Midnight Palace. Miao Zhua broke out into a wide grin as he felt all the sins he had incurred at the Midnight Palace being washed away. Although Zhua Ming had destroyed his roots and he could never become a Class 4 creation master, he could now live a more comfortable life in the Miao family. Miao Zhua knew that he was more capable of being the Miao family's leader than Miao He, and that his grandfather preferred him over Miao He as well. Otherwise, his grandfather would not have named him as the young leader of the Miao family the moment he turned of age. There was even a chance of him competing toe-to-toe with Miao He when they returned to the Miao family. Miao He looked shocked that Lin Yuan had forgiven Miao Zhuo so easily, and he felt a heavy pressure coming from Miao Zhuo pressing down on him. He felt that his position as the eldest young master of the Miao family was no longer as stable as it was before. Zhang Kaiyuan's panic had taken over him. He had only been afraid that Miao He and Lin Yuan would become close. But now, both Miao Zhuo and Miao He had become positively acquainted with Lin Yuan. Zhang Kaiyuan was at a complete loss. In his panic, he made a mad scramble and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, Miao Zhuo had pointed directly at your nose. When he returned to the Miao family, he also made many unsavory remarks about you." Lin Yuan now knew that Zhang Kaiyuan was utterly done for. Previously, Zhang Kaiyuan had only spoken of Miao He with a sinister tone, but now he was flat out accusing Miao Zhuo. Zhang Kaiyuan's actions had broken Connected Beast Park's most fundamental rules. Even Miao Qi was now looking at him with cold, unfeeling eyes. Lin Yuan looked at Miao Zhuo with bemusement and asked, "Is what Zhang Kaiyuan said true?" Miao Zhuo's mind went blank, as it was true that he had spoken against Lin Yuan when he returned to the Miao family. However, he was not stupid enough to admit it. He said through gritted teeth, "Lord, Zhang Kaiyuan is lying. I realized I was wrong at the Guard Yi banquet and have been repenting ever since. How could I have said anything against you?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "It's all in the past. I hope we can be friends from now on. The more friends, the merrier." His words indicated that he no longer blamed Miao Zhuo but wanted to become friends instead. This cemented Miao Zhuo's position in the Miao family. Despite being deposed, he could now try and compete with Miao He again. A fight between the two young masters of the Miao family would indubitably affect Connected Beast Park's future expansion. Lin Yuan's words also showed that he was the type of person who liked to make friends. This would remove all the Miao family's confusion about Zhang Kaiyuan being his friend, as they would chalk it up to his habit of making casual acquaintances. Zhang Kaiyuan had been using his relationship with Lin Yuan to keep the Miao family in the palm of his hand. He did not expect his attempt at provocation to fail again. Updates by Calm. At that moment, he could only grasp at the final string within his grasp. He took a deep breath and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, Connected Beast Park has prepared many resources for this visit." Zhang Kaiyuan looked at Miao He, who was holding on to all the said resources. Zhang Kaiyuan planned on mentioning the Golden Lotus brocade pearls the moment Miao He produced the resources. If he could secure a Golden Lotus brocade pearls trade deal with Lin Yuan, he might be able to continue surviving within the Miao family. Yet, Miao He first took out a diamond phase storage box and said to Lin Yuan, "I heard you're interested in law source crystals. Here are 20,000 law source crystals for you. I hope you like them. I would also like to invite you to visit the Miao family's residence. Connected Beast Park is willing to open our treasure vault to you, so that you can pick out something you like as a greeting gift." Miao He's reaction blindsided Zhang Kaiyuan, as he did not expect Miao He to invite Lin Yuan to the Miao family residence. No one had informed him of this intention, but it was impossible that Miao He would have invited Lin Yuan without prior preparation. Miao Zhinshan definitely knew of this plan. This meant that the Miao family had never disclosed all their plans regarding Lin Yuan to Zhang Kaiyuan. Just from this, it was clear that he was nothing but an expendable pawn to the Miao family. Zhang Kaiyuan hoped that Lin Yuan would not agree to Miao He's invitation, so that he would have an opportunity to bring the Golden Lotus brocade pearls into the conversation. Unfortunately, fate deviated from Zhang Kaiyuan once again. Lin Yuan stood up and said, "Since the Miao family is so sincere, I shall have to take you up on it." Miao He looked happily surprised. If Lin Yuan came to visit the Miao family would finally step out of the shadow of the incidents that took place at the Guard Yi banquet, and no one would dare to use the conflict to disparage Connected Beast Park. Miao He remembered that Lin Yuan had a good relationship with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. However, Lin Yuan had never personally visited Coiling Dragon's Valley or Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Miao Qi and Miao Zhuo looked delighted. Although Miao Zhuo had decided to take Miao He on, he was still a member of the Miao family and cared deeply about the Miao family's honor. Thus, he was still happy even though it was Miao Zhua who had invited Lin Yuan to visit the Miao family. Zhang Kaiyuan lost all hope the moment Lin Yuan agreed to go to the Miao family. Miao Ji was afraid that Zhang Kaiyuan would say something to spoil the situation, and she quickly added, Zhang Kaiyuan's legs are damaged, and his mind is still not well. Miao Zhua, take Zhang Kaiyuan to get treated. Miao Qi said to Lin Yuan respectfully, in order for Connected Beast Park to express our sincerity, we came here on our signature UFO 9 Lanterns carriage. Please ride back with us to Connected Beast Park's residence if you like. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, since the Miao family is being so generous, I shall go along with it. Kaiyuan has lost his legs and can't walk. He should stay at home to rest. Miao Zhua and I just got over our differences and are now friends. He can be the one to contact me in the future. His words had essentially served Zhang Kaiyuan the death sentence. Previously, the Miao family needed to rely on Zhang Kaiyuan to contact Lin Yuan. But now they could use Miao Zhua for this as well. As such, Zhang Kaiyuan had become wholly useless. Lin Yuan told Zhang Kaiyuan to stay at home and rest. So the Miao family now had a reason to make Zhang Kaiyuan disappear forever. Additionally, Lin Yuan had also talked up Miao Zhua and gave him even more leverage to compete with Miao He. Miao Zhua carried Zhang Kaiyuan out of the mansion with an excited expression. The moment his back was to the group, Miao Zhua's smile vanished, and he looked down at Zhang Kaiyuan with a malicious gaze. By the time Lin Yuan, Miao He and Miao Qi seated themselves in the UFO 9 Lanterns carriage, Miao Zhua had already ridden away on the eagle-beak lustrous phoenix with Zhang Kaiyuan in his arms. Miao Zhua said to the terrified Zhang Kaiyuan, I used to treat you well, right? From the moment you started learning creation master skills from Second Ant, I've taken good care of you and brought you to meet other young disciples of top factions. When you got in trouble, I also helped you. Hehe, you sure are heartless. He forcefully flipped Zhang Kaiyuan's body around, so they were face to face with each other. The moment Zhang Kaiyuan looked into Miao Zhua's eyes, he gave up on struggling as he knew that his lack of legs would render any attempt at fighting back futile. As Zhang Kaiyuan thought back to how he had treated Miao Zhua recently, he smiled bitterly and lowered his head. A moment later, he said, All's fair in love and war. Now that I'm worthless, my life is in your hands. You can do with me as you see fit. Miao Zhua bent over and gently patted the avian-type Fei as he said, Eagle-beak lustrous phoenix, peck him. Next, he tossed Zhang Kaiyuan up into the air. The eagle-beak lustrous phoenix stretched out its neck and caught Zhang Kaiyuan in its mouth. Zhang Kaiyuan knew that this was the end for him, and he could not suppress the dread from taking hold of him. He gritted his teeth and said with the last ounce of dignity he could muster, Don't forget that I'm still friends with Lord Lin Yuan. Miao Zhua smiled in derision and replied, Did Lord Lin Yuan even look at you properly just now? You're just a lowlife from a veteran faction that has been leeching off the Miao family. How dare you mention all's fair in love and war? You don't even deserve to be called a bully. Lord Lin Yuan already told you to rest. When I get back, I'll just say that I took you someplace to rest. He took another look at the flailing Zhang Kaiyuan and said, It's easy to fall sick but not so easy to recover. I know what to say when Little Ant asks about you. She doesn't even have any creation master talent and should have contributed something to the top faction she came from. Yet, she chose the Zheng family and allowed them to damage the Miao family's foundation. Now that she's a widow, no one from the top factions will want her. However, she might be able to find a newly established veteran faction to take her in. When I return, I'll suggest this to grandfather. This way, we won't have wasted one world crystal for nothing. Miao Zhua's words stirred up Zhang Kaiyuan, and he started to struggle with even more vigor. However, the eagle-beak lustrous phoenix's beak was too sharp and managed to pierce through Zhang Kaiyuan's sturdy spirit chi clothes, tearing several holes in his flesh. Crimson blood flowed from his body and stained the eagle-beak lustrous phoenix's beak red. As Zhang Kaiyuan continued to struggle, he cried out, Miao Zhua, you can do what you want of me, but my mother is your aunt. Before Zhang Kaiyuan could finish speaking, Miao Zhua harshly snapped, Eagle-beak lustrous phoenix, swallow him. Updates by the moment the last word left his lips. Zhang Kaiyuan's existence came to an end. Miao Zhua looked solemnly at the Miao family's residence in the distance. He had ended up in such a state because he had offended Lin Yuan and the young liege of the Midnight Palace at the Guard Yi banquet. Now that Lin Yuan had forgiven him and promised to speak up for him to the young liege of the Midnight Palace, it was safe to say that he had been acquitted. He had assumed that he would have to forever remain in the shadow of his crimes. But by some miracle, he was now the bridge between the Miao family and Lin Yuan. Miao Zhua intended on making full use of his good fortune, and let the collateral disciples that had kicked him while he was down know that those who were truly strong will always be strong while weaklings could only ever hope to be weak. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was being grandly welcomed into the Miao family residence. Miao Zhinshan greeted him at the entrance with a big smile. Looking at Miao Zhinshan now, Lin Yuan could not believe this was the same person that had seen red on the ultimate fighting ground. Miao Zhinshan felt that Lin Yuan seemed rather familiar, but his suspicion was not aroused, and he did not link Lin Yuan to the city lord of Sky City at all. The Sky City uniform had perfectly masked Lin Yuan's figure, and Miao Qinshan would never have imagined that the Moon Empress disciple, whom he was trying hard to gain favor with, was actually his enemy. At first, Miao Zhinshan had wanted to hold a dinner banquet for Lin Yuan. However, he had been turned down by Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan did not seem to intend on staying in the Miao family residence for long, Miao Zhinshan said straightforwardly, he shall take you to our treasure vault now." Miao Zhinshan shot Miao He a look, and Miao He walked up to Lin Yuan and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, there are many precious items in our treasure vault. Let me know if anything catches your eye. I shall ask Mammy Hong to fetch it for you." When they arrived at the Miao family's treasure vault, Lin Yuan realized that it was underground. As they walked down a stone path, the spiritual materials that lined the vault were displayed in a stately manner. It was clear that the Miao family's treasure vault was organized with a detailed system. Lin Yuan thought, a top faction's treasures really are impressive. Although the items stored in the treasure trove were not expensive, the variety was expansive. Every time they reached a new section, Miao He handed Lin Yuan a new catalog that listed the items in that section. Lin Yuan would not have to search around himself with the catalog in hand. Although Lin Yuan had not walked through many sections, it was clear from the items listed in the catalogs that a veteran top faction like Connected Beast Park was much stronger than a new top faction like Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. When they walked to the 8th section, Lin Yuan inhaled sharply when he flipped through the catalog. He saw something that would be extremely useful to Gray. If the item lived up to its description on the catalog, Gray would be able to increase its power even if it did not go outside to absorb weather. He pointed at the item in the catalog and asked, "Miao He, how many of these are in the Miao family's possession?" Miao He looked at Lin Yuan dubiously. The treasure vault had 30 sections, and the truly valuable items were all past section 20. Miao He did not understand what could have already caught Lin Yuan's eye. However, he dared not hesitate and looked at where Lin Yuan was pointing before he replied, "Lord Lin Yuan, so you're talking about this? This is called the Clear Sunshine Flower. We got it from Whale Ocean Commerce. Usually, items from other federations are kept past section 15, but the Clear Sunshine Flower is kept here because creation masters will inevitably be in need of it." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and thought, "I see. I was wondering why I haven't heard of it." Lin Yuan was surprised that there was such a fae that he had never heard of. Genius had learned all the information that was available on Star Web. The Clear Sunshine Flower did not appear on the Radiance Federation Star Web because it did not come from the Radiance Federation. As he thought about the Clear Sunshine Flower's description in the catalog, Lin Yuan said to Miao He, "Take me to see it." Miao He hastily led Lin Yuan to a shelf. He pointed at it and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, these small potted plants are all clear sunshine flowers. I don't know exactly how many there are, but there have to be at least 30. When the creation masters from Connected Beast Park run into cloudy weather while nurturing plant type phase that need clear weather to grow, they will use the clear sunshine flowers." Lin Yuan did not pay attention to Miao He's explanation. Instead, he used true data to check on the Clear Sunshine Flower. He clenched his fist in excitement. The Clear Sunshine Flower could recreate clear weather. Although only one would not create any obvious impact, many would be able to recreate clear weather for Gray to absorb. This way, Gray would not have to go out into the dangerous world to absorb clear weather. Although this seemed like a cowardly path to go down, it was still a feasible temporary solution. Lin Yuan felt that he was still lacking in power. Once he had enough power, he would not have to be wary of Gray's identity as a heavenly family fae being exposed while it was absorbing weather. Updates by as he carefully watched Lin Yuan studying the clear sunshine flower. Meow, he said, Lord Lin Yuan, Whale Ocean Commerce brought the clear sunshine flowers back from the Divine Wood Federation. It is very common in the Divine Wood Federation, but the island whales in Whale Ocean Commerce no longer go to the Divine Wood Federation. As such, it's unlikely that Whale Ocean Commerce still has many clear sunshine flowers. If you like, I can ask for more from Whale Ocean Commerce. I also heard that Divine Wood Federation has more plant-type phase that can absorb weather. There are also the rain fog flower, snow crystal flower, thunderstarch flower, and many more. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as this was amazing news to him. Most importantly, these plant-type phase came from the Divine Wood Federation, and Lin Yuan would not need to ask others for help to obtain them. A plan formed in his head. The first thing he would have to do when he arrived at the Divine Wood Federation would be to collect these phase that could recreate weather conditions. Lin Yuan shook his head at Miao He and said, Let's continue walking. Forget about these clear sunshine flowers. Miao He immediately started to lead Lin Yuan forward and continued to hand Lin Yuan catalogs. When they arrived at the 19th section, Lin Yuan thought, the Miao family sure has a large store of high-grade fey flesh. The myth breed fey flesh had been processed and preserved through special means and would not rot. There were at least 30 feys that were myth 2 and above in the 19th section. Moreover, these bodies were whole. The incomplete bodies were not recorded in the catalog. Some items caught Lin Yuan's eye along the way. However, he did not want any of them badly enough to trade with the Miao family and could trade for them with other top factions. In the 20th section, Lin Yuan caught sight of the elderly woman that had accompanied Miao Jinshan to the ultimate fighting ground. She was currently organizing the shelves. Miao He quickly introduced her to Lin Yuan. Lord Lin Yuan, this is Mammy Hong. She watches over the Miao family's treasure vault and rarely leaves. The elderly woman rushed up to Lin Yuan and greeted him. Although she was a Thearch class expert, she dared not disrespect the disciple of the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan could now be certain that very few Thearch class experts were left in the Miao family. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Miao Jinshan to take someone like Mammy Hong to the ultimate fighting ground. Lin Yuan had not expected Miao He to offer 20,000 law source crystals as compensation to Lin Yuan. Although law source crystals were not of any use to the Miao family, 20,000 law source crystals was still a huge sum. Lin Yuan could not allow himself to take the Miao family's resources without giving anything in return. Brocade Zither had not produced the 800 golden lotus brocade pearls that the cage of Brahma insects had ordered. As such, he had none left over to offer the Miao family. Even if he did, he would not be willing to do so. Lin Yuan had been wondering what he could use to exchange for high-grade fey flesh with the Miao family on his way to the Miao family residence. But now he finally knew. He could use the pure law crystals. Now that the Miao family had lost 2 Thearch class experts, they were in dire need of powerful combat power. What they needed most were law crystals that could enable experts to become Thearch class. Connected Beast Park had always depended on their relationship with the Bamboo Monarch, and Miao Qi had had a stint as Bamboo Monarch's assistant. At first, the Miao family was able to obtain law crystals from the Bamboo Monarch. But now that Wang Fuxiang had become the mistress of the Purple Bamboo Forest, there was no way that the Miao family would receive any more help from the Purple Bamboo Forest. This meant that the Miao family no longer had an avenue from which to obtain law crystals. Lin Yuan knew that the law crystals would boost the Miao family's power and enable them to produce new Thearch class experts in a short span of time. Sky City and the Miao family had become mortal enemies from the moment the Miao family sent Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan to help with the Zhang family's blood-packed ultimate fight. However, Lin Yuan was planning on starting a high-risk, high-reward plan. By killing the Miao family's pinnacle Emperor-class experts, he would only be able to obtain the flesh of myth breed phase and law crystals. However, killing Thearch-class experts would grant him world crystals and the flesh of creation breed phase. As such, the choice was obvious. By giving them what they needed most, he would also be setting a trap for them. Lin Yuan also wanted to see if he could find anything that could evolve his phase qualities from the Miao family's treasure vault. Many of his phase were stuck at Fantasy I and were long overdue for an evolution. Lin Yuan halted abruptly when he looked at the catalog for the 23rd section. This item made Lin Yuan 1,000 times more excited than when he saw the clear sunshine flower. Ever since Lin Yuan built the space tunnel with the intention of traveling to the Divine Wood Federation, he had been plagued by a problem. But now, it seemed that this item was the solution. Before Lin Yuan used the fairy's heart to change the sea burial lotus flower into a fairy source-type life form, the space tunnel needed to be situated in a place far from human footfall. But now that the sea burial lotus flower had transformed into a fairy source-type life form, Lin Yuan had a different set of requirements. Silver Corona's appearance enabled Lin Yuan to create a restricted area at the Divine Wood Federation side of the space tunnel. Silver Corona's ability Spotted Coral, Burial Pattern Style, and its exclusive skill Hermit's Dead Servant needed to be evolved before the restricted area was set up. Silver Corona was a fairy source-type life form that lived by carnage. It needed to consume the souls of living creatures in order to increase its power and strengthen its abilities. It was unrealistic to depend on consuming the souls of those that lived in the Divine Wood Federation. Silver Corona needed to consume an immeasurable number of souls to increase its power. Hence, the space tunnel needed to be situated at a place with a dimensional rift in order to allow Silver Corona's power to increase quickly. After the space tunnel was opened, moving it would not be easy. No matter what idea Lin Yuan came up with, he would have to use up one of the ethereal jellyfish's main tentacles. The ethereal jellyfish's main tentacle was an extremely important strategic resource to Lin Yuan. It only grew a main tentacle once a year. As the ethereal jellyfish became stronger, there was a chance that its main tentacles could be linked to the astronomical parliament. As such, he did not want to waste a main tentacle unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, he needed half of the hollow crystal shellfish's shell to create a space tunnel between the Radiance Federation and the Divine Wood Federation. After creating the space tunnel, half of the hollow crystal shellfish's shell would be used up. He would not be able to change the position of the Divine Wood Federation side of the space tunnel even if he wanted to. This was unless he could find something that could replace the hollow crystal shellfish's shell. Lin Yuan did not know how many stars the hollow crystal shellfish had, but the Space Elder was the leader of Ostrich Logistics, as well as one of the 13 members of royalty in the Radiance Federation. As such, he had equal status to the Moon Empress. Since the hollow crystal shellfish was the Space Elder's sacred source life form, it had to have at least 10 stars. It would not be easy to replace such a treasure. Moreover, if he opened the space tunnel next to a dimensional rift, he would also be able to evolve the dimensional rift by placing source-type items inside through Klein Hub. The dimensional life forms that poured forth from the dimensional rift were not limitless, and it depended on how many dimensional life forms in that particular area of the dimensional world were there. Whenever a dimensional rift opened, a large wave of alien beasts would charge out of it. After the wave of alien beasts, a smaller number of dimensional life forms would come out of the dimensional rift. Once Silver Corona's power increased to a certain level, a wave of alien beasts would be insufficient to satisfy it. Hence, Silver Corona's increase in power would also make the restricted area more dangerous. There had to be at least 3 or 4 dimensional rifts in the vicinity of the space tunnel. After Lin Yuan injected spirit chi into the item he found in the 23rd section of the Miao family's treasure vault, he would be able to trigger a dedicated space and weaken it to produce a new dimensional rift. Once Lin Yuan obtained this item, he would be able to use it to create a dimensional rift at the Divine Wood Federation, so that Silver Corona could consume the souls of the alien insects that came out of it and bloom bone lotus flowers. When Silver Corona bloomed the bone lotus flower, it would be able to blind prying eyes. The sight-stealing fog above the sea of bone lotus flowers would also be hiding the hermit dead servants that were lying in wait. Every hermit dead servant could also thicken the fog and make the restricted area appear even more mysterious. This item would greatly affect what Lin Yuan could do in the Divine Wood Federation, and he had to obtain it at all costs. He pointed at the catalog and asked, "Did Whale Ocean Commerce bring back this shatter spatial stone?" Meow, he clapped his hands and said, "You truly are impressive. I can't believe you identified where the shatter spatial stone came with one glance." The Meow family traded creation master resources for the shatter spatial stone with Whale Ocean Commerce. Some of it was used and only about 15 kilograms are left. I remember that injecting spirit chi into about 2.5 kilograms of the shatter spatial stone is enough to open a class one-dimensional rift. At the mention of Whale Ocean Commerce, Meow, he could not help but think of the news he had heard from Miao Jinshan when he returned from the ultimate fighting ground. Meow, he had not intended on revealing such a secret that his family was making use of. However, Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, and he had no reason to participate in the competition between top factions. By revealing some of his family's personal secrets, it would prove that he was being sincere toward Lin Yuan. He hoped that this would leave a good impression on Lin Yuan. "Lord Lin Yuan, Whale Ocean Commerce came to us intending to work together. They want us to help them nurture a plant-type fae and use it to search for a seed. When Connected Beast Park starts working with Whale Ocean Commerce, we'll obtain even more foreign treasures. I can deliver any precious foreign item to you the moment we receive them so that you can pick anything you like." Meow, he was determined to curry as much favor as he could from Lin Yuan, and he longer cared about the haughty dignity that the eldest young master of a top faction normally carried. Frankly, Lin Yuan was the one who pushed him to such an extreme by speaking up for Miaozhua at the return from Faraway Mansion and naming Miaozhua as the link between him and the Miao family. This had led to Meow he feeling anxious that his position as the Miao family's eldest young master was being jeopardized. Thus, Meow he wanted to do his best to form a good relationship with Lin Yuan. Although Miaozhua was the link between Lin Yuan and the Miao family, he could also play a part. If two people were deadlocked with common abilities, none of them would be able to get ahead. This was a way he could hold back Miaozhua. Lin Yuan did not know what Meow he was thinking, nor did he care to find out. The speaker might not have meant anything by it, but the listener was paying close attention. Lin Yuan was focused on what Miaozhua said about Whale Ocean Commerce working with Connected Beast Park. He furrowed his brow. Whale Ocean Commerce wanted to work with Connected Beast Park, and Connected Beast Park had to nurture a plant-type fae for them to use to search for a seed. This made Lin Yuan think of the strange plant seed that had been a parasite in Jifeng's body and emanated an immortal aura. Red Thorn had absorbed the seed and given Lin Yuan the power to control two Thearch-class experts. When he saved Jifeng, he knew that the main lineage of 10,000 Flags trading could not sense the exact location of the seeds. Otherwise, Jifeng would not have been able to hide with the seed inside him for a decade. Yet now that Red Thorn had consumed the strange seed, Whale Ocean Commerce was suddenly coming after the strange seed. Updates by this was too coincidental. At first, Lin Yuan had found the seed to be rather odd. But after witnessing the astonishingly impressive abilities that Red Thorn gained from absorbing the strange seed, he realized that there was more than what met the eye with this seed. It had to be hiding a big secret. A strong sense of peril crept up on him. Lin Yuan decided that he would have to pay more attention to the people from 10,000 Flags trading. He would also ask Jifeng more about that strange seed and learn anything he knew about the people who were in 10,000 Flags trading 10 years ago. Mentioning 10,000 Flags trading would be a sore spot for Jifeng, but Lin Yuan had no other option but to poke at that sensitive wound. Meow he had said that 10,000 Flags trading wanted Connected Beast Parks, help with nurturing a plant-type fae that would be used to sense the seed that Red Thorn had consumed. Faes of the same source could sense each other. This meant that faes of the same species could sense their fellow species mates. It was also possible for faes to sense parts of themselves. This meant that Whale Ocean Commerce could seek out the seed. Lin Yuan badly wanted more of the strange seeds that 10,000 Flags trading was searching for. If Red Thorn could absorb more of the strange seeds, it was possible that the tongue of Relinquish would evolve again. Lin Yuan frowned, and this made Meow he nervous. Meow he wondered if he had said something wrong that made Lin Yuan upset, and he anxiously said, "Lord Lin Yuan, if nothing in this section interests you, we can continue walking." As the young direct descendant with the most authority, I'm allowed to pick something from the first 25 sections of the treasure vault. I haven't picked anything this month yet. Why don't you take my item too? Lin Yuan shook his head and smiled ruefully. He could not believe that he was still trying to bootlick him at such a time. By saying that he was the young direct descendant with the most authority, was he trying to say that he was more useful than Miao Zhua? Yet what he said was true. If Lin Yuan wanted to build a good relationship with Connected Beast Park, it would be most appropriate for him to deal with Miao He. However, Miao He did not know that Lin Yuan had purposely talked up Miao Zhua to mess up the Miao family. This would make it easier for Lin Yuan to ruin the Miao family. He gently knocked on the shatter spatial stone with his finger and said, I want this shatter spatial stone. We've walked for some time and I've seen most of what there is to see. I'm not interested in seeing anything else. Let's go back. Lin Yuan turned and walked in the opposite direction. As he walked, he thoroughly contemplated the partnership between Whale Ocean Commerce and Connected Beast Park, as well as the strange seed. When he arrived at the 10th section, he realized that he still had many areas that he was unsure of. As such, he turned and gingerly asked, Miao He, isn't Whale Ocean Commerce one of the top 3 factions? How can they be so lacking in Creation Master resources that they even need to work with the Miao family? Miao He internally rolled his eyes. What's wrong with the Miao family? We've been a steady top faction for 20 years, and our faction is built on Creation Master resources. Even Rhine Lifeform and Cage of Brahma insects have approached us, intending to work together. However, there was no way Miao He would dare say such words out loud. At that moment, he remembered his grandfather saying that the main lineage of Whale Ocean Commerce had not been seen in public for a decade and was probably focusing on nurturing the island whales. Lord Lin Yuan, almost all of Whale Ocean Commerce's creation masters come from Sea Sky Nurture. Sea Sky Nurture's main lineage is lying low, and Whale Ocean Commerce produces a new batch of island whales every few years. This must mean that the main lineage of Sea Sky Nurture has been busy nurturing the island whales. Since they're all focused on nurturing island whales, they have to seek external help for other creation master tasks. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. It seemed that 10,000 Flags Trading had not only been lying to Hidden Moon Pavilion but also to the other top factions. Lin Yuan was now certain that Connected Beast Park had no idea that everyone from Sea Sky Nurture besides Jifeng had been killed because 10,000 Flags Trading had wanted to seek the strange seeds. A stroke of inspiration hit Lin Yuan, and he felt that there was a deeper significance behind Whale Ocean Commerce and Connected Beast Park's collaboration. Since 10,000 Flags Trading had the ability to wipe out Sea Sky Nurture, could they also be intending on targeting Connected Beast Park? Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn. Miao He, did Whale Ocean Commerce approach Connected Beast Park after or before the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight? Ever since Miao He undertook the title of the eldest young master of the Miao family, he knew everything that Miao Zhinshan knew. Miao Zhinshan would even ask for Miao He's opinion as a way of cultivating Miao He. Hence, Miao He knew all about the collaboration between Connected Beast Park and Whale Ocean Commerce. He had not wanted to tell Lin Yuan this because it had to do with the Miao family's reputation. However, Lin Yuan's serious expression made Miao He nervous, and he decided to push the limits of what he could say. I'm not sure whether Whale Ocean Commerce approached us before or after the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Grandfather sent me to the ultimate fighting ground at the break of dawn, so I wasn't at home. But since people from Whale Ocean Commerce went to the ultimate fighting ground with Grandfather, it must mean that they approached us before the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Suddenly, rage crossed Miao He's face, and he went on to say, Grandfather said that Whale Ocean Commerce used to be rather respectful of the Miao family. But ever since we lost 2 veteran class experts, Whale Ocean Commerce became more disrespectful toward us and even threatened Grandfather. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to work with Whale Ocean Commerce after the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. After he heard what Miao He said, Lin Yuan felt as though he needed to adjust the plan he had in mind for the Miao family. Whale Ocean Commerce's change of attitude toward Connected Beast Park was proof that Whale Ocean Commerce had started looking down on Connected Beast Park ever since they lost 2 veteran Thearch-class experts. This also proved the possibility that 10,000 Flags Trading could be eyeing Connected Beast Park. The Miao family was Lin Yuan's prey. Lin Yuan also planned on helping the Miao family produce more creation masters so that he would be able to gain more world crystals. Lin Yuan felt as though someone was trying to fight with him over food. Updates by Miao. He had said that whale ocean commerce nurtured several new island whales every year. Since Lin Yuan was currently hatching the floating island whale, he knew how much creation master resources were required to hatch one island whale. Most of whale ocean commerce's creation master resources came from sea-sky nurture. However, everyone from sea-sky nurture was dead. How could whale ocean commerce still have so many creation master resources? After gathering all the information thus far, Lin Yuan felt that 10,000 flags trading seemed strange. Lin Yuan and Miao. He had arrived at the Miao family's treasure vault entrance. Lin Yuan saw Miao Zhinshan and Miao Zhuo waiting for him. Lord Lin Yuan, I've sent Zhang Kaiyuan to a secluded place to rest. That place? Before Miao Zhuo could finish speaking, Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "This is your family's business. You don't have to tell me." Miao Zhinshan cheerily ushered Lin Yuan into the Miao family's guest room, where many of the Miao family's descendants were seated. Lin Yuan did not want to chat idly with the Miao family, and he waited for someone to ask him about the golden lotus brocade pearls. However, all of them continued to beat around the bush annoyingly. After chatting for another 10 minutes, Lin Yuan poised himself to leave. Miao Zhuo bit his lip and asked tentatively, "Lord Lin Yuan, I heard that you have the golden lotus brocade pearls. Is it possible for us to take a look?" Lin Yuan finally let out a breath of relief. What's wrong with this big family? Why did it take them so long to get to the main topic? With all eyes on him, Lin Yuan said, "I don't have any more, but I do still have one that I can show you." He waved his hand, and one golden lotus brocade pearl appeared in his hand. The faces of the Miao family's members started twitching, but none dared to allow their disappointment to show. They forcefully pulled the corners of their lips apart and smiled bitterly. When the members of the Miao family studied the golden lotus brocade pearls and sensed the golden lotus brocade pearls' abilities, their bitter smiles contorted into sour countenances. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. "They're so ugly." The longer Miao Zhinshan looked at the golden lotus brocade pearls, the more panicked he felt. The Miao family had already lost 2 veteran Thearch-class experts, and their combat power had weakened significantly. Although he was a pinnacle Thearch-class expert and could still hold down the fort, the loss of 2 veteran Thearch-class experts was still unbearable for the Miao family. It was already bad enough to have lost so much combat power. But without the golden lotus brocade pearls, how could Connected Beast Park compete with Coiling Dragon's Valley, which had a high number of golden lotus brocade pearls? Coiling Dragon's Valley and Connected Beast Park had always been bitter rivals. Coiling Dragon's Valley's increase in power would definitely put Connected Beast Park in a tough spot. Someone had to go down for another to go up. Connected Beast Park's finances would eventually decline. Miao Zhinshan thought that giving Lin Yuan 20,000 law source crystals would be sufficient to express their sincerity and for Lin Yuan to accept their request for golden lotus brocade pearls. Yet, Lin Yuan said that there were no more golden lotus brocade pearls. Did those 20,000 law source crystals go down the drain? Miao Zhinshan's heart started to race, and he heard a young voice say, "I don't think that what Connected Beast Park lacks the most are golden lotus brocade pearls the most." Miao Zhinshan's expression did not change, but he thought, "What else can we need if not golden lotus brocade pearls? We need Thearch-class experts the most. Can you give me Thearch-class experts?" From the moment he saw Lin Yuan, Miao Zhinshan felt that there was a powerful aura swirling around Lin Yuan. This aura was thick and mysterious, which indicated that Lin Yuan had a powerful presence guarding him. Miao Zhinshan could not circulate his aura in front of Lin Yuan to sense the powerful aura, as it would be seen as an act of provocation. However, as a pinnacle Thearch-class expert, Miao Zhinshan had experienced his fair bit of life. Since he could not sense the exact location of the presence that was guarding Lin Yuan, Miao Zhinshan knew that the presence was much stronger than him. Miao Zhinshan thought, if only Lin Yuan could lend this powerful expert to the Miao family. Miao Zhinshan suddenly felt that he was daydreaming. It did not take a genius to figure out that the strong expert had been given to Lin Yuan by the Moon Empress to protect him from danger. Even if Lin Yuan agreed to lend the expert to the Miao family, Miao Zhinshan also did not have the courage to make use of him. Lin Yuan went on to say, I heard about the blood-packed ultimate fight between Sky City and the Zheng family. I know the Miao family suffered serious losses because you helped the Zheng family. I can't believe 2 of your veteran Thearch class experts died on the ultimate fighting ground for the sake of another family. If you want to nurture another 2 Thearch class experts, there's no way you can do without pure law crystals. The expressions of the members of the Miao family changed. The deaths of Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan were wounds that everyone from the Miao family had to bear. The wound was still open, and Lin Yuan had poured salt into it. Moreover, Miao Qi had sensed the faint contempt in Lin Yuan's words, and she found it extremely disconcerting. By mentioning the Miao family's need for pure law crystals, Lin Yuan was referring to the breakdown of the Miao family's relationship with the Bamboo Monarch. She had been the one who caused the Bamboo Monarch to turn hostile toward Connected Beast Park. So Lin Yuan's words were a jab right in between her ribs. No one could blame her for feeling this way because she had sensed cold, unfeeling gazes from many of the Miao family's direct descendants. Since Lin Yuan could not give them any golden lotus brocade pearls, Miao Zhinshan no longer wanted to keep Lin Yuan. After losing 2 veteran Thearch class experts, the Miao family was in the midst of dealing with the messy aftermath. Miao Zhinshan was afraid that another word from Lin Yuan's mouth would cause the Miao family's mood to fray even more. Just as Miao Zhinshan was about to hint at Lin Yuan to leave, Lin Yuan said, But if you do have pure law crystals and decent pinnacle emperor class experts, it'll be much easier for the Miao family to gain Thearch class experts. Lin Yuan opened his hand, and a shiny law crystal appeared in his hand. Miao Zhinshan's eyes immediately lit up. Since Connected Beast Park was a top faction with a Creation Master role, it was easy for them to nurture Emperor-class experts. Moreover, most of the Miao family's resources went to collecting various law crystals that were used to nurture Emperor-class experts. There were at least 10 pinnacle Emperor-class experts in the Miao family, and some of them were less than a step away from Thearch class. This step was equivalent to 1 law crystal. Thus, the law crystal in Lin Yuan's hand would allow the Miao family to produce another Thearch class expert. At first, Miao Zhinshan had cursed Lin Yuan to himself. I gave you 20,000 law source crystals, but you not only have no golden lotus brocade pearls to give Connected Beast Park, but you even poured salt into my family's wound. You're terrible. But the moment Lin Yuan took out the law crystal, he immediately became more precious to Miao Zhinshan than his own grandsons were. The pinnacle Emperor-class experts besides Miao Zhinshan were also brimming with excitement. It was highly likely that this law crystal would be used on one of them. They had been stuck as pinnacle Emperor-class experts for a long time. Given the right opportunity, they could immediately become Thearch-class experts. Moreover, with Miao Zhinshan around, they would easily be able to overcome the trial of world creation as well. Miao Zhinshan's eyes were fixed on the law crystal in Lin Yuan's hand, and his wrinkled face bloomed into a bright smile. Lord Lin Yuan, did you find anything in the treasure vault that was of interest? I'll immediately send someone to fetch it for you, said Miao Zhinshan. Lin Yuan shook the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box on his sleeve and said, I chose the Shatter Spatial Stone, and Miao he has already given it to me. I stopped at the 23rd section of the treasure vault, and I'm not certain what the remaining 7 sections contain. If you want this law crystal, take a look at this list. There's no way that all of Connected Beast Park's resources are in the treasure vault, right? If you have anything that's on this list, I can consider exchanging it for law crystals. He had prepared the list long ago, and it listed the spiritual ingredients that were most beneficial for his phase evolutions. Since Lin Yuan wanted his phase to evolve to the best of their abilities, these spiritual ingredients were all expensive and rare. Lin Yuan had spent a lot of time scouring markets for them. However, he never encountered any of them besides the mountain-containing embryo. Miao Zhinshan read through Lin Yuan's list and pursed his lips. Connected Beast Park did not have many of the spiritual ingredients on the list. They had once possessed most of the spiritual ingredients listed, but they were so effective that they had been immediately used up. Still, Connected Beast Park had a few left in storage. Lord Lin Yuan, the Miao family still has 5 mountain-containing embryos. We don't have any intelligent Ganoderma sinensis ramets, but we do have its spores. The spores are full of life and can grow into new intelligent Ganoderma sinensis after special nurturing. However, it will be expensive to nurture them. If you like, I can give you all the spores. Lin Yuan immediately smiled. 5 mountain-containing embryos were enough to evolve the source sand to Fantasy 4. If they were of good quality, source sand could even be evolved to Fantasy V. The intelligent Ganoderma sinensis was a heaven and earth fae that could temper the mind and soul. This made it extremely suitable to evolve genius quality. If Genius ate one mature intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, it might evolve to Fantasy 2. With the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores, Lin Yuan could nurture many child ramets, and it would eventually be able to evolve Fantasy V. Lin Yuan had expected that Connected Beast Park would not have many items on the list. He was surprised that Connected Beast Park had a fair amount of 2 of the items he needed. Lin Yuan lifted his hand and tossed the law crystal at Miao Zhinshan. Here you go. I shall take the 5 mountain-containing embryos and intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores, and you can have this law crystal. Miao Zhinshan should be happy that the Miao family had gained a pure law crystal after losing 2 Thearch class experts. However, Miao Zhinshan's expression was still scrunched up in displeasure. Although the 5 mountain-containing embryos were very precious, they could not match up to the law crystal's value. However, the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis was much more precious. Miao Zhinshan was willing to give up the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores because he wanted to obtain another law crystal from Lin Yuan. Spiritual type phase and soul type phase were the most expensive types of Fae. The intelligent Ganoderma sinensis was the best type of Fae to evolve spiritual type and soul type phase. Miao Zhinshan had paid a heavy price to preserve the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores when he used the child ramets. His chest still hurt when he thought of the price he had paid. Lu Yenshan's ghost archdemon beast had also used the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis to evolve to myth breed. Besides its value, Miao Zhinshan also wanted to keep the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis for sentimental reasons. Naturally, Lin Yuan knew of the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores' value. Miao Zhinshan had said that there was a bag of spores. This meant that he would be able to nurture at least 100 intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Lin Yuan had no problem obtaining the pure spirit chi that was required to nurture the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. All he needed to do was find a jade-textured piece of wood and drill small holes in it. He would scatter the spores all over the small holes. When spouts grew from the small holes, he could replant them into new jade-textured wood pieces where they could grow freely. Lin Yuan and the Miao family's trade was complicated. It appeared as though he was helping them, but he was actually doing everything for selfish reasons. When they traded for law crystals, it would be the right time for Lin Yuan to crush Connected Beast Park. Lin Yuan's sword would be swift and merciless. While Miao Zhinshan was hesitating, some pinnacle Emperor-class experts could not help but pitch in. Leader Elder Han and Elder Lu are gone. You and Ahong aren't enough to continue expanding the Miao family. Exactly. You have to stay in the manor while Auntie Hong guards the treasure vault. Without new Thearch-class experts, the Miao family won't have the strength to cope with external Thearch-class power. Father, we've been storing the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis for decades. It's so difficult to nurture that there's no point in keeping it. Leader will be able to get instant results when we use the law crystal. The more Thearch-class experts we have, the more powerful the Miao family will become. The person who addressed Miao Zhinshan as father stood out from the rest who had spoken up. Lin Yuan turned toward the direction of the voice and pursed his lips. The person did not have good posture, and his skin was saggy as well. Lin Yuan could tell that this person was not an Emperor-class expert. He recalled the list of Miao family direct descendants and thought, this should be the only male from the Miao family's previous generation and the family's black sheep. He must be Miao Xing. The Miao family was currently receiving a guest, and even Miao Zhinshan had to keep a smile plastered on his face at all times. Every person should be addressing Miao Zhinshan as leader during such a situation. Miao Zhua and Miao He had addressed Miao Zhinshan as grandfather, at the entrance of the treasure vault. But while they were in the guest room, they also addressed Miao Zhinshan as leader. Lin Yuan had clearly taken advantage of the Miao family, and he was uncertain if Miao Zhinshan would agree. The other Emperor-class experts had spoken up because the law crystals would directly benefit them. Lin Yuan did not understand why Miao Xing had spoken as well because he had no stake in the deal. But after Miao Xing spoke, Lin Yuan was sure that the deal was sealed. Miao Xing was Miao Zhinshan's only son, and his father would have to support his opinion so as not to make a mockery of the Miao family. Miao Zhinshan glared viciously at Miao Xing. Miao Xing smiled playfully, as though he was used to receiving such a response. Miao Zhinshan started to cough. Lin Yuan finally knew why Miao Qi was the pillar that supported the previous generation of the Miao family. He also knew why Miao Zhinshan had named his grandsons as young leader despite his son being in the prime of his life. Miao Zhinshan gnashed his teeth and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, I shall not say no since it's you." Lin Yuan waved his hand and replied, "A deal is a deal. It has nothing to do with status. If you feel that the deal is unfair and don't want the law crystal, you don't have to force yourself. We can call the deal off, and I'll find the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis and mountain-containing embryos somewhere else." Miao Zhinshan thought, "I would have snatched all your law crystals away if not for your status." Miao Zhinshan was afraid that Lin Yuan would up the price and hastily said to Miao He, "He, tell Mammy Hong to fetch the mountain-containing embryos and intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores." Miao He walked out of the guest room and smiled. Since his grandfather had thought of him first, it meant that he was much more important to his grandfather than Miao Zhuo was. Lin Yuan took out a second law crystal and said, "It must be fate that led to me being here at the Miao family today. Since the Miao family lost 2 Thearch-class experts, I can recover that loss. As long as you have enough Pinnacle Emperor-class experts, you can produce as many Thearch experts as you want." Lin Yuan took out another 5 law crystals. Besides the law crystal that he had already given Miao Zhinshan, the other 6 law crystals sparkled blindingly in his hand. Lin Yuan's action captured the attention of every person in the room, and their eyes followed the hypnotizing movements of Lin Yuan's hand. Miao Zhinshan was shocked to see Lin Yuan produce another 6 law crystals. From the number of law crystals that Lin Yuan produced, Miao Zhinshan could see how much the Moon Empress doted on Lin Yuan, and he knew that Lin Yuan had law crystals to spare. But when he thought of how high the cost of 1 law crystal had been, Miao Zhinshan went numb. However, a moment later he was filled with excitement. 2 Thearch-class experts would be enough to fill up for Connected Beast Park's loss in Thearch-class power. There were currently 7 Pinnacle Emperor-class experts in the Miao family. Lin Yuan must have taken out 6 law crystals after calculating the exact number of Pinnacle Emperor-class experts in the Miao family. After trading with Lin Yuan, the Miao family would be able to gain 7 new Thearch-class experts. Not only would their combat power not have decreased, but it would increase instead, albeit none of the 7 new Thearch-class experts would be able to match up to Han Tianhe or Lu Yenshan. Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan could easily kill the 7 new Thearch-class experts during a fight. However, the 2 veteran Thearch-class experts would not be as agile as the 7 new Thearch-class experts. Since he was the pillar of the Miao family's combat power, they would have top combat power. Miao Zhinshan decided to go for broke. The resources could be earned and gained again. Connected Beast Park would be able to develop the role of mercenary and cut into the 5 the Arch Soldiers business with 7 new Thearch-class experts. The 5 the Arch Soldiers had always been on good terms with Coiling Dragon's Valley. If Connected Beast Park could impact the 5 the Arch Soldiers business, it would make up for their failure to compete with Coiling Dragon's Valley when it came to their creation master role. However, what Lin Yuan said next made the faces of Miao Zhinshan and the Pinnacle Emperor-class experts fall. "Don't be in such a rush to jump for joy. It won't be so easy to get law crystals from me. I took out so many law crystals with the intention of giving you a choice. In exchange for these 6 law crystals and the previous one, I would like to take all of the creation world ley lines of the 7 phase that overcome the trial of world creation. You can choose to say no, but that will mean that our trade deal will end here. I will also be taking 5 Myth 3 Fey corpses for every law crystal if you agree. The Myth 3 Fey corpses have to be at least 90% whole. When I took a stroll in the Miao family's treasure vault, I saw that you have at least 30 of such fey corpses. Okay, my time is precious. Please think about it until Miao he returns. If I don't receive a reply by the time Miao he returns, I will take it as you don't agree to the deal, and I'll return home immediately. Lin Yuan continued to move the 6 law crystals around in his hand. The members of the Miao family had strained yet fearful expressions on their faces. Taking away the creation world ley line of any creation breed fey would be a serious blow to it, much less a fey that had just evolved to creation breed. If a creation breed fey that had just evolved to creation breed did not use their creation world ley line to lay the foundation of their law world, their foundation could not be improved in the future. This deal was essentially trading a hopeless future for the chance to evolve to creation breed. Moreover, each law crystal came with the price of 5 whole myth 3 fey corpses. The entire Miao family was stunned by how callous Lin Yuan was, as it was basically impossible for anyone to accept such terms. However, Lin Yuan had something that the Miao family desperately needed. After some time, Miao he happily skipped back into the guest room. Miao Zhinshan made a decision without asking for the opinions of the Pinnacle Emperor-class experts. Go to the treasure vault and tell Mammy Hong to pick 30 of the best myth 3 fey corpses. Miao he was stunned to hear such an order and sensed that the mood in the room was wrong. What was worth trading 30 complete myth 3 fey bodies for? But when he saw his grandfather's expression, Miao he did not ask any questions and turned to run off in the direction of the treasure vault. Lin Yuan walked over to Miao Zhinshan and placed the 6 law crystals in Miao Zhinshan's hand. I'm not a heartless person. When I interacted with Miao Zhuo a while ago, I found him to be a pretty good person. Let's do this. Law crystals won't be able to guarantee that Pinnacle Emperor-class experts phase will be able to evolve to creation breed. I promise to make your 7 Pinnacle Emperor-class experts transform into Thearch-class today. If there are any law crystals left over, they shall be my gift to the Miao family. Lin Yuan's words made the expressions of the Miao family's members soften as this promise took all the risk off of them. Miao Zhinshan would not be able to accept only 1 or 2 Emperor-class experts becoming Thearch-class after they sacrificed so many resources to trade for 7 law crystals. When he left the Miao family residence, Lin Yuan saw that night was almost here. The horizon was a beautiful picture of fiery red, while the dark purple night stained its edges and darkened the sunset. Lin Yuan stretched and felt the spring breeze envelop him. He was amazed at how much he gained from this trip. While Lin Yuan rode Blackie back to the return from faraway mansion, the Miao family was also rejoicing. Although they were still sore over losing resources and the creation world ley lines, the sight of the 7 new Thearch-class experts replaced all the pain with endless ambition. 4 of the 7 Pinnacle Emperor-class experts had not needed Lin Yuan's law crystals, while the remaining 3 did. From the Miao family's perspective, they had made a profit. They also saw Lin Yuan as their savior now instead of a villain. The person most grateful to Lin Yuan was Miao Zhuo. Miao Zhuo had been pushed to the depths of hell because of Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan was also the one who had just rocketed him to heaven. This roller coaster ride gave Miao Zhuo a small touch of Stockholm Syndrome, and he saw Lin Yuan only as his savior. If Lin Yuan knew how Miao Zhuo saw him, he would definitely wonder if Miao Zhuo had a strangely warped personality. By now, Lin Yuan had settled all of the business he had in the Radiance Federation. Although Sky City had defeated the Zhang family and was about to enter a stage of rapid advancement, Lin Yuan had made preparations for the role that everyone had to play in order to keep Sky City functioning like a well-oiled machine. Lin Yuan finally had the time to leave the Radiance Federation and train in foreign lands. That was destined to be a journey of blood and fire. As opposed to the Miao family's happiness, the elegant middle-aged man in Whale Ocean Commerce was in the middle of a chess game with a gentle-looking man. Both men had their brows furrowed. The gentle-looking man had a pair of jug ears and looked rather comical. However, no one would dare to mock the jug-eared man because he was the leader of 10,000 Flags, D. Wantian. To the factions not part of a governing body, D. Wantian was truly like the sky. Whale Ocean Commerce had the most difficult role amongst all the factions. Their role was overseas trading, which required island whales. At least 10 mid-ranked creation masters needed to work tirelessly for 2 to 3 years in order to nurture one island whale. This was not an easy burden to bear for most top factions. There were very few factions that would choose to nurture island whales to increase their faction's power. As difficult as whale ocean commerce's role was, they were also able to use it to gain more foreign resources through overseas trading. As such, other factions were all eager to gain favor with whale ocean commerce. Although whale ocean commerce could not compete with Rhine lifeform and Cage of Brahma insects when it came to brute strength, whale ocean commerce had the most bootlickers among the top 3 top factions. Wantian looked at the chess pieces that had law crystals embedded into them and swept them back into the box. When he saw his brother's austere expression, Wanqing knew that their chess game had come to an end. He tossed down the chess pieces in his hand and said, "Big brother, if you're not in the mood, let's not play anymore. Given the news we obtained from our source in the Miao family, shall we continue with our plan for the Miao family?" Wantian looked at Wanqing. Clearly, he had been pondering the same question. Wantian did not immediately say what he was thinking. Instead, he asked, "Wanqing, what would you do if the decision lay in your hands?" Wanqing touched his scarred eyebrow and pondered for a long while before saying, "If it were me, I would choose to put a temporary stop to the plans." Wantian was not surprised to hear Wanqing's response, and he gestured for Wanqing to continue with his explanation. Wanqing dutifully replied, "Big brother, our mole in the Miao family holds a high rank. There's no way he'd feed us false information. Moreover, he is very disciplined and won't cause any trouble." The Moon Empress disciple gave pure law crystals to Connected Beast Park and enabled them to gain 7 new Thearch-class experts. We have to take this into consideration carefully. It's possible that the Moon Empress disciple has forged a deal with Connected Beast Park, or even with the Moon Empress herself. That person is already enraged that we lost one of the Gardner Konjac seeds. I suggest maintaining our working relationship with the Miao family and allowing them to use our last Gardner Konjac seed to nurture child rammets. The child rammets might be able to find the lost Gardner Konjac seed. The best-case scenario will be to find it. But even if we can't, we'll still be able to answer to that person. Otherwise, there's a high chance that he'll break off his collaboration with us. If our collaboration falls through, all our efforts over the years will have been for nothing. Third sister only has 1 step left. She can't show her face in her current state. A look of regret crossed Wanqing's face, and he thought, I should have pulled something out of my sleeve or put more pressure on the Miao family when I was negotiating with Miao Jinshan, so that they wouldn't have been able to get close with the Moon Empress disciple. Wantian usually never had a word of opposition in whale ocean commerce. Wantian made most decisions while Wanqing carried them out. But before Wantian made any decision, he would seek Wanqing's opinion first. At first, Wantian had decided to go big or go home because Cultivated Garden's attitude toward whale ocean commerce had changed during the course of their collaboration. This meant that it was likely that Tianfeng had sensed the changes in whale ocean commerce. Having a member of royalty breathing down his back made all of Wantian's strands of hair stand on end, and he felt that whale ocean commerce and Third Sister's time was running out. If Third Sister could not take that last step soon, whale ocean commerce would be ruined. But if Third Sister could take that last step, an earth-shattering change would take place in the Radiance Federation. Whale ocean commerce would also be able to break through from the brackets of top factions. The Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme were so revered because they were Class 5 creation masters. Third Sister was already seeing the light at the end of the tunnel in the road to evolving from a pinnacle Class 4 to Class 5 creation master. Although she would not escape from this road unscathed, and it was paved with danger, no one from whale ocean commerce was willing to give up on this chance to change the fate of the entire faction. Now that the Miao family had established a connection to the Moon Empress disciple, there had to be something more serious taking place in the background. In the future, Connected Beast Park and the Moon Empress disciple would definitely meet more often. Although the Miao family had announced that they were not going to appear in public for some time, that did not mean that they were not going to meet with the Moon Empress disciple. Whale ocean commerce already had a member of royalty's attention and could not handle another member of royalty's badgering. After thinking for a moment, Wantian stood up and said, I'll go and see Third Sister. We'll go ahead with our collaboration with the Miao family as discussed. Put everything else on hold for now. That person said that he would be making a trip to the Radiance Federation. He might be able to help with Third Sister's last step. Di Wantian's eyes shone with deviousness. Was his scheme intended for the Miao family or a member of royalty? Or could it be intended for that person? Lin Yuan sought out Listen the moment he returned to the mansion. He had already prepared the resources he needed for his training in the Divine Wood Federation. Although Listen had done most of the preparation work, Lin Yuan had also checked on Listen's progress several times. Listen took out 30 diamond Fey storage boxes and said, "Young master, there are various types of resources in these 30 Fey storage boxes. I prepared more resources for your trip to the Divine Wood Federation than for the Marsh World. While I was preparing the resources for the Marsh World, I didn't bother to prepare some of these resources. This time I was thorough in my preparations. What do you think?" Listen had a look of delighted admiration on his face. He was a composed person who was good at people skills. Hence, he knew the right thing to say no matter who he was talking to. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had heard Listen beg for praise. From the way that Listen looked at him with adoration, Lin Yuan knew that the main reason was that he had utterly defeated the Zheng family. All the hate in Listen's heart had been resolved, and his dead family members could be appeased. At first, Lin Yuan had not intended on checking the resources that Listen had prepared because Listen gave his full effort in everything he did and was very trustworthy. But since Listen was waiting for praise, Lin Yuan carefully inspected the resources that Listen had prepared. Lin Yuan marveled at what he saw. The resources were all prepared to perfection, and they surpassed Lin Yuan's expectations. He would have no problem setting up the basic foundation for the restricted area in the Divine Wood Federation with these resources. Lin Yuan's praise for Listen immediately made Listen start grinning like a moron. Lin Yuan said to Listen seriously, "Listen, you'll have to go to Indigo Azure City yourself to collect all the Zheng family's luxury resources from Zheng Kaiyan and move them to the royal capital. After you take hold of the Zheng family's luxury resources, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce can officially start using it for business. Once the Heavenly Craft Pavilion gets its production up, it'll become the center of the luxury goods business in the royal capital. While I'm at the Divine Wood Federation, I'll properly observe the situation and see if luxury goods are needed there. If they do, we'll be able to conduct trade there even without the island whales." Listen nodded solemnly. Lin Yuan had already told him about his plans for Zheng Kaiyan. Listen did not have any ill will toward Zheng Kaiyan because he also yearned for the destruction of the Zheng family. He was fired up by what Lin Yuan said about being the center of the luxury goods business in the Radiance Federation. This was the next goal that Listen would work hard for. After Listen left, Hu Quan excitedly said to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, I've chosen the spirit craftsmen. There wasn't much choice, but they're all pretty good." Hu Quan winked meaningfully at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew what Hu Quan meant. The spirit craftsmen in the Heavenly Craft Pavilion were all well-rounded, but Hu Quan was referring to their sense of loyalty. The spirit craftsmen that were just chosen were not as loyal as the 35 spirit craftsmen in the Marsh World that had volunteered without hearing what they would gain. Although these spirit craftsmen were not as commendable, they were still trustworthy. "Uncle Hu, I might not take all 50 of these spirit craftsmen. Once the space tunnel is built, I'll be able to ascertain how many trips I'll be able to make with the spatial crystals I have on hand." Lin Yuan thought, "I should really go and find some phase that can produce spatial spiritual ingredients. Otherwise, the ethereal jellyfish's dissociate catch won't be able to produce a sustainable number of spatial crystals." It was fortunate that Chef Supreme had given him the jeweled cave golden toad. Otherwise, he would struggle to transport people through Klein Hub to the Marsh World. He would only be able to bring 1 or 2 people with him when he used the space tunnel to travel to the Divine Wood Federation. Fan Hanxing had already delivered the dark crystal armored insects, and they were producing their shells in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan had already told the Moon Empress about his plan to travel to the Divine Wood Federation, and 100 spirit-mouthed peonies had already grown from absorbing Lin Yuan's spirit chi. Everything in the Radiance Federation was progressing well, and Lin Yuan had no cause for worry. Lin Yuan only needed to bring Wen Yu over every week to hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. He was going to the Divine Wood Federation to broaden his horizons and grow. Lu Jie and Lin Yuan had the same goal of becoming a Radiance envoy in 2 years' time. As such, Lin Yuan had already asked Lu Jie if he also had training plans. Lu Jie was the leader of Sky City's white-clothed followers. But the white-clothed followers were all training with Duan He. This meant that Lu Jie had time on his hands. Thus, he decided to go with Lin Yuan to the Divine Wood Federation to train. Actually, Lu Jie also dreamed of becoming the best retainer he could and becoming Lin Yuan's sword and shield. Although he had already become the disciple of a member of royalty, this dream remained unchanged. A bright light had shone into the depths of Lu Jie's soul, and it had given life to an unshakable faith. When Lin Yuan returned to his room, he took out a few sets of clothes and stored them in the amber button-shaped diamond Fei storage box before he used Blackie to transport him and Hu Quan to the basement entrance. Lin Yuan saw that Lu Jie was already standing at the basement entrance, and he was instructing the insect queen to produce shield ladybugs to transport stone slabs for the spirit craftsman. When Lu Jie saw Lin Yuan, he stopped helping the spirit craftsman, and he dismissed the insect queen before walking up to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, my insect queen, has reached the limit of the number of insect species carcinoma phase that it can control. I won't have to go to the spirit guard's land for some time, and I've asked Master for a leave of absence. I also don't have much to do for the Radiance 100 sequence. When you return to the Radiance Federation, I can stay and guard the Divine Wood Federation base. Lu Jie was currently wearing a half armor of average quality, and he looked just like any other adventurer. By comparison, Lin Yuan felt that he looked not like an adventurer but the son of a rich family that was on vacation. He had already done ample research to learn about the entire Startling Lines continent. He and Lu Jie had different outstanding features than the natives of the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. It was just like how Lin Yuan had immediately noticed that the people in the Waterworld Dimensional Rift were not like the people from the Radiance Federation. The people from the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation would easily be able to tell that Lin Yuan was a foreigner. However, Lin Yuan did not need phase that could alter appearances because people from the Great Lush Federation also had black eyes and hair like the people from the Radiance Federation. But there was also a rumor that people from the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation were not on friendly terms with the business-savvy people from the Great Lush Federation. Apparently, they often killed and stole from traders from the Great Lush Federation and blamed it on each other. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's looks would not allow them to blend in smoothly. Lin Yuan had his own goal of going to the Divine Wood Federation, or rather the Startling Lines continent. The 3 federations in the Startling Lines continent were neighbors, and they formed a unique culture of their own that was different from the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan wanted to try and combine the resources from the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation to enable Sky City to advance as quickly as possible. This would also give Sky City the ability to fight against Tower Cannon. Nonetheless, this was just a goal. He had not even stepped foot on Divine Wood Federation soil yet. When he arrived at the basement's tunnel, Lin Yuan saw the spirit craftsman chiseling images on the stone walls. The images featured wolves howling at the moon, tigers living in the mountains, deers hiding in the forests, and elephants lifting logs. Every spirit craftsman added their own touch to their handiwork to make the images appear lifelike. Lin Yuan had started out with 100 Sunlight King lotuses. But after being nurtured by Master Hong Shun, the Sunlight King lotuses now filled the entire basement. The roots of the newly grown Sunlight King lotuses were tightly entangled with the roots of the Sunlight King lotus ortet that was growing in submerged Flood Dragon Lake. This allowed the sunlight absorbed by the ortet to be transferred to the basement and fill it with bright light. As Lin Yuan looked at the Sunlight King lotuses, he felt that it was a shame that they could not release pure sunlight. The Sunlight King lotuses had already absorbed the nourishing parts of the sunlight. As such, the sunlight they released was not considered genuine clear weather, and Gray could not absorb it. Otherwise, Gray would have been able to quickly evolve by absorbing the sunlight released by the Sunlight King lotuses. Hu Quan had no idea whether Lin Yuan was sighing at the Sunlight King lotuses or the wall. He instinctively assumed that Lin Yuan did not like the wall carvings and hurriedly explained, "Lin Yuan, take a good look at the animal carvings on the wall. About 2/3 of them are made of triangles. I specially designed this so as to fortify the wall. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Why don't you carve the same images when we arrive at the Divine Wood Federation? This basement under the mansion is meant to evade prying eyes and for convenience's sake. But we don't have a base of our own at the Divine Wood Federation. Anything we build there will need to focus on defense and obscurity." Hu Quan nodded excitedly. The more requests Lin Yuan had, the better spiritual materials would be provided and the greater challenge it would be for Hu Quan. Hu Quan would also have a greater sense of accomplishment when he completed the task. When they arrived at the end of the basement, Lin Yuan noticed that the places he had pointed out were much sturdier than other areas. Evidently, Hu Quan had put in a lot of effort. Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish and instructed it to feel out the area. Eventually, the ethereal jellyfish sensed the faint presence of spatial fluctuations. Hu Quan confidently said, "I added many floating silver strands inside this wall. I used all the floating silver strands aside from the ones set aside for the Fey carriage. I even asked the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer to check. They are not spatial Fays, and they could not sense what was going on inside the mountain unless they circulated their spiritual power. It was only when Endless Summer circulated its spiritual power that it was able to sense that the mountain was hollow." Lin Yuan immediately knew that Hu Quan had another meaning from Hu Quan's expression. He also meant to say that more floating silver was needed to make the anti-spying effects the best that he could in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan no longer had any floating silver, but he had prepared some spiritual ingredients that could divide space. He could also go to the Divine Wood Federation to obtain spiritual ingredients that were not available in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan was a complete stranger to many Fays in the Divine Wood Federation. First, he took out half of the spatial mother shellfish's shell and ordered the ethereal jellyfish to use space tunnel. In a flash, Lin Yuan felt intense spatial fluctuations materialize, and a crack appeared in the space in front of him. Lin Yuan threw the spatial mother shellfish's shell into the crack. The moment the spatial mother shellfish's shell flew into the torn space and was activated by the spatial power, the space between the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation vanished. The crack widened to 3 meters and elongated to 2 meters. The spatial energy on this newly formed door turned into many images of a silver crest. As the number of beautiful silver crests increased, it sealed the large door into permanent existence. The space tunnel linking the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation was finally open, and Lin Yuan could take his first journey to the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan did not have a lot of spiritual ingredients. Thus, he could not make the trip whilst empty-handed. He had to fit Hu Quan and Lu Jie in the jeweled cave Golden Toad. If there were any space left, he would fit a few spirit craftsmen inside too. Hence, Lin Yuan said to Lu Jie and Hu Quan, "Uncle Hu, Big Brother Lu, you'll have to try your best to struggle through your time in this instrument. Otherwise, you won't be able to pass through the space tunnel. I'll let you out the moment we arrive at the Divine Wood Federation." Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian were still in the jeweled cave Golden Toad. Although the three of them had sworn their loyalties to Lin Yuan on a willpower rune, Lin Yuan still did not trust them completely. In order to protect Lu Jie and Hu Quan, Lin Yuan immediately sent the invisible demon into Lu Jie's shadow. He stored Lu Jie and Hu Quan in the jeweled cave Golden Toad before picking some of the spirit craftsmen that Hu Quan had recommended and storing them inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad as well. After squeezing 10 people inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad, Lin Yuan took out the ethereal jellyfish's spatial crystals. Ever since the ethereal jellyfish had evolved to Diamond X/Legend, it had produced 24 spatial crystals. Lin Yuan tossed one spatial crystal into the space tunnel and waited for a moment. However, nothing happened. This was when Lin Yuan knew that one spatial crystal was insufficient to sustain travel. When Lin Yuan tossed the 8th spatial crystal into the space tunnel, the silver crest started to move, and a powerful force sucked Lin Yuan in. Lin Yuan flew out of the other end of the space tunnel and landed on his rear. His vision was spinning, and he fought to draw breath in his dizzied state. Damn! It's so uncomfortable to travel long distance through the space tunnel. After 5 minutes, Lin Yuan's head finally cleared. He was able to recover so quickly because his body had been completely cleansed of impurities. If a normal person had traveled through the space tunnel, they would have fainted. Lin Yuan immediately let out Hu Quan, Lu Jie, the 3 Class 4 creation masters, and the 5 spirit craftsmen from the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad. The 10 of them had been squished together inside the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad. If they had not been clothed, awkward accidents would have taken place. The experience had been torturous. Lin Yuan did not want Hu Quan and Lu Jie to continue suffering. Now, Lin Yuan finally had the time to look around the area that Mystic Moon had chosen. Lin Yuan looked around and saw that stone walls surrounded the area. He could not immediately get a feel for the area, but he knew that it was probably a pit. It was clear from the setup that he saw before him how detailed Mystic Moon had been in his choice. When he looked up, he saw that the pit's opening was blocked by something, and only faint rays of light were spilling in. These faint rays of light were what allowed Lin Yuan to see his surroundings. The walls were embedded with gold spatial break tungsten, a metal-type spiritual ingredient produced in the Radiance Federation that could shield spatial spying. It was mostly used in the creation of fey carriages or embedded in the walls of the Creation Master breeding room to keep out prying eyes. However, the spatial break tungsten could not compare to the floating silver when it came to shielding. In the Radiance Federation, spatial-type metal spiritual ingredients were rare, and all of them sold for jaw-dropping prices at the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Lin Yuan had personal experience with this. He had heard about how Ostrich Logistics had bought up all the spatial-type spiritual ingredients and caused their prices to inflate. When Lin Yuan went to the Hidden Moon Pavilion to search for spatial-type spiritual ingredients, he did not turn up much, no matter how much money he was willing to spend. Mystic Moon had embedded spatial break tungsten all over the walls because he was afraid that the opening of the space tunnel would attract attention. As he looked up at the 40-meter deep hole, Lin Yuan was amazed by Mystic Moon. Since the space tunnel was opened underground, he could also build the base in this hole. When Hu Quan saw the spatial break tungsten on the walls, he clapped and said, "Lin Yuan, there has to be at least 1 ton worth of spatial break tungsten on the walls. I'll instruct the Jade Severing Blade Mantis to break apart the spatial break tungsten and grind them into stones to be spread around on the ground. The spatial break tungsten can also be used to create the underground palace. This should be enough to set up the basic shielding component. I can find suitable spiritual ingredients to embed them into the walls to strengthen the shielding effect." Hu Quan started to touch the rocky walls to get a sense of the wall's quality. He felt passion surge within him and shouted to the 5 spirit craftsmen behind him, "Quickly come over and help me dig out some of these rocks. See how the rock granules compare to the composition of crystals. After touching them for a while, I think that the rock wall has a high percentage of sand. We won't be able to use these rocks to hold up the underground palace. We'll have to use metal-type spiritual ingredients as the supporting structure." Lin Yuan tossed the 30 diamond Fey storage boxes full of resources to Hu Quan and said, "Uncle Hu, you don't have to worry about a resource problem because you shouldn't have a problem using the spiritual ingredients in these 30 diamond Fey storage boxes to build the foundation for a 1,000 square foot underground palace." Lin Yuan paused for a moment before saying, "Unfortunately, 1 trip through the space tunnel takes up too many spiritual ingredients, and I only have enough for 1 more return trip. There's going to be another astronomical parliament in 3 days' time, and I have to be back for that. Uncle Hu, you'll have to shoulder all the work with these 5 spirit craftsmen for a while." Lin Yuan was slightly frustrated. He could get used to the dizziness from traveling through the space tunnel, but the number of spiritual ingredients required for every trip had far surpassed his expectations. Lin Yuan decided that one of his main goals while he was in the Divine Wood Federation would be to collect spatial spiritual ingredients. Otherwise, there was a chance that he would not be able to make it back for the weekly Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. It was easy for those who had formed contracts with the North-South constellation seats to attend the parliamentary meeting as they were called to the Astronomical Parliament the moment they started dreaming at a set time. However, the contractors of the 12 zodiac constellation seats needed to enter the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting with Wenyu in order to activate Star Spirit seat. Hu Quan absent-mindedly patted the walls and said enthusiastically, "Building the underground palace with only 5 of them will be slower, but as long as there are enough materials, it should only take us 2 weeks to create the basic structure of the underground palace. However, the sandstone has to be cleared out first. Without special phase to clear out the space, it will take us more than a day to clear out just 50 square meters. Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "That's simple. Leave it to me. But first, we need to go up and take a look around." Lin Yuan nodded at Lu Jie. Lu Jie summoned the insect queen and instructed it to go into a state of production. The insect queen turned into an enormous hive, and 10 hurricane owlet moths were quickly produced. Lu Jie instructed the insect queen to turn into a small fairy. Each of the 10 hurricane owlet moths grabbed a person and flapped their powerful wings to take the group up to the surface. It was already deep into the night at the Radiance Federation, but it was only noon at the Divine Wood Federation, and the sun was beating down on them. Lin Yuan was astonished by what he was seeing. He was in the middle of a forest, and there were tall plants no matter where he looked. There was a giant tree less than 10 meters beside Lin Yuan. It was almost 30 meters tall, and not even 5 men would be able to wrap their arms around it. There were many of these giant trees, and the spaces in between them were filled with smaller trees and various other wild plants. A small squirrel scampered toward them. When it saw the group of people, it froze for a moment before running up to Lin Yuan and sniffing him. It climbed up to Lin Yuan's shoulder, and a ferocious roar bellowed from a distance. A 1-meter-tall dog Fei covered in long black and brown fur charged over. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the long-furred dog Fei. He saw that it was the bronze 4/normal scab spotted dog, and its exclusive skill was poison scab. Poison scab. Contagious pus will ooze out when the scabs beneath the fur break. When a target is infected by coming into contact with the pus, the target skin will start to itch and decay. The scab-spotted dog had a disgusting exclusive skill, and Lin Yuan shuddered to think of his skin being infected. The scab-spotted dog started barking from the moment it caught sight of Lin Yuan as a form of intimidation. However, the sight of so many people gave the scab-spotted dog pause. But when it saw the squirrel on Lin Yuan's shoulder, the scab-spotted dog snarled, and sputum flew from its jaw. It looked like it was ready to attack. Lu Jie pointed at the hurricane owlet moth and instructed it to blow toward the scab-spotted dog. The gust of wind blew the scab-spotted dog up to the sky. Lin Yuan turned to the small squirrel on his shoulder. In the past, Lin Yuan would not have bothered to use true data on this unassuming squirrel. However, there were different species of Feis in the Divine Wood Federation. He had never seen the squirrel and scab-spotted dog in the Radiance Federation before, so it was natural for him to be interested in them. However, Lin Yuan could not find out anything about the squirrel. This meant that the squirrel was not a Fei at all. Lin Yuan was surprised by this discovery. How did it manage to escape the fleet-footed scab-spotted dog if this was true? Lin Yuan carefully placed his hand on his shoulder to touch the small squirrel. However, the small squirrel was immediately on high alert and did not allow Lin Yuan to touch it at all. The squirrel seemed to be playing hide-and-seek with Lin Yuan on his body. Just as Lu Jie was about to pluck the squirrel from Lin Yuan's shoulder, Lin Yuan circulated his spiritual power and waved at it. But at this moment, the squirrel suddenly became affectionate with Lin Yuan. It leaped into his palm and started rolling around. Lin Yuan only circulated his spirit qi for a second. When the small squirrel could no longer sense the pure spirit qi flowing from Lin Yuan's palm, it anxiously scurried in circles around his palm. The small eyes were full of confusion. Lin Yuan was also brimming with confusion. This little thing is so sensitive to spirit qi. He had circulated spiritual power for such a short time. Even the insect queen that was usually sensitive to spirit qi had not noticed Lin Yuan circulating his spiritual power. As he looked at the small squirrel's affectionate behavior, Lin Yuan thought, "Fine. Since you're going to cling to me, I shall just keep you with me." Lin Yuan decided to find time to study the squirrel and see if it had any special characteristics. He injected a small amount of spirit qi into the squirrel to see if it would transform into a Fei like Chimey and Genius did. While Lin Yuan was observing the small squirrel, Hu Quan finished surveying the surroundings. Hu Quan said with surprised delight, "Young master, all the trees around are ironwood. They're even more useful than metal-type fragments when they're crushed into powder. Ironwood is also viscous and can give rocks a malleable quality when mixed in. Since we're in a forest, there should be an underground water source. This mixture of rock and ironwood will be the best waterproofing material for the outside of the underground palace. Moreover, ironwood won't rust after time like metal-type spiritual ingredients will. Lin Yuan shook his sleeve, and the souse sand fell to the ground. It turned into sand particles and tunneled into the ground below Lin Yuan. The source sand was no longer a gold/fantasy fey but a diamond I/fantasy 2 fey. Thus, it would be easy for the source sand to change the environment underground. The source sand's basic ability was to create sand, and close guard sand quickly roped up all the sand under Lin Yuan's feet like a large dragon. With the door to the space tunnel at its center, all the sand to a depth of 10 meters was rapidly crushed. The source sand also tore out all the roots of the ironwood trees. The rapid movements of the sand quickly gathered all the ironwood trees in a 2-kilometer radius. Hu Quan was going to use the ironwood to build the underground palace. While Lin Yuan was changing the environment of the ground around them, Lu Jie sent the 10 hurricane owlet moths out as scouts. He could see everything the hurricane owlet moths saw through his spiritual energy link with the insect queen. Lu Jie took a piece of paper and pencil out of his diamond fey storage box and sketched a rough map of the surroundings. Lin Yuan also instructed the source sand to change the environment underground. However, he only changed the ground up to a depth of 1 meter, while the other 9 meters still remained as a mixture of mud and rock. While everyone was busy with their own tasks, 4 hours passed by unknowingly. Lin Yuan let out Blackie and instructed it to use spirit injection on him and Lu Jie every few minutes. Blackie was also a diamond/fantasy fey. As such, Lin Yuan's store of spirit chi was maintained at half full despite his large-scale exertion of using the source sand to change the landscape. He was already done changing the appearance of the ground in a 2-kilometer radius. Lin Yuan was very detailed in his work because it would be linked to Silver Corona and the Bone Lotus Flower's future. It would be much more convenient to grow the Bone Lotus Flowers in sand rather than mud. They were derivatives of Silver Corona and fed on souls. As such, they did not need to draw nourishment from the ground at all. After working for 4 hours straight, Lin Yuan was exhausted. He said to Hu Quan, who was building metal racks with the other 5 spirit craftsmen, "Uncle Hu, you can go underground now to build the frame of the underground palace. You guys will have to push yourselves for now so as to get the frame up as soon as possible. Otherwise, any rain that falls will make the environment damper. Not only will you become dirtier while working, but it'll also be more difficult." Lin Yuan looked behind him at Feng Shuang, Elder He and Hu Tian, who had been silent all this time, and said, "The 3 of you should go down to help too. Hu Tian, your fey should be rather useful in building the underground palace's frame. Feng Shuang and Elder He, your feys might not be very useful, but they can still lend a hand." The 3 creation masters were stunned. By now, they had picked up from the exchange of conversations that they were in the Divine Wood Federation. Although they were Class 4 creation masters with considerable experience, they only knew of the island whales as a medium of transport between federations. Yet, it was clear that Lin Yuan had not used the island whale to cross over to the Divine Wood Federation. Hence, the 3 of them found Lin Yuan even more mysterious. Moreover, Feng Shuang had recognized who Lu Jie was when they were inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad. While Hu Tian and Elder He had their realizations when Lu Jie summoned the Insect Queen. The 3 of them all wondered if Lu Jie of the Radiance 100 sequence had also joined Sky City. Despite their shock, they never stopped thinking of the best way to interact with Lin Yuan and to leave him with the best impressions. Lin Yuan had not brought any creation masters but only 6 spirit craftsmen to a foreign land. As such, the 3 of them all assumed that they were going to become key players. However, not only did Lin Yuan not use them, but he even instructed them to assist the spirit craftsmen. This made the 3 of them question for the first time if creation masters were truly as admired as they seemed. Nonetheless, the 3 of them had no choice but to go against their own wishes and follow Lin Yuan's order. Hu Tian, who assumed that he was on the best terms with Lin Yuan, asked timidly, "Master, will we be staying here from now on?" Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, This is not where the three of you will be parked. Don't let your imagination run wild, and just focus on the job I gave you. You'll also have to do the same tasks when we arrive at your final destination. I have no lack of Creation Master resources here. Although the three of you are Class 4 Creation Masters, you're of more help to me doing odd jobs now. Hu Tian, Feng Shuang, and Elder He were gobsmacked, and it finally dawned on them that Lin Yuan did not care that they were Class 4 Creation Masters at all. Just how many Creation Master resources did Sky City have for Lin Yuan to be able to assign 3 of them hard labor that did not involve concocting spirit fluids? Feng Shuang clenched her jaw and summoned the giant land, the arch crocodile. She instructed it to deliver the metal racks underground. Good job, Feng Shuang. As a reward, I shall send someone to ensure that your Fae safely overcomes any evolution, be it world cleansings or the trial of world creation, said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan tossed 5 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to Feng Shuang as a prize. Feng Shuang immediately looked elated by the prize she was given and started to express her heartfelt sincerity to Lin Yuan. Hu Tian and Elder He were green with envy when they saw the 5 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, and they immediately dove into work. At this moment, Lu Jie suddenly said, "Young master, I've drawn a basic map of the surroundings. There is a town 50 kilometers to the east, and many natives of the Divine Wood Federation live there. There isn't much to the west and south other than thick forests. However, the environment in the south is much more humid. This must mean that there's a large lake toward the south. The forests end about 90 kilometers to the north. The area at the edge of the forest is pretty much deserted, and it seems to be a border. One side of the border is full of trees, while the other side is almost terrifyingly barren. I saw a large cluster of tents about 5 kilometers from the border. The tents appear to be street stores, and they form a bazaar. The merchants at the bazaar all have black eyes and black hair. They all have rough appearances and are dressed in fur. These merchants must be selling goods from the Divine Wood Federation to consumers from the Iron Hammer Federation." Lin Yuan walked over to Lu Jie and sat down cross-legged. He listened to Lu Jie's explanation as he studied the sketch. Although Lu Jie's sketch was far from professional, he had enough experience from training in the wild to be able to produce simple drawings. He even noted down important locations in the surroundings. Lin Yuan had assumed that it would be long before he saw other humans. However, there was not only a town 50 kilometers to the east, but there was even a bazaar 90 kilometers to the north. Lin Yuan had wondered why he had not encountered strong fays in the forest. When he had been ordering the source sand to change the ground, the strongest fay he encountered was a silver lizard. But now he finally knew why the area was so safe. The underground palace was situated on the shortest route between the town and the border. The merchants from the Great Lush Federation would have to travel between the border and town and trade goods from the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation to respective consumers from the other federation. Given the hostility between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation, the merchants from the Iron Hammer Federation dared not travel to the town in Divine Wood Federation directly to do business. If they wanted to import and export goods, they would have to go through the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. The merchants from the Great Lush Federation must have traveled between the town and border countless times. Lin Yuan's first priority now would be to obtain spatial spiritual ingredients. According to Lu Jie's surveillance, Lin Yuan now had 2 choices. He could either go and explore the town in the Divine Wood Federation or go and see the merchants from the Great Lush Federation while the bazaar was still open. Both he and Lu Jie had black hair and eyes. They would stick out like a sore thumb in the town. Thus, it would be a better choice to explore the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. Lin Yuan excitedly asked, "Big Brother Lu, is the bazaar that's 90 kilometers away big?" Lu Jie shook his head and replied, "I couldn't use the hurricane owlet moths to estimate the number of people in the tents accurately. However, there are only around 200 stores. It's about the same scale as the nutrition stations in the Class 2-dimensional rift under the Radiance Federation's control." Lin Yuan was slightly disappointed to hear Lu Jie say this. The Radiance Federation had Ostrich Logistics and Star Web, and most basic resources could be bought on Star Web. Hence, it was difficult to sustain a physical store or stall in the Radiance Federation. When Lin Yuan ran the spirit lifeform store, he only ever earned enough to cover their basic necessities. Moreover, they also had Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang to take of them. However, this was not the case in the Divine Wood Federation. Although delivery factions similar to Ostrich Logistics also existed on a smaller scale in the Divine Wood Federation, almost all the trade done in the entire Startling Lines Federation was made through merchants opening stalls and stores. 300 stalls were considered minuscule in such a trade-centered environment. Lin Yuan felt that it was unlikely he would be able to obtain spatial spiritual ingredients from the small bazaar. Nonetheless, he did not lose hope. He was going to meet with natives from the Startling Lines continent soon, and he would be able to obtain all kinds of information from them. Additionally, the merchants from the Great Lush Federation were like nomads who had been everywhere. It was possible that they knew crucial information that would be able to solve his need for spatial spiritual ingredients. Just as Lin Yuan was about to suggest to Lu Jie that they head to the bazaar 90 kilometers away to gather information and resources, a look of shock crossed Lu Jie's face. Oh? The hurricane owlet moths have discovered 5 human figures eastward. They're all wearing half-armor woven from vines, and it looks like they're adventurers from the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan found this news strange and wondered where the basis of Lu Jie's conclusion came from. The adventurers that were 65 kilometers to the east were definitely capable of trading 40 kilometers to hunt for food and gather spiritual ingredients. Lu Jie saw Lin Yuan's confused expression and elaborated. Big fish don't come from small ponds. The vine armor worn by the town's guards is of a much more inferior quality than the ones worn by the 5 adventurers. This doesn't make sense. Lu Jie was silent for a moment before he said, I'll have the hurricane owlet moths watch these 5 people for a while. I might be able to discover what they're up to. Lin Yuan nodded and continued studying the map that Lu Jie had sketched instead of suggesting to explore the bazaar. Less than 10 minutes later, Lu Jie's expression turned grim as he said, Lin Yuan, there really is something off about these 5 people. They're completely ignoring the spiritual ingredients on the ground and are solely concentrated on rushing along. However, they are paying close attention to their surroundings. This indicates they're not familiar with their surroundings. I think that they're an advanced team. Advanced team? This meant that there would be more people to follow. This group had to be made up of many members if they could spare 5 people as their advanced team. Lin Yuan did not expect to find himself in such a situation the moment he arrived at the Divine Wood Federation. Big Brother Lu, leave one hurricane owlet moth to continue watching them and send the other hurricane owlet moths out to scout the area. If these people are the advanced team, the bulk of their comrades shouldn't be far behind. If there really is a large group of people close behind, we should capture the 5 of them first and ransom them to the rest of the group. The most influential person in the group will be able to provide us with the most useful information. Lu Jie immediately did as Lin Yuan said. While Lu Jie worked, Lin Yuan did not stay idle either. Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to turn into a pool of quicksand the size of a thumb and then continue expanding outward. The more sand was created, the stronger the source sand became. Lin Yuan would also benefit from having more sand around. Lu Jie's eyes lit up half an hour later, and he said, There are 300 adventurers 140 kilometers to the east. They're all wearing armor made of vines. Their armor resembles the ones worn by the 5 adventurers. Apparently, the vine armor is a kind of standard accessory. There's also an enormous elephant in the midst of the 300 adventurers, and there's a rider atop the elephant. The adventurers are extremely respectful toward this rider. It seems that he's a significant person. The 5 adventurers we first saw are rushing in our direction. Since the 5 people don't seem to have any intention of stopping at the town, I shall bring them over now. Lin Yuan thought. The team should be rather weak. Otherwise, they would have noticed Lu Jie's hurricane owlet moths. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned but smiled shortly after. He had come across many King-class and Emperor-class experts and had become accustomed to having high standards. This place was not even one of Divine Wood Federation's big cities. How could there be powerful spirit chi professionals here? The hurricane owlet moths soon solidified wind elements and set the 5 terrified adventurers down a kilometer away from Lin Yuan and Lu Jie before flying off. One of the 5 captives that had a scar on his face wiped away his saliva that had dripped to his forehead after being carried upside down. He stood up and said with a hint of fear, "What the hell? This is so strange. Why is there such a strong insect species Fae in a small place like this? Where are we? I hope we aren't held back while on the mission that Miss Luoya sent us on." Another skinny man composed himself and said, "We were flying for at least 20 minutes. I tried to keep track of my surroundings, but I eventually started seeing double. Assuming that stupid insect flew in a straight line, we have to be at least 50 kilometers off route." He slapped the necks of his 3 companions that were still in a daze. The skinny man said to a chubby young man, "Fatty, call and report this situation. We're going back immediately. I think Miss Luoya will understand that our mission was hindered because of the high-grade insect-type Fae." By the time the skinny man got to the end of his speech, his voice seemed to deflate. The fat man's teeth chattered as he replied, "Brother Snake, do I have to be the one to call? I get tongue-tied so easily. What if I accidentally say something that angers Miss Luoya?" The skinny man thought. Even if you were born with a honeyed tongue, it's not like Miss Luoya wouldn't be angry. He kicked the fat man, who picked up his phone and dialed a number with trembling hands. After the call, all 5 people had faces that were as pale as sheets. The scarred man could not help but say, "We're done for. We'll definitely be caned when we return." Suddenly, his face lit up. The reason behind his change in countenance was that he had noticed Lin Yuan and Lu Jie walking toward them. His face stretched into a sinister smile, and he said to the skinny man, "Uncle Snake, we were sent to go on ahead to find the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. Those 2 people up ahead look like they could be merchants from the Great Lush Federation." The skinny man fixed his eyes on Lin Yuan and Lu Jie and said, "Let's capture these 2. Not only will they save us from punishment, but we might even be rewarded instead. They have decent looks. Miss Luo, you will definitely be able to have fun with them." He summoned a 5-meter-long snake Fae and directed it toward Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the snake Fae and found that it was the Bronze 9/normal chain snake. Its ability was chain wrap, and it could be used to trap a target. Its exclusive skill was elongate body, which could extend the chain snake's bones while restraining multiple targets simultaneously. Lu Jie immediately readied himself to retaliate. Just as Lu Jie was about to circulate his spiritual energy and summon his Fae, he caught sight of Lin Yuan winking at him. As such, Lu Jie did not summon the insect queen. The chain snake was already closing in and used chain wrap on Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. The chain snake soon bound Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's limbs together. Brother Snake walked over with his 4 companions. He peered at Lin Yuan and Lu Jie before saying, "They're so handsome. They're more than capable of serving Miss Luoya with these looks. She's going to love her new plates." Lin Yuan was utterly befuddled. He understood the part about serving some woman named Luoya, but what did that part about being a plate mean? Could it be what he thought it was? After studying Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's appearances, the skinny man patted the scarred man and said, "When we bring them back, interrogate them first to find out who they really are. If we use them for information, we might even receive rewards. Miss Luoya is generous when it comes to gift-giving." The scarred man summoned a plant-type Fae that resembled a pair of tongs and snarled at Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. "Let me ask you a question. If you answer slowly, my steel tongs flower will cut you. Since you're Miss Luoya's toys, I'll take care not to break your legs. However, I can't guarantee that you won't end up with any fractures. After all, Miss Luoya cares about your faces and not your legs." He instructed the steel tongs flower to make snipping motions ferociously. Lin Yuan could not even be bothered to use true data to check on the steel tongs flower, as it was as plain as day it was nothing more than a bronze Fae. He had not started attacking this group because he wanted to see how people from the Divine Wood Federation behaved toward people from the Great Lush Federation. Both he and Lu Jie remained motionless and silent as the 5 adventurers captured them. Lin Yuan was surprised by how badly natives from the Divine Wood Federation treated people from the Great Lush Federation. It was likely that he and Lu Jie were meant to become slaves. Nonetheless, Natives from the Divine Wood Federation would need to rely on trading with merchants from the Great Lush Federation to obtain resources such as mining minerals, metal, and fur. The scarred man took Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's silence as terror, and he prepared himself to ask a question. If they continued remaining silent after he asked his question, he would teach them a lesson that would leave them clamoring to spill everything they knew. When will the merchants return? Lin Yuan immediately realized that this group of people had come all this way to target the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. He wondered if they had come to steal the merchants' resources or to kill them and push the blame to the Iron Hammer Federation. Regardless, Lin Yuan knew there was no hope of him finding out the attitude held by Divine Wood natives toward the people from the Great Lush Federation through this group. Hence, there was no need for him to continue to play along. The scarred man waited for 5 seconds. When Lu Jie and Lin Yuan continued to stay mum, he fiercely ordered, "Steel tongs flour. Use 25 kilograms of force to start and teach these two a lesson." I think they... Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the frowning fat man. "Brother Snake, they aren't even frowning despite being prisoners. Don't you think that something is wrong?" The fat man's words alerted Brother Snake. Brother Snake was the leader of the advance team, and they often encountered Fays during their missions. High-grade Fays either reacted by attacking or fleeing. There was no way they would release a target they had captured. Moreover, the insect species Fey that captured them did not feed on flesh. Hence, they had not been caught for consumption either. The two men from the Great Lush Federation appeared soon after the group was captured. This all seemed like too much of a coincidence. The skinny man ordered the chain snake to pulverize Lu Jie and Lin Yuan. The skinny man realized the chain snake had lost control of the situation at that moment. Unbeknownst to him, 2 pillars of sand had appeared below Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's feet and rose up to bound the chain snake tightly. After Lin Yuan pulled Lu Jie to his feet, he raised an eyebrow at the 5 people before him and said, "You wanted to ask me questions, but now that the tables have turned, it's my turn to ask you." Lin Yuan shouted to the ground, "Source sand, go all out." Soon, a pool of quicksand with a radius of half a meter appeared below each of the 5 men. As the 5 men struggled within the quicksand, they remained entrapped within the quicksand. The sand granules became finer and penetrated the 5 men's vine armor. After searching the bodies of the 5 men, only 5 phones were found. The source sand delivered the 5 phones to Lin Yuan. He picked 2 of the best-looking ones and gave one to Lu Jie while he kept the other for himself. The source sand promptly crushed the remaining 3 phones. With a wave of Lu Jie's hand, the 5 hurricane owlet moths that had carried the 5 men appeared. The 5 men's teeth immediately started chattering as their worst fear was confirmed. The insect species Fey that had picked them up had not appeared by coincidence. Their expressions soured as they remembered all that they just said. They knew that this was the end for them. Lin Yuan said to the 5 frightened men, "I will ask each of you a question. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I will let you live. The quicksand that's trapping you is much stronger than the bronze chain snake." He first turned to the person who was trembling the most violently and asked, "Why are you searching for the merchants from the Great Lush Federation?" The trembling man instinctively glanced at his teammates. It was clear that he dared not reply to Lin Yuan's question because of the 4 of them. Thus, Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to produce red lotus soft gold. Anyone who came into contact with red lotus soft gold would be in excruciating pain, and even the gruffest of men would break down in tears. 100 strands of red lotus soft gold appeared from 2 pools of quicksand and wrapped around the man that Lin Yuan had posed the question to. Anguished cries erupted from the cocoon and lasted for close to 10 seconds before Lin Yuan instructed the source seed to absorb the red lotus soft gold and release the man. After the man was released, his face was tear-soaked, and he looked as though he had been ravaged by something. Before Lin Yuan could ask again, the skinny man trembled like a leaf as he said, "We come from Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. The Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' goal is to steal all of the Great Lush Federation's merchants' resources. We were also instructed to kill all of the merchants from the Great Lush Federation and push the blame to the Iron Hammer Federation so that the rest of the merchants from the Great Lush Federation will be too afraid to organize bazaars at the Iron Hammer Federation's territory. Miss Luoya is a Class 1 creation master from a Class 2 family. She's also the deputy head of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. Please, I'm begging you. I've told you everything that I know, so please spare me. If you let me live, I'll do anything. I can even become your plate. Lin Yuan immediately started grinning awkwardly. Don't. Please don't be my plate. How am I supposed to eat on a plate like that? Lin Yuan suppressed his nausea and looked at the other 4 pale and silent members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps with bemusement. It was clear that the man's howls of pain had stupefied them. Lin Yuan had expected that he would have to resort to unscrupulous methods to obtain information from them. Yet, they had shown their hand the moment he made his first move. There was nothing else that he wanted to find out about. From the information he received, Lin Yuan immediately came up with a way to become closer to the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. He could tell that the 5 men valued their lives. As of now, Lin Yuan did not have the means to travel between the Divine Wood Federation and Radiance Federation with ease. Although these 5 men were not spirit craftsmen, they could help speed up the progress of the underground palace's construction by providing manual labor. Now that these 5 men no longer had phones, they had lost their means of communication. Hence, Lin Yuan did not have to be wary around them. After Lin Yuan threatened them, he sent them underground. He was not worried that they would not work without a reward to look forward to. If they were idle, Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tuan would keep them in line in order to curry favor with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, "Big brother Lu, you'll have to act alongside me." He told Lu Jie about his plan in detail, and Lu Jie took 2 sets of clothes out of a diamond face storage box. "Since we're going to act, we have to be serious about it to make it seem real," said Lu Jie. Lin Yuan gave Lu Jie a thumbs up and replied, "Nice one, Big brother Lu." How professional. The clothes that Lu Jie handed Lin Yuan looked expensive, but they were nothing more than frumpy spirit chi clothes in Lin Yuan's trained eyes. Most of the spirit chi clothes worn by rich spirit chi professionals with taste had simple designs but were made with expensive materials or came with exquisite accessories. The spirit chi clothes in Lin Yuan's hands had many ostentatious jewels sewn on. These jewels were not expensive and could be found in Class 1 and Class 2 subterranean dimensional rifts in almost every federation. Hence, even people with evil intentions would not target him. Lin Yuan quickly put the clothes on and said, "Big brother Lu, help me slash some holes in this. I want to look as pathetic as possible." Lu Jie scratched his head uncomfortably. No matter how much he was against laying a hand on Lin Yuan, he still summoned the insect queen and instructed it to produce 1 normal flesh-mincing blade insect. The flesh-mincing blade insect gently slashed 20 small holes in Lin Yuan's clothes. Lu Jie instructed the hurricane owlet moth to produce a gust of wind to mess up Lin Yuan's hair and tear the holes even further. Done. However, I still think something seems off. This set of clothes appears expensive yet old-fashioned at the same time. People with real means will turn their noses up at them, but people who are not as discerning will covet them. The choice of clothes is fine, and you do look like you're in a sorry state after they're ripped. When you're wearing them, your natural charisma takes over and dissipates all the old-fashioned aura they have. You don't look anything like the son of a rich family that was attacked and is on the run," said Lu Jie in a conflicted tone. The longer Lu Jie looked at Lin Yuan, the more he felt that Lin Yuan had an overwhelmingly outstanding aura. Lu Jie was most worried that Luo Ye would not be able to hold back after seeing Lin Yuan and end up pouncing on him. Although he had never been to the Divine Wood Federation, Lu Jie had read up a considerable amount about the Divine Wood Federation. The liberal culture in the Divine Wood Federation was unimaginable for many young and sheltered girls in the Radiance Federation. Even 50-year-old middle-aged women would not be able to hold back from turning their heads away. Lin Yuan grabbed a handful of dirt and rubbed it all over his face and clothes. When he saw himself in the reflection of the Source Sand's chain blade, Lin Yuan smiled brightly and said, "Don't I look much better now?" Lu Jie was just about to tell Lin Yuan that the black dirt only contrasted against his ivory skin even more and did not dampen any of his innate charisma at all. However, he realized that Lin Yuan's aura had changed abruptly. Not only had his aura weakened, but his facial expressions also made him appear helpless and naive. Although Lin Yuan was emanating the right aura now, he was much more tempting than before. Lu Jie could not help but grab a few more handfuls of dirt and rub them all over Lin Yuan's clothes and pants. He did not stop even after Lin Yuan's clothes were completely dirty and proceeded to rub the dirt on Lin Yuan's neck as well. Finally, he instructed the insect queen to explode the flesh-mincing blade insect and shower Lin Yuan in the explosion. This covered Lin Yuan with the rancid stink of insect organs. Lu Jie thought, "This Luoya seems to like turning people into her plates on a whim. Will she make a move on Lin Yuan the moment she spots him?" Lin Yuan allowed Lu Jie to do with him as he pleased. Once Lu Jie was done with Lin Yuan's makeover, Lin Yuan said, "Big brother Lu, send the hurricane owlet moth to watch over the withered cliff thief death core. I'll only show my face once they send out troops after getting tired of waiting for the 5 of them. You go and wait for me near the bazaar." Since the withered cliff thief death core are so blatantly targeting the merchants from the Great Lush Federation, they must be confident of their success. You should only come out and fix the situation once the majority of the merchants from the Great Lush Federation are killed. According to your plan, I should intentionally allow Luoya from the withered cliff thief death core to live, and use the insects to corner her toward the underground palace," replied Lu Jie. Lu Jie could not help but marvel at Lin Yuan's plan. Both he and Lin Yuan were powerful enough to fix any issue that easily cropped up in the world. However, they had only just arrived, and only impulsive, thoughtless people would charge blindly before fully understanding the situation. Lin Yuan needed to obtain spatial spiritual ingredients from the startling lines continent. If they charged in waving their guns around, it was likely that they would become the enemy of the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation. This would make it difficult for Sky City to expand in the startling lines continent. It was said that none of the federations had Class 5 creation masters. However, this was just news that they released to the public. It was possible that they were just hiding the existence of any Class 5 creation masters. Regardless, they had to gather power and connections in order to achieve the best results in the startling lines continent. According to Lin Yuan's plan, he was going to become the savior of the Great Lush Federation's merchants that were 95 kilometers to the north. It would be extremely easy for him to obtain information from the merchants. Moreover, Lin Yuan could also use these merchants to get in touch with more important merchants from the Great Lush Federation. At that time, he would reap more benefits than just being the savior of a small group of merchants. Allowing Luoya to escape would also enable Lin Yuan to obtain information on the Divine Wood Federation. With both channels of information, he would be able to keep track of all the information in the surrounding area and come up with effective plans. Lin Yuan had not been idle while Lu Jie was using the hurricane owlet moth to keep watch on the withered cliff thief death core. He felt that his acting skills would not be enough to remove suspicion from him if he appeared in front of the withered cliff thief death core in such a ragged state. There were very few strong fays in the forest, and it would not be realistic for him to end up in such a sorry state. Thus, the dimensional rift would be the best reason. The dimensional rift would also strike fear into the heart of withered cliff thief death core, and they would decide to take a detour around the underground palace. Lin Yuan took out the shatter spatial stone and took out 2.5 kilograms. He injected spiritual power into the 2.5 kilograms of shatter spatial stone. The shatter spatial stone lit up with a silver glow, and the stable spatial energy within turned violent. The energy fluctuations released by the shatter spatial stone modeled the present space, and it seemed as though the space would shatter at any moment. Lin Yuan quietly watched as the space deteriorated and cracked to create the dimensional rift. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sensed the beginnings of a comprehension. However, the comprehension soon dissipated, and Lin Yuan failed to grasp it properly. He could not help but regret his failure. Lin Yuan thought, "If only I properly grabbed the state of comprehension, I might have been able to comprehend a willpower rune that's suitable to spatial type phase." Although Lin Yuan used the shatter spatial stone on the surface of the earth, and it was daytime, the spirit chi professionals 10 kilometers away would not be able to see the dark red light and violent spatial fluctuations that accompanied the opening of a Class 1 dimensional rift. As such, Lin Yuan was not afraid that the team from the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps and the merchants from the Great Lush Federation would notice that he had opened a dimensional rift. After he opened the Class 1 dimensional rift, he would need to use spatial spiritual ingredients to strengthen and hide it. However, he would not have to worry about strengthening and hiding the dimensional rift because Huquan could take care of it. Dimensional lifeforms had started pouring out of the dimensional rift. Lin Yuan watched as 30 alien insects burst forth from the dimensional rift. 12 of the alien insects did not have a grade, 8 were normal quality, and 9 were elite quality. Only one of them had reached bronze grade. The other alien insects that followed did not have any quality. Alien insects from a dimensional rift were like old friends to Lin Yuan. The first 2 dimensional rifts that Lin Yuan had encountered were alien insect dimensional rifts. Lin Yuan opened this dimensional rift not just so he could find a reasonable excuse to explain his appearance to the Withered Cliff Thief Deathcore, but also to nurture Silver Corona. The alien insect dimensional rift would be the most beneficial dimensional rift to nurture Silver Corona. It took time for a dimensional rift to produce an alien beast wave. The alien insects that were taking their first steps in the main world did not move immediately. Instead, they waited for more of their comrades to appear and allow the high-grade alien insects to lead the way. This was the same situation that Lin Yuan faced in Millstone Town. But now, Lin Yuan was right in the vicinity of the dimensional rift. But when the alien insects saw Lin Yuan, they charged toward him despite their lack of power. Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned Silver Corona. Silver Corona had remained in the Spirit Lock spatial zone from the moment it transformed into a fairy source-type lifeform. Now that it had been summoned by Lin Yuan, Silver Corona flapped its wings and curiously surveyed its surroundings. Silver Corona usually liked to cling to Lin Yuan, and it would perch on one of his ears with Chimey on his other ear whenever he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After Red Thorn transformed, Silver Corona sensed Red Thorn's possessiveness toward Lin Yuan. In order to protect its sibling bond with Red Thorn, Silver Corona stayed away from Lin Yuan whenever Red Thorn was by his side. Naturally, this also had to do with Red Thorn's bloodline being more elite than Silver Corona's. Silver Corona's fairy bloodline was low-quality 3 sets of wings, while Red Thorn's bloodline had reached pinnacle 3 sets of wings. This would cause Silver Corona to respect Red Thorn instinctively. Since Red Thorn was not around now, Silver Corona flew over to Lin Yuan's face and kissed the area that was not covered by dirt. Evidently, it did not care at all that his face was covered with dirt. Lin Yuan looked at the excited Silver Corona and said with a smile, "Silver Corona, I haven't had the chance to nurture you yet. But now, with this Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift, you can grow bone lotus flowers freely and use them to consume all the souls of the insects that pour out and increase your power." Lin Yuan stopped to think before he continued. "Silver Corona, try your best to evolve your quality first. Leave your grade aside for now. A Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift will produce Class 3 alien insects at best. If your bone lotus flowers can't handle Class 3 alien insects, Lu Jie's Insect Queen will help you. Hence, you don't need to be in any rush to evolve your grade. It's more important that you evolve your quality." He summoned the Carnage Willpower rune and said, "Silver Corona, I'm saving this willpower rune for you. When you consume enough souls to evolve to legend quality, I'll use this willpower rune to help you evolve to fantasy breed." Silver Corona's face flushed, and he kissed Lin Yuan again. It used to be the sea burial lotus flower. Although it had become a fairy source-type lifeform and the fairy's heart soul had consumed the sea burial lotus flower's soul, the fairy's heart soul had accepted the sea burial lotus flower's messy thoughts. To the sea burial lotus flower, Lin Yuan was a great person. Despite Lin Yuan also being the person who had captured it, he had also given it a life it had only dreamed of and helped it rapidly increase its power. Lin Yuan was just like a father to the reborn sea burial lotus flower. Hence, Silver Corona was extremely reliant on Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, it did not expect Lin Yuan to do anything for it, and it was already at its happiest when it was by Lin Yuan's side. Every time a fairy source-type lifeform transformed, its bloodline would be activated. A fairy source-type lifeform's bloodline also transformed when it evolved to fantasy breed. Silver Corona did revere Red Thorn, but he also triggered a competitive streak in Silver Corona. Silver Corona had always looked forward to evolving to fantasy breed and gaining the opportunity to evolve. Many of the alien insects that had charged toward Lin Yuan had been pushed away by source sand and escaped to the forest. Lin Yuan urged Silver Corona, "Go ahead. If you don't start now, all your food is going to escape. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait a long time before you'll be able to evolve to legend quality." He ignored the escaping alien insects. If the alien insects escaped past a 5-kilometer radius, they would eventually bump into the group from the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. When the people from the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps saw the fleeing alien insects, they would believe Lin Yuan's story without having to see the dimensional rift for themselves. Silver Corona immediately flapped its wings and flew up above the dimensional rift. The beautiful coral crown that was twice the size of Silver Corona's body started to glow with rainbow colors, and many rainbow lotus flowers appeared at its feet. The rainbow lotus flowers turned into spots of rainbow light that fell toward the ground. When the spots of rainbow light made contact with the ground, bone lotus flowers bloomed. The small bone lotus flowers were as small as bowls, while the large ones were as large as a person's face. As he watched the bone lotus flower cover the ground surface, Lin Yuan knew that Silver Corona had started using Spotted Coral's Nurture Spot style. Nurture Spot style could increase the bone lotus flower's hardness and endurance. It would also help the bone lotus flowers absorb and consume the souls of the alien insects. Silver Corona could not grow a sea of flowers as quickly as Red Thorn could. Nonetheless, Silver Corona had managed to grow a sea of flowers that took up 200 square meters after using all its spiritual power. The 200 square meters of bone lotus flowers were just enough to surround a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. No matter which direction the alien insects crawled toward, they would immediately encounter and fall prey to the bone lotus flowers. The elite-grade alien insects might be able to struggle for some time within the bone lotus flowers. However, the normal grade and gradeless alien insects would immediately lose their souls and turn into a puddle. As the bone lotus flowers consumed the many souls of the alien insects, Silver Corona's depleted spiritual power was replenished. When Silver Corona's spiritual power increased, it slowly expanded the size of the sea of flowers. Once the sea of flowers reached the size of a football field, Silver Corona stopped increasing its size as it would be able to keep up with the rate of alien insects that spewed forth from a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. The bone lotus flowers only consumed souls, and the bodies of the alien insects started piling up. Soon, a mountain of insect corpses had formed. As such, Silver Corona changed the Nurture Spot style to Burial Spot style. Now that the sea of flowers was large enough, there was no need for the Nurture Spot style. The Burial Spot style would allow the moving spots to consume the bone lotus flowers and turn them into bone insects. Since Silver Corona had absorbed many different types of spots from the spotted coral jade, there were also many types of bone insects. The bone insects increased their power by absorbing the life force of life forms. There was a large amount of life force in the flesh of dimensional life forms. Due to the usage of Burial Spot style, the bone insects quickly cleared out all the insect corpses that had piled up. The sea of flowers had been sectioned out, and every section played its own role. This efficient delegation of roles allowed Silver Corona to take in sustenance at the most effective rate. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed that a thin white powdery layer of fog had appeared above the bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan immediately knew that this was the bone powder mist. After the bone insects consumed the insect corpses, they spat out the insect shells that had been crushed into powder. The bone lotus mist was the best screening ability and also provided a wide range of attacking abilities. Spotted coral polyps were present within the bone powder and could change into bone insects at any moment to attack targets in midair. Thus, the bone lotus flower's attack range extended past land attacks. Any area covered by the bone powder mist would become part of Silver Corona's range of attack. He also would not have to worry about Hermit's dead servant. All alien insects had weak souls, and the alien insects that came from a Class 1 dimensional rift were especially feeble. It would be easy to turn them into the first Hermit dead servants. Lin Yuan estimated that the process would take at least a week. As the bone lotus flowers consumed more souls, Hermit's dead servant would be strengthened. This was the most important barrier for the restricted area that Lin Yuan wanted to create. He looked forward to seeing the hermit dead servants in a week's time. Since the hermit dead servants could not be nurtured quickly, Lin Yuan decided to turn his attention to something else. At that moment, a loud insect cry sounded out, and an enormous armored insect with spikes protruding from its body squeezed out of the dimensional rift and landed in the sea of bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the black spiky insect. Even without using true data, he recognized it as the Class 3 spiky beetle. There had only been one spiky beetle amongst the 3 Class 3 alien insects that had appeared at Millstone Town. However, the spiky beetle at Millstone Town had been about 3 meters long and 3 meters wide, while this spiky beetle was 3 meters long but only about 2 meters wide. As such, this spiky beetle was much weaker than the spiky beetle that had appeared at Millstone Town. This was not surprising, as the dimensional rift at Millstone Town had been a pinnacle class one-dimensional rift, while this one was only a low-class one-dimensional rift. Lin Yuan was in no rush to kill the spiky beetle, and he allowed it to struggle amongst the bone lotus flowers. He wanted to use the spiky beetle to test the recovery abilities of the bone lotus flowers. Given that he wanted to build the restricted area based on the bone lotus flowers, it was necessary to find out how strong their recovery abilities were. If their ability to recover was weak, brute force would easily destroy them. He did not test the strength of the bone lotus flowers yet because he did not have a method of accurate testing. As the bone lotus flowers absorbed more and more dimensional lifeform souls, silver corona would evolve, and the flower's composition ability would become stronger. Moreover, the bone insects would also become increasingly powerful as they consumed more life force. If they consumed enough life force, it was even possible for them to become more powerful than the bone lotus flowers. These almost unnoticeably small bone insects had endless potential. The spiky beetle flailed about amongst the bone lotus flowers and soon damaged many of the bone lotus flowers. Silver corona was only bronze I/normal and had not consumed many alien insects. As elite as its bloodline was, it was difficult for it to overcome the Class 3 spiky beetle. Silver corona saw that Lin Yuan did not seem to have any intention of helping it and blinked sadly at him. Lin Yuan said gently, "Silver corona, do your best. If you really can't handle the situation, I'll tell the source sand to step in and kill the spiky beetle. You'll be able to absorb the spiky beetle's soul then." Silver corona realized that Lin Yuan wanted to test its strength, and it could tell that Lin Yuan did not think that it could defeat the spiky beetle. Lin Yuan's underestimation triggered its competitive spirit. The spiky beetle had the highest defensive ability amongst all the Class 3 alien insects. It relied on physical strength and charged at targets with its spikes. Normally, Silver corona would not have dared to stand up to the spiky beetle. However, many alien insects were pouring out of the dimensional rift, and their deaths gave Silver corona more power. As such, Silver corona decided to give it a shot. Its pupil-less silver eyes lit up as a winning strategy entered its mind. Silver corona circulated its spiritual power, and its crown once again lit up with rainbow light. Numerous rainbow lotus flowers bloomed at its feet. Silver corona flew down until its feet reached the same height as the bone lotus flowers. Shortly after, all the bone lotus flowers started to move. The spiky beetle had destroyed at least 100 square feet of bone lotus flowers. Just as the spiky beetle was about to destroy more bone lotus flowers, rainbow lotus flowers grew at its feet. The rainbow lotus flowers extended and wrapped around the spiky beetle's black spikes. The rainbow lotus flowers did not take long to entrap and incapacitate the spiky beetle completely. Lin Yuan was stunned. He knew that the rainbow lotus flowers did not come from one of Silver corona's abilities. The rainbow lotus flowers had grown at Silver corona's feet when the crystallized coral crown had appeared on its head during its transformation into a fairy source-type lifeform. As such, it was likely that the rainbow lotus flowers were part of Silver corona's innate abilities. Now that Silver corona had halted the spiky beetle's movements, it was fighting on equal ground. Lin Yuan could not help but gasp in amazement at the power of a six-winged fairy. Redthorn's bloodline was even more elite than Silver corona, so he wondered what level of power Redthorn would display when it entered battle mode. However, Silver corona's grade was much lower than the spiky beetle's, and the discrepancy in power eventually became apparent. At first, the spiky beetle was completely restrained by the rainbow lotus flowers. But now the spiky beetle could move slightly. Evidently, it would soon break away from the restraints that Silver Corona had exerted all its effort into creating. Lin Yuan sensed Silver Corona's rapidly depleting spiritual power and exclaimed, "Silver Corona, you're so competitive." He had wanted to test the bone lotus flower's recovery abilities, but Silver Corona had forcefully clashed against the spiky beetle. Although the spiky beetle was not intelligent, it was no coward. After struggling for a while, the spiky beetle found a way to break free from its binds. It turned and tore 3 of the rainbow lotus flowers. The stem of the rainbow lotus flowers was very elastic, and it slackened the moment it was cut. At that moment, many bone lotus flowers grew below the spiky beetle. It only took the blink of an eye for the bone lotus flowers to grow to a height of 4 meters. Lin Yuan could tell that Silver Corona had switched from burial spot style to nurture spot style from the changes that occurred to the bone powder mist and bone lotus flowers. The new bone lotus flowers were very sturdy. As more and more bone lotus flowers pushed the spiky beetle from below, they eventually flipped it over. The spiky beetle's spikes were inserted into the ground, and it could not flip itself back over no matter how hard it kicked its legs. Lin Yuan praised Silver Corona's strategy to himself. Silver Corona switched back from nurture spot style to burial spot style. It continued to grow bone lotus flowers to make up for the bone lotus flowers that the spiky beetle had damaged, while also issuing orders to the bone insects. The bone insects in the sea of bone lotus flowers covered the spiky beetle. Without the bone insects to clear up the bone insect bodies, the alien insect bodies started to pile up again. Lin Yuan watched as the black spiky beetle appeared to turn white under the blanket of bone insects. The spiky beetle started to struggle violently as it cried out in anguish. The small bone insects could slip through the cracks on the spiky beetle's flipped body. Since the spiky beetle was a Class 3 alien insect, its outer shell was very hard, and the bone insects that had not consumed a large amount of life force could not bite through the spiky beetle's outer shell. Although the spiky beetle also had a soft shell, the soft shell could not defend against the bone insects. As the spiky beetle's howls of pain continued, it was visibly eaten up until only its outer shell was left. Once the bone insects were done eating the spiky beetle's flesh, they returned to their original job of clearing the insect corpses that had piled up. The bone insects also dragged the spiky beetle's outer shell into an empty corner of the sea of bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan felt that the empty space was like Silver Corona's treasure box. Silver Corona flew over to Lin Yuan and asked, "Yuan, don't you think I'm amazing?" Lin Yuan used his finger and caressed Silver Corona's face as he replied, "Silver Corona, you really surprised me." From the moment Silver Corona had grown a large number of bone lotus flowers to flip the spiky beetle over, Lin Yuan witnessed the rate at which it could replenish the sea of bone lotus flowers. Silver Corona was still weak, and the sea of bone lotus flowers had only just been formed. It did not even have any hermit dead servants, so it was expected that it would not have much power. When Silver Corona evolved to fantasy breed and produced a few hermit dead servants, the forest would become a terrifying restricted area to every living being in the area. But for the restricted area to become notorious and attract true risk-taking experts from the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan needed to come up with more plans. From the moment Lin Yuan had summoned Silver Corona, the insect queen started shivering in Lu Jie's arms as it fearfully peeked at Silver Corona. The pressure of its bloodline caused the insect queen to be too afraid to fly around Lu Jie like it normally did. Lu Jie comforted the insect queen as he marveled at the sight before him. He could not contract any other phase or source-type lifeforms after the insect queen. He had only contracted the cocoon of evolution because it could live within the insect queen. Essentially, it was the insect queen that had contracted the cocoon of evolution, and it did not involve Lu Jie at all. Hence, Lu Jie often read up on fairy source-type lifeforms to learn more about them. The information stated that the fairy source-type lifeform with the most elite bloodline was one that had grown a third set of wings after evolving to myth breed. Initially, Lu Jie's insect queen had 4 wings, but after mutating, it had the potential to grow 2 more wings. Night Leaning Moon had confirmed this fact. However, He could not be certain when the insect queen would grow its third set of wings. Lu Jie had assumed that the insect queen would be the first to break the record. However, Lin Yuan had casually summoned a six-winged fairy that was only bronze grade. Lu Jie felt that this world was too incredible. Silver Corona was a miracle that had broken a record, and Lin Yuan was the one who had created this miracle. Lu Jie often read forums and posts about fairy source-type lifeforms. The forums and posts were messy, and many of them did not make sense. He felt that if he wrote about what he just saw on the forums, he would be branded a lunatic. Lin Yuan's face turned red, and he asked Silver Corona, "Do you think you'll be strong enough to handle it if I open another dimensional rift?" Silver Corona hurriedly shook its small head and replied, "Yuan, I've already produced my maximum amount of bone lotus flowers. If I expand the sea of flowers anymore, my control over the edges of the sea of flowers will weaken. The bone lotus flowers don't just need spiritual power to grow. The bone insects consume flesh while the bone lotus flowers consume souls. Both require my specific instructions in order to take place. I'm not strong enough to sustain another dimensional rift. When I reach bronze V/flawless, the sea of flowers will be twice its current size, and I'll be able to handle another dimensional rift." As such, Lin Yuan decided not to use another 2.5 kilograms of the Shatter Spatial Stone to open another dimensional rift. Excessive enthusiasm could ruin the situation. While Silver Corona played with Lin Yuan, it spotted the insect queen in Lu Jie's arms. It flapped its wings and flew over to the insect queen. Soon, Silver Corona and the insect queen had become friends. Silver Corona invited the insect queen to play amongst the bone lotus flowers. When Lu Jie saw how well the insect queen and Silver Corona were getting along, he smiled gleefully. "Hee, I'm on such great terms with Lin Yuan, and my fae is also close with his fae. This feels good." Suddenly, Lu Jie narrowed his eyes and said, "Lin Yuan, the Withered Cliff Thief Death Core group is getting antsy. Half an hour ago, the phone you gave me has rung 3 times, and the group from the Withered Cliff Thief Death Core has started advancing." Lin Yuan took out the phone he had stored in the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box and saw that it had 5 missed calls. He smiled and looked toward the far distance. The sun hung high in the sky as a large group dressed in vine armor marched through a forest. A yellow-brown elephant species Fey used its trunk to pluck out small trees and sent them into its mouth to munch on. The taste of the small trees did not seem to agree with it, and it spat out the chewed-up trees onto the ground. As it moved its head, its ivory tusks left deep gashes in the trunks of large trees. A tent sat on the elephant species Fey's back, sheltering those that sat within it from the blinding sunlight and any falling leaves, branches, or fruits. A girl wearing a long silk dress sat inside the tent. Various flower petals were adorned by vines embroidered on her silk dress, and the complicated design made the high-quality silk appear gaudy. She also had a purple fur cloak draped around her. The fur was long and matted at the edges of the cloak. It was clear that this cloak was rather old as time spent under the hot sun had dried up the natural oils at the cloak's edges. In the Divine Wood Federation, accessories were very important as they represented one's status. The clothes worn by normal people had accessories made of rough twine. The servants of households or people whose lives were extremely difficult did not even have such clothes to wear. They could only wear clothes woven from the branches of plants. The clothes made from the branches of plants not only pricked and hurt their wearers, but they could not last more than a few days before they needed to be repaired. The most abundant resource in the Divine Wood Federation was plant-type phase. The Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation had the same structure of factions. Creation Masters could start families based on their class, and the members of Creation Master families were often regarded as the elite. The clothes worn by these people were more elaborate. Insect species phase were also high in volume in the Divine Wood Federation. The elite preferred to wear spirit chi clothes made from silk produced by insect species phase, and they also added complex accessories to the plain-colored clothes. Besides silk, the elite liked to wear spirit chi clothes made of fur. Beast-type phase were very rare in the Divine Wood Federation, and it was impressive for one person to own one set of fur spirit chi clothes. The girl seated in the tent even took care to spread out the cloak to prevent herself from sitting on the fur and causing it to become less fluffy. She was dressed in expensive clothes and had average features. Yet her face was slathered in makeup. This made her appear promiscuous. She was gnashing her teeth as she looked to the road ahead and growled. "The 5 of you better have met with an accident and ended up eaten by some animal. If any of you dare to show your face again, I'll whip you into a pile of mangled flesh." The girl was bored stiff when she heard a voice shout, "Miss Luoya, the banana-wood elephant has been traveling on an empty stomach. It needs to be fed. Otherwise, it might go into a frenzy when it sees fruit trees." Luoya waved her hand and summoned a light yellow moth. The moth had a wingspan of 2 meters and was very bloated. Its wings did not have any patterns but were lined with a thick layer of pollen. This made the moth appear slightly repulsive. Luoya leaped onto the moth and rode it to the ground. She frowned at the tall and long-haired man and said, "Fu Di, I fed spirit fluids given by my father to the banana-wood elephant so that it will be able to evolve to gold soon. When you feed it, make sure you feed it something nutritious." Fu Di was the leader of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps and Luoya's loyal subordinate. He was decently talented. After becoming acquainted with Luoya, he managed to convince her to become the deputy head of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. He had gained a large amount of Creation Master resources through his connection with Luoya. The banana-wood elephant was not Luoya's fae but one of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' assets. It would be greatly beneficial to the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps if the banana-wood elephant evolved to gold grade. Fu Di was jubilant and expressed it by trying to gain favor with Luoya. "Miss Luoya, when we find the merchants from the Great Lush Federation, I'll tell the boys to kill all the ugly and old ones and gather the handsome and young ones for you." Luoya replied nonchalantly. "A group of merchants like that wander around trading and are always exposed to the elements. I highly doubt any of them will be good-looking." She felt that this journey had become boring. Luoya did not provide the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps with Creation Master resources to strengthen them just to gain 300 bootlickers. Since she came from a Class 2 family, she was treated like a princess in her home city. Fu Di had convinced her to become the deputy head of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps because he had promised to find handsome boys for her. But the more she played around, the higher her standard became. The boys that she would have salivated over in previous years would not even catch her eye now. This was a great source of annoyance for her. While she surveyed the surroundings, she suddenly caught sight of a figure hurrying toward the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. A gentle breeze danced above a calm sea. The sun glinted off the surface of the sea and turned the expanse of water into what looked like a sea of golden jade. The gold surface of the sea mingled with the blue water and created waves of warm green. The seabirds hopped about on the coconut trees that lined the beach, adding to the romantic picture. Suddenly, a wind kicked up above the sea, and great waves curled up. The waves moved like silk as they gathered and wrapped around the jade surface of the sea. A fragrance rose from the sea and froze the seashore. Lotus leaves bloomed on the sea's surface and quickly covered the entire blue expanse. This seemed to separate the island from the rest of the world. The moment lotus leaves surrounded the island, a loud exclamation sounded out from the island. "Who is it? Who dares to make a move on this place?" 5 figures appeared above the island. The figures belonged to both male and female experts, and they all had different poses. The expert that stood at the end also had an eternal and immortal aura. All 5 experts released their domineering auras, making the entire island tremble. The seabirds that were freely flying around the island exploded under the immense pressure. 3 of the experts summoned their faes. The moment the faes were summoned, the pressure around the island became more concentrated. Someone within the fragrance chuckled and said, "Hee hee, this should be the nest of the 3rd tower cannon." The experts on the island immediately readied themselves to receive a powerful enemy. The intense pressure scoured the sea's surface to uncover the person behind the voice. However, the search came up empty, and the experts on the island felt anxiousness grip them. A girl with waist-length blue hair descended upon the largest lotus leaf on the sea's surface. Unlike the experts on the island, the girl on the lotus leaf had a cavalier, almost lazy air about her. A pair of magnificent phoenix eyes were the center of attention on her breathtaking face. She raised her eyebrows, and it looked as though water lilies had bloomed in her beautiful irises. It was as though God had paid extra attention when she was being created. However, her razor-sharp eyebrows were the only flaw that contaminated her charming countenance. The clash of her feminine eyes and manly eyebrows gave her the beauty of the best of both worlds. However, her ruby lips and high nose bridge tipped the scales toward her feminine beauty. Currently, her phoenix eyes were narrowed as she sneered at the experts from Tower Cannon on the island. Wow, one of you is Immortal class. This Tower Cannon nest is pretty well prepared. I'm so lucky. The girl did not bother to hide her deadly intentions. Although her appearance had been sudden, the sea turned calm. It was as though it had found its heart. The sea rolled and gushed joyfully to celebrate the arrival of the blue-haired girl. The swirling waves beneath the lotus leaves created a natural melody of fluid. She waved her hand, and the lazy air around her vanished. An aura that seemed powerful enough to take over the world was released from the girl's body, and the surface of the sea separated into 8 sections with her at the center. 8 pillars of water shot out and formed a platform under the girl's feet. She sat down on the platform like a lotus that had come from the sea itself. The only female expert on the island said in shock, "She's able to make the sea naturally attracted to her and command it as she pleases. This natural communication can only mean that she's a Heavenly Family Fae. I can't believe someone from Heavenly Family Cottage is here." The experts from Tower Cannon felt at ease when they heard the name Heavenly Family Cottage. The female expert shouted toward the sea, "What is Heavenly Family Cottage trying to do? Why is Heavenly Family Cottage suddenly coming after Tower Cannon?" A phoenix cry that summoned the night erupted. The sun continued to hang high in the sky, but the endless night enveloped the island. The pitch-black darkness repelled even the faintest ray of sunlight. A stocky man with impish features dressed in black fishing nets was looking at the darkened island with contempt. With a flash, a horrible cry was released, and a furious roar bellowed from the island. "How dares Heavenly Fae Cottage kill Crimson Tower's prayer chanter? All of your lives will end here. Burn it up, scorching world heat dragon." Immortal release. Burning heat whipped through the island and turned it into a land of fire. 8 volcanoes rose from the land of fire. These volcanoes were the dragon snake's 8 creation world ley lines. The dark night was forced away from the island, and the seawater thrashed. At the center of the land of fire, a stern-faced man turned into a 1,000-meter-long red dragon with insect markings all over it. With a mighty roar, it flew toward the sky. The 8 creation world ley lines fused together and shot toward the scorching world heat dragon's body. The scorching world heat dragon changed back into human form. However, it did not have a regular human form, as a few characteristics that blatantly represented a fae remained. The humanoid figure still had 2 sharp horns, a set of dragon wings and claws, dragon eyes, and dragon fangs. The figure was also dressed in striking red armor, and he held a long spear made of bone. White Phoenix smiled with bemusement and said, "Very cool. Dragon eyes, tail, and scales have emerged. And you're even wearing the immortal armor that only appears when you've unlocked Immortal 4. White Phoenix's face darkened as he continued, "Do you think Immortal 4 is enough to take our lives here? Far from it." At that moment, a staggeringly giant black phoenix appeared in the sky. The appearance of the black phoenix turned the air above the sea even thinner. It was as though all the air had been lost to the eternal night. At first glance, the black phoenix did not seem impressive. However, this was not because it had plain features. The black phoenix was like a black hole that had opened in the cage of pure darkness. At that moment, the black phoenix spread its wings, and the darkness that the island was drowning in was sucked back into the black phoenix's body. With sunlight pouring on the island again, the black phoenix appeared even more inhibited, as it did not even allow a hint of its aura to leak out. When White Phoenix returned to its original form, the scorching world heat dragon looked relieved, and it said to White Phoenix in a derisive tone, "You're only Immortal 3. You haven't even awakened your colored armor." How dare you act so high and mighty and say that I'm far from being able to kill you? No matter what, this place shall become the burial ground for your ashes today." White Phoenix swished his black tail feathers and replied determinedly, "A normal Fae will never understand us, heavenly family Faes. Our strength is a gift from the heavens. You can't even imagine wielding such a gift. Dragon blood flows in your muscles while dragon marrow exists in your bones. You're considered an impressive main dragon species, but you haven't produced the dragon pearl. The highest level you'll ever be able to reach in your life is main dragon species. Today, I shall teach common trash like you about the canyon of difference between you and heavenly family Faes." White Phoenix's words were brimming with arrogance, and he sounded like a celestial being that was jeering at mortals. The scorching world heat dragon exploded with rage when it heard White Phoenix's insults. The scorching world heat dragon's fury triggered the underwater geology and caused several underwater volcanoes to open up. The lava spewed by the underwater volcanoes stained the shores red. At that moment, the scorching world heat dragon realized that the lotus leaf was continuing to grow in the boiling water. This discovery stunned the scorching world heat dragon, and it glared at the blue-haired girl on the platform in the middle of the water. The scorching world heat dragon was most shocked by the fact that the blue-haired girl was relaxedly munching on persimmons in the middle of such a situation. An elderly man with red tower patterns embroidered on his long red robe materialized before the scorching world heat dragon. He grabbed the scorching world heat dragon's bone spear and said solemnly to White Phoenix, "I never expected to see the heavenly family cottage's eternal night Nether Phoenix on this remote island. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the person from Tower Cannon who makes decisions on this island. I'm Lord First Page Crimson's lead chanter." The old man's expression turned grim, and he said threateningly, "Regardless of whether my Faes can defeat you, you attacked Tower Cannon and killed the kneeling chanter that Lord First Page Crimson picked out himself. The heavenly family cottage will not be able to hold out against his wrath." He was astonished by this situation, and he did not understand why the heavenly family cottage that had always tiptoed around Tower Cannon was suddenly behaving so out of the ordinary. It was one thing to cause trouble, but they had even killed one of Tower Cannon's members. Although the elderly man was First Page Crimson's lead chanter, the death of one of First Page Crimson's kneeling chanters would be discovered the next time the 36 chanters kneeled to worship First Page Crimson. The elderly man did not care about how First Page Crimson was going to punish Heavenly Family Cottage. He hoped that the Eternal Night Nether Phoenix would remember and fear First Page Crimson's reputation and do the smart thing and leave. Although the Scorching World Heat Dragon was Immortal 4 while the Eternal Night Nether Phoenix was Immortal 3, the Eternal Night Nether Phoenix was a genuine Heavenly Family Fae. The elderly man could not help but shiver when he thought of the Heavenly Family Fae's special characteristics. Before White Phoenix could reply, an enormous hole opened in the middle of the sea and revealed the moving geological formations deep below the surface of the sea. The two sides of the parted sea turned into two light blue lotus flowers, and they closed together like a pair of tongs with the island between them. The island was crushed by the lotus flowers and was swallowed by the sea. The Scorching World Heat Dragon used its immortal power to shield the elderly man. However, the two flowers carried the force of the sea, and the remaining 3 experts and their fays that did not have the Scorching World Heat Dragon's protection were turned into crushed scraps that were devoured by the sea. Blue Lotus said coldly, "There are 17, not 16, members in our Heavenly Family Cottage. Since you claim that there are only 16 members in our Heavenly Family Cottage, you should know why we killed one of you. The 2 of us won't be able to defeat Tower Cannon's 8 pages not because our Heavenly Family Cottage is afraid of the 8 pages. The Heavenly Family Cottage has been lying low for millennia, but that doesn't mean we're easy prey. Who cares about First Page Crimson's wrath?" At that moment, the blue-haired girl looked delighted and said to the elderly man with glee, "I really should thank your stupid dragon. Hee hee. The fire that erupted from the underwater volcanoes helped my companion heal his injuries sooner than we expected." The moment the last word left Blue Lotus lips, the rust-colored shores turned golden red. The red was beautiful while the gold was radiant. The red was like blood that was oozing from the bottom of the sea. while the gold was a blinding warm ray that was shooting up from the bottom of the sea. A tall, skinny, red-haired man suddenly materialized next to White Phoenix. His one gold eye and one red eye stared at White Phoenix seriously as he said, "Brother White Phoenix, leave the people from Tower Cannon to me." The red-haired man's tone was warm but also full of resolution. White Phoenix sighed and reverted back to his human form. White Phoenix looked at the red-haired man's wounded hand and said, "Blood New Moon, don't force yourself." Blood New Moon shook his head and said, "Brother White Phoenix, you haven't seen the exclusive skill I gained after reaching Immortal Breed, unlocking the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline, and becoming a heavenly family fae. Let me perform it for you now." White Phoenix's eyes lit up, and he looked excited. He looked out into the horizon at Blue Lotus and said to the clearly frazzled Scorching World Heat Dragon and the elderly man, "I forgot to mention that I don't like people calling me by my original name. I like being called White Phoenix. My brother is the 17th member of our heavenly family cottage. The Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline has always existed within the heavenly family cottage." The elderly man's eye flashed. There were no other heavenly family fays besides the members of the heavenly family cottage. The heavenly family cottage hid the auras of all many heavenly family fays. However, these heavenly family fays were very weak and could not hold down a position as one of the heavenly family cottage's members. From the moment Blue Lotus appeared and started manipulating the sea, she had yet to release her true aura and might. Heavenly family fays were afforded gifts from heaven, and the heavenly family fays that were given the gift of water were the apple of the eye of all the waters in the world. Hence, it was not difficult for a heavenly family fae like Blue Lotus to manipulate the sea. However, her single explosion of anger had proved that she was a genuine member of the heavenly family cottage. She did not display her immortal form or body weaponization, yet she managed to produce such mammoth power. This proved that she could be more powerful than the eternal night Nether Phoenix. The elderly man now knew that he and the Scorching World Heat Dragon were doomed. If White Phoenix was his only opponent, the elderly man felt that he might be able to escape by using both the Scorching World Heat Dragon's immortal form and his sacred source life form. However, there were still a few hours to go before nightfall, and that was enough time for him to come up with a way to seek First Page Crimson's help. If the Eternal Night Nether Phoenix followed him all the way to see First Page Crimson, the Heavenly Family Cottage would lose one member. However, there was also the other Heavenly Family Fae that controlled water. It just so happened that they were surrounded by water that Blue Lotus could turn into a weapon. It would be impossible for him to escape from the sea-surrounded area if Blue Lotus was pursuing him. The two Heavenly Family phase attacks had killed 4 of Crimson Tower's kneeling chanters. This was clear they had no intention of allowing the elderly man to escape with his life. He had already resigned himself to fighting to the death. However, Murphy's Law stepped in as there were not 2 but 3 Heavenly Family Fays that were currently attacking Tower Cannon's territory. This was too much for him. The blue-haired girl had stated this was the 3rd Tower Cannon nest. This meant that the Heavenly Family Cottage had also attacked 2 other bases. The elderly man was not surprised that the news about the attacks had not been leaked. But judging from the present situation, the wounded member of the Heavenly Family Cottage was going to start attacking the Scorching World Heat Dragon. He had sensed that the red-haired Heavenly Family Fae had only just evolved into Immortal Breed and was still only Immortal Eye. The elderly man was relatively sure that the Scorching World Heat Dragon and his sacred source lifeform together could defeat the red-haired Heavenly Family Fae. He shouted to Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, and Blue Lotus, "Let's make a bet. If I manage to defeat the Sky Sundial Jade Spider, I promise to let him keep his life. In return, let me keep mine." White Phoenix replied expressionlessly, "Old man, before you even talk about defeating my brother, do you take me and this Iron Maiden beside me as jesters?" White Phoenix sensed a gust of wind headed toward his face, and he casually reached out to catch a persimmon. He popped the persimmon into his mouth and grinned devilishly. Blue Lotus was irritated by his cavalier behavior but still maintained her relaxed expression. With the knowledge of Blood New Moon's new exclusive skill, she guessed that the choppy seas would return to their original calm state in 3 minutes at most. The elderly man was enraged by White Phoenix's words, but his fury was intermingled with deep despair. His anger not only stemmed from being the target of White Phoenix's mockery, but also because he knew that he had stepped into a deadly trap and would be unable to witness the starting of the Sleepers' revival. He would not be able to watch Tower Cannon lead the Spirit Chi world toward true revival. Now that he was certain of his impending death, the elderly man calmed down. He gazed at Blood New Moon and said hoarsely, "The Heavenly Family Cottage's actions are an indisputable declaration of war against Tower Cannon." The elderly man placed his hand over his chest and looked at the crimson tower patterns on his robe. Moments later, a fiery cup appeared in his hand, and he declared, "Cup of fire. Use the power of lava to ignite heaven's fire. Burn it up, scorching world heat dragon." At that moment, the entire sky became part of the cup of fire, and the lava at the bottom of the sea churned violently. The rivers of lava shot out of the sea and into the cup of fire. Meanwhile, the horizon continued to burn brilliantly as plumes of scarlet clouds covered the sky. Flames rained down from the fiery clouds and caused the temperature of the land and sky to skyrocket. Under the intense heat, the sea level was visibly falling. The scorching world heat dragon took the dragon bone spear and fused it with its immortal aura. Now it was back in its spirit return state and was at its strongest battle condition. At that moment, sharp dragon bones broke through the scorching world heat dragon's skin and contained the intense heat of the enveloping flames. The bones glinted with merciless deadliness. The scorching world heat dragon did not immediately move forward to duke it out with Blood New Moon. Instead, it used the cup of fire to direct the boundless flames toward Blood New Moon. This seemingly feeble attack was meant for the scorching world heat dragon to test Blood New Moon's power. The scorching world heat dragon had never encountered a heavenly family fae before this, much less fought one. Thus, it was not willing to submit to the Immortal 3 White Phoenix and definitely not to the Immortal I Blood New Moon. Nonetheless, it had to obey its contractor. Blood New Moon did not move as the flames surged toward him. As he gazed at the flames with narrowed eyes, he felt nostalgia and sorrow wash over him. The day his daughter was born, which was the day before Jade Sundial died, was the happiest day of his life. That night, Jade Sundial had also set the horizon alight. This familiar sight filled Blood New Moon with grief. He thought about his daughter, whose survival status was unknown, and about his wife, who had died at the hands of Fifth Page Truth. The pain in his eyes turned into determination. "I thought that the people from Tower Cannon would be aware of what makes the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline special. You sure are ignorant if you're using fire against me. Day Sundial, Apex Sun's fire, Sky Sundial Jade Coat." Suddenly, the setting sun lit up radiantly. Whether it was because the sun had absorbed the light from the fiery clouds, or because the blinding sunlight had made the clouds dim, by comparison, the sun was now shining as bright as a piece of reflective jade. The flames wrapped around Blood New Moon, and all the fire that was present flowed toward his Sky Sundial Jade Coat. The Sky Sundial Jade Coat became even more solid as it absorbed all the flames. Blood New Moon frowned at the elderly man, and a speck of blood appeared at the center of Blood New Moon's forehead. Blood New Moon started to walk slowly toward the elderly man and the scorching world heat dragon. Every step that Blood New Moon took filled the elderly man and the scorching world heat dragon with more fear. The scorching world heat dragon could not hold itself back any longer and released some of its own aura in retaliation. The moment that the thorny bone-covered fist made contact with the Sky Sundial Jade Coat, the scorching world heat dragon's left hand was devoured by the flames. Blood New Moon said to the dumbfounded scorching world heat dragon, "The Sky Sundial Jade Coat is as hot as the sun. You're nothing but a main dragon species fae that hasn't even produced the dragon pearl. Your little tricks with fire will never be able to stand up against the sun." He opened his arms and wrapped them around the scorching world heat dragon. No matter how desperately the scorching world heat dragon struggled, it could not get free. Only the image of immortal power in the scorching world heat dragon's shape was left in the blink of an eye. The image of immortal power toggled between the scorching world heat dragon's immortal body form and dragon form. Blood New Moon stored the immortal image away into a diamond phase storage box. A belt appeared from the sky sundial jade coat with a wave of his hand. The belt wrapped around the cup of fire and the elderly man. Blood New Moon tossed the cracked cup of fire around. A 6-star sacred source lifeform's corpse was a prize. He thought, if my daughter is still alive, Sister Purple Love can turn this corpse of the cup of fire into a weapon for her. Blue Lotus looked at Blood New Moon with admiration, and it was as though she was looking at that orange-haired girl who always had the brightest smile on her face. White Phoenix gaped at Blood New Moon as he muttered, "He killed it by hugging it. He actually killed it by hugging it." Everything had unfolded and ended in less than 3 minutes, just as Blue Lotus had predicted. The only part she had not predicted was that the island had utterly lost its romantic air. Blue Lotus recovered from her excitement and remembered what Purple Love had said about not being afraid to start trouble if they were being targeted. But what if they were the instigators? Even so, Blue Lotus felt that Purple Love would not blame them, as she had to have expected such a situation when she agreed to let Blood New Moon come on this mission. Purple Love was the Heavenly Family Cottage's eldest sister and always proceeded responsibly. However, her desire to avenge Jade Sundial was second only to Blood New Moon. The others were unaware, but Blue Lotus knew that Purple Love had left the Heavenly Family Cottage once after Jade Sundial's death. She had returned heavily injured and had only recovered shortly before Blood New Moon evolved to Immortal breed. Blue Lotus was clueless as to what Purple Love had done during her disappearance, but she knew that it had to have something to do with Tower Cannon. At that moment, Blue Lotus knitted her brow. First page crimson? Who was that? The 8 towers of Tower Cannon should consist of the towers of fate, revival, eternal sin, instant death, truth, lashing, war, and apoptosis. The first page of Tower Cannon should be first page fate. When did the Tower of Fate become the Tower of Crimson? Did first page fate become first page crimson? Blue Lotus understood the workings of Tower Cannon well, and every tower's chanters and lead chanters had absolute faith in their tower. Hence, it was impossible that they would forget the name of their tower's leader. As such, Blue Lotus made a note of the Tower of Crimson and the name First Page Crimson. She planned on asking Purple Love if she had more information about this when she returned to Heavenly Family Cottage. After another half an hour of rushing, White Phoenix excitedly slapped Blood New Moon's back and said with a loud chuckle, "Brother, Sky Sundial Jade Coat is so cool. You're usually so uptight that I didn't expect you to secretly be more of a spark plug than me." Blood New Moon jumped in shock and started coughing as he looked at White Phoenix in confusion. He could not help but find White Phoenix dim as he wondered what this spark plug White Phoenix was referring to meant. Was there a person alive that could be even more agitated than White Phoenix? Since White Phoenix was being brainless again, Blue Lotus threw 7 persimmons at White Phoenix. He caught 5 of the persimmons in his arms and 1 in his mouth. Unfortunately, he did not have any avenues to catch the last persimmon and could only watch as it smashed into his face. Blue Lotus remembered the mission in the Radiance Federation and that she was the eldest in the group. When we arrive at the Radiance Federation, we should first report to Sia and Night Leaning Moon. We heard the news that number 99 and number 100 of the Azure Envoy sequence are traveling to the Radiance Federation. As such, it's best if we refrain from causing trouble in the Radiance Federation because it won't matter to the Radiance Federation that we're Immortal breed Heavenly Family Phase and members of the Heavenly Family Cottage. Blood New Moon nodded and recalled how the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Yi had helped Jade Sundial. Although their efforts had not been enough to save Jade Sundial, he was still grateful. White Phoenix was done licking the persimmon juices off his face. He caught sight of Blue Lotus' serious expression and said dramatically, "What trouble could I possibly cause? As long as no one from the Radiance Federation provokes me, I won't start anything either. But if someone irritates me, I can't possibly hold myself back." Blue Lotus immediately looked at White Phoenix with vexation and said, "Let's split into 2 teams when we reach the Radiance Federation. I'll be one team with Blood New Moon, and you'll be a team on your own. There are 7 secure Federation treasures in the Radiance Federation. If you aren't afraid of those, feel free to go wild. But when things get bad, don't come to Blood New Moon or me. We don't have any authority in the Radiance Federation." White Phoenix wanted to rebuke Blue Lotus, but the thought of the Radiance Federation's 7 secure Federation treasures made him instinctively recoil. During the Immortal battle, Luo Ye's heart wavered for the first time in close to a decade. As the daughter from a Class 2 Creation Master family, every person in town had to bow and greet her upon sight. After growing up in such an environment, she had grown distrustful of love and did not believe in love at first sight. However, people were like rainbows in that their beauty could only be truly experienced in person. But as she watched the young man running toward them, Luo Ye abruptly started to believe in love at first sight. Once her gaze landed on him, she could not tear her eyes away. Vibrant fireworks erupted within her heart, and she felt something shift in the depths of her soul. The young man was in a sorry state, and his clothes were all torn up. He also had dirt and dried mud smeared all over him. As the young man ran, the dried mud cracked and was rubbed off by friction. His face was also caked in mud. But as much of a wreck he looked, he still emanated a fresh aura. Moreover, she immediately picked up that the spirit chi clothes he was wearing were not normal. The stones embedded on his spirit chi clothes came from a Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift, and they did not come cheap. From this, Luo Ye could be sure that the young man who seemed to be in trouble was also from an elite family. She assumed that she would immediately fixate on him like the other toys she had in the past. But in addition to the feeling of love at first sight that she was experiencing, her urge to treat him like a toy was also gone. Luo Ye became shy as she instinctively tugged at her clothes and shook out her large purple fur coat. Fu Di was also shocked to see Lin Yuan. From the color of Lin Yuan's hair and eyes, Fu Di could be certain that this disheveled young man came from the Great Lush Federation. The Great Lush Federation had a merchant culture, and there were many unspoken rules. One of the rules was that no merchant group could compete with another merchant group for business by setting up in the same area. The only people from the Great Lush Federation who appeared on the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation's land were merchants. Nonetheless, there were always accidents, and there were secret elite families within the Great Lush Federation. It was rumored that these secret elite families held unimaginable wealth. When the disciples of the secret families were young, they could decide whether they wanted to undergo training in the Divine Wood Federation or Iron Hammer Federation. These disciples also had powerful retainers accompanying them to handle any situation that could crop up. As the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' leader, Fu Di was an adventurer with a wealth of experience. He could be certain from the strength of the Fae he encountered that there were no powerful Faes in this forest. Otherwise, the large movements of this group would have provoked a Fae attack long ago. Fu Di had spent the last few years searching for attractive boys for Luo Ye. As such, he was well aware of Luo Ye's tastes. The mud on the young man's face obscured his appearance, but he had a charisma that would appeal to Luo Ye. Fu Di was certain that Luo Ye would be besotted with the young man once it became clear that he had decent looks. If Luo Ye was in a happy enough state, she could obtain Creation Master resources for the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps to strengthen them. Fu Di had initially wanted to order 2 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps to capture the young man. However, he felt that Luo Ye would be more willing to reward him if he brought the young man to her himself. He took a step forward and shouted at Lin Yuan, "Boy! Get over here! Aren't you a merchant from the Great Lush Federation?" Luo Ye snapped at Fu Di. "Why are you shouting? Have some manners. You're acting like a savage." Fu Di was confused by Luo Ye's reaction. "Miss, you're speaking much louder than me. When have you ever had any manners? You're always making people's lives difficult." Luo Ye walked up to the young man with a soft blush across her cheeks and spoke demurely. "Come over, handsome fellow." Luo Ye took out a silk handkerchief and waved it in front of Lin Yuan as she said shyly, "We have water. You can use this handkerchief to wipe your face. Don't be afraid. I'm from the Class 2 Luo family in Phoebe Jinan City. Tell me what happened to you. I might be able to help." Lin Yuan could not help but think of Wang Fuxiang when he heard Luo Ye's syrupy voice. She sounded so whiny. Lin Yuan remembered what the 5 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps had said, and he felt that Luo Ye did not match their description. The jaws of Fu Di and the other 300 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps dropped as they had never heard Luo Ye speak in such a tone before. Shortly after, Fu Di knitted his brow and looked at Lin Yuan with strong resentment. Fu Di had burdens weighing on his heart and had quite a lot of courage. The Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps had struggled in the beginning but had only been able to live day by day because they lacked combat power from Creation Master resources. In the Radiance Federation, one could obtain the help of Creation Masters by spending Radiance dollars. However, Creation Masters were placed on a pedestal in the Divinewood Federation, and connections were needed on top of financial means to obtain the help of a Creation Master. Moreover, there was also the possibility of the Creation Master taking away all the Divinewood dollars and spiritual ingredients that one had accumulated. The Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps had only managed to progress to this level because Fu Di had met Luoya and was able to obtain Creation Master resources through her. Thus, he had to keep her with the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps no matter what. He had been confident that he would be able to do this because he knew that Luoya was a hedonist. As long as he played to her tastes and found new things to keep her excited, she would stay with the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps and occasionally supply them with Creation Master resources. However, this hedonist was acting completely out of character. This could be because she no longer needed new sparks to excite her, which would mean that she did not need Fu Di and the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps anymore. But it could also mean that she would leave the Great Lush Federation with him. If that happened, the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps would revert to their previous state where they lacked Creation Master resources and would be faced with a dead end. Fu Di had it all thought out, but it would not be easy to put it into action. He knew that Luoya would not allow him to kill the young man right now. Luoya's main fei was the Gold 7/Flawless Mist Reverse Poison Moth, while Fu Di's main fei was the Gold 7/Elite Bite Flesh Vine. Although the Bite Flesh Vine and Mist Reverse Poison Moth had the same grade, they had different qualities. When he saw the glassy-eyed shy Luoya, Fu Di was sure that she would attack him and his 300 brothers if they laid a hand on the young man. Fu Di prayed that the young man would turn out to have a big nose, thick lips, unattractive eyes, and a face full of warts. Unfortunately, his hopes were vanquished in less than 5 seconds. A chiseled fair countenance was revealed after the young man wiped his face. He had long eyelashes that adorned bright eyes. His bright eyes seemed to contain a deep lake that gave him a dignified air. His high nose bridge increased his charm by at least 30%. Fu Di's murderous glare intensified, and he held himself back from lunging toward the young man when he saw how Luoya was keeping her head low bashfully. The rest of the members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps were not dumb, and they were well aware that their group was being kept afloat by the Creation Master resources that Luoya provided. Lin Yuan's appearance was a threat to Fu Di and the rest of them. Luoya's back was to Fu Di and the other members, so she could not see their expressions. However, Lin Yuan could see them clearly. Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly, and he glanced at the other members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps before thanking Luoya. The current situation required Lin Yuan to adjust his original plan. He had initially only planned on using Luoya to get in touch with the merchants from the Great Lush Federation before kidnapping her to the underground palace, where he would be able to squeeze any and all information he needed out of her. He also wanted to hear from a native in the Divinewood Federation to understand the Federation's overall situation. However, he now felt that it would be better to keep her out here instead of kidnapping her back to the restricted area. Luoya came from a Class 2 family in P16 City and held a high status there. He would be able to obtain spatial spiritual ingredients easily through the merchants from the Great Lush Federation that he would get in touch with through Luoya. Naturally, this did not mean that Lin Yuan wanted to give up on his plan to build a relationship with the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. Rather, he wanted to maintain both connections. Fu Di's chest tightened even more when Luoya introduced herself as the daughter of a Class 2 family in P16 City, instead of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' deputy leader. He anxiously walked up to Luoya and said, "Miss Luoya, the Withered Cliff Merchant Group's aim for this mission is to obtain metal-type phase and fur produced in the Iron Hammer Federation from the Great Lush Federation merchants. This boy is clearly from the Great Lush Federation. Why don't you ask him if he knows any merchant from the Great Lush Federation? It'll save us the time of looking for ourselves." Luoya immediately became nervous. All the people from the Great Lush Federation resented the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. They were different from robbers who normally did not kill the merchants they robbed. However, Luoya had lost count of the number of lives that had ended in the Withered Cliff Thief Deathcore's hands. But when she heard Fu Di call the Withered Cliff Thief Deathcore Withered Cliff Merchant Group, she relaxed and shot Fu Di an approving look. She took out a bottle of spirit fluid and gave it to Fu Di. Fu Di's face broke out into a wide smile when he saw the dark red bottle of spirit fluid. He had been begging Luoya for this bottle of spirit fluid for a long time, but she had never agreed to part with it. Yet now, she was giving it to him just because of what he had said. The Bite Flesh Vine would be able to evolve to flawless quality just like Luoya's Mist Reverse Poison Moth with this bottle of spirit fluid. Despite his happiness, Fu Di was also worried as the large prize also represented how much Luoya cared about the young man. Luoya was terrified that the young man would come to resent her if he found out she was the Withered Cliff Thief Deathcore's deputy leader. This proved that she was serious. While Fu Di was thinking, the young man's clear voice said, "A Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift opened up ahead, and I ran into a Class 3 spiky beetle. I was separated from my retainers. I'm not a merchant from the Great Lush Federation, but I know that there's a small Great Lush Federation merchant bazaar about 100 kilometers to the north." Lin Yuan stopped holding back his charisma, and Luoya suddenly felt that this young man had an inexplicable air of dignity about him. The dignity he exuded was one that came from the truly elite. She had only felt such aura from members of Class 3 and 4 families. Yet such an aura was coming from this young man. The gems on his clothes that came from Class 1 and 2 subterranean dimensional rifts now seemed like ordinary rocks as the young man's charisma overpowered their shine. A glowing rock might seem impressive next to a regular rock, but if a piece of jade replaced the glowing rock would become dim by comparison. Lin Yuan's charismatic aura only mesmerized Luoya even more. He intentionally released a portion of his charisma because he felt it was necessary for him to offer Luoya bait in order to reel her in. This was the only way to make Luoya willing to trade with him regardless of any other factors. After Lin Yuan gave him the directions, Fu Di gnashed his teeth and led the other 300 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps toward the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. Luoya invited Lin Yuan to sit on the banana wood elephant with her, but he hastily rejected her when he saw brown substances dropping from between the banana wood elephant's legs. The banana wood elephant had just been fed and was stuffed full. Its bowels urgently needed to be emptied. If he sat on the banana wood elephant's back, he would have to suffer through the stench the entire journey. When Lin Yuan rejected her offer and looked at the banana wood elephant with disdain, Luoya immediately ordered 3 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps to lead the banana wood elephant and walk behind the rest of the group. The banana wood elephant was Silver X/Elite and was almost at gold grade. Lin Yuan was clearly looking down on the banana wood elephant, and this made Luoya even more certain that his background was far from ordinary. Luoya thought, "If Lin Yuan is a normal person from the Great Lush Federation, my father will never let me marry him. But if he's someone with means, my power-hungry father will probably be more amiable." Suddenly, her chest tightened, and an idea formed in her mind. What if he came from an even more powerful family than hers? As such, she felt she needed to treat him better. After journeying for less than an hour, Fu Di sent Lin Yuan food twice. He did not reject his offerings because the vicious poison law had reached Myth 3, and it would protect him from even gold snake species phase poisons. After seeing Lin Yuan continue to chat happily with Luoya despite having eaten the poisoned food, Fu Di smashed the bottle onto the ground and cursed loudly, "What the hell? I'll burn your shop down and beat you to death. You piece of crap, you always overcharge me when I buy blood-clotting medicine from you. But now you even have the audacity to sell me fake poison. How much more wicked can you get?" The more Fu Di thought about it, the angrier he became. He smothered jam all over a piece of bread, tossed it to the manager in charge of resources, and said, "Lazy, take out the pinnacle gold decay blood, hooked scorpion's tail." The man named Lazy took out a walnut-shaped fruit and tossed it to the ground. A large pile of resources appeared on the ground, and Luoya said in annoyance, "Fu Di, what are you doing? I didn't give you the item-storing walnut for you to use it like this. The item-storing walnut storage space will decrease after it's used 10 times. Aren't you aware of such basic knowledge?" Fu Di smiled awkwardly and said, I need to pick out some resources that we can use to trade for fur and metal with the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. Luo Ye immediately felt that she had wronged Fu Di. After thinking for a moment, Luo Ye tossed another bottle of spirit fluid at Fu Di and said, I concocted this bottle of spirit fluid myself. It can evolve a pinnacle bronze fey to silver grade. If you have no use for it, give it to someone who does. Fu Di was not happy to receive the spirit fluid, and his face turned stern. He had said what he said to test if Luo Ye was serious about the members of Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps dressing up as merchants from the Great Lush Federation to steal their resources and kill them afterward. However, it seemed that Luo Ye had given up on the idea. When they restarted their journey, Fu Di hid the decay blood-hooked scorpion's tail and hid it within the jam as he sneered to himself. Consider yourself lucky to have eaten fake poison. This time, you're going to be eating the pinnacle gold decay blood-hooked scorpion's tail. You're dead. Fu Di was afraid that Lin Yuan would be able to sniff out the faint stench from the decay blood-hooked scorpion's tail, so he added 2 more scoops of jam. He quickly trod over to Lin Yuan and smiled as he said politely, Friend, when we arrive at the destination and begin trading with the merchants from the Great Lush Federation, it might end up taking a long time. We prepared many resources, so it's likely that we won't be done before sunset. Why don't you have some bread so you won't become hungry at night? I added some specialty jam from Phoebe Jinan City. I promise that it's delicious. Lin Yuan shot Fu Di a look of bemusement. Fu Di was astonished by Lin Yuan's gaze and instinctively feared that Lin Yuan had realized what he had done to the bread. Before Fu Di could ponder over the possibility, his expression darkened when he heard what Lin Yuan said next. Luo Ye, he said that he put a lot of jam in between the bread. Do you want to eat it? Fu Di immediately retracted his hand. The Luo family knew that Luo Ye was hanging out with the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. If they found out that she had died from eating the bread he had given her, they would definitely hunt him down and dismember him. Given the Luo family's power and connections, there would be nowhere for him to hide. If the Luo family put a bounty on his head offering Creation Master resources, there was even a chance that the other members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps would sell him out. In contrast to the terrified Fu Di, Luo Ye assumed that Lin Yuan was showing care for her by offering her the bread. She was overjoyed and felt as though flowers were blooming within her. However, she had already eaten a piece of bread and did not want Lin Yuan to think of her as a glutton. Hence, in order to maintain her demure image, she replied shyly, I have a really small appetite. I can't possibly fit this into my stomach. Fu Di relaxed when he heard Luo Ye's rejection. Lin Yuan had no intention of teasing Fu Di, so he received the bread from Fu Di and gobbled it in front of Fu Di's watchful eyes. He was in no mood to entertain Fu Di as all his attention was on the item containing walnut that Fu Di had taken out. The item storing walnut was a spatial spiritual ingredient. Although it did not have a large storage space, he could use them to travel between the Divine Wood Federation and the Radiance Federation if he had enough of them. Lin Yuan had just witnessed the item storing walnut's ability for himself, and it was considered a clumsy storage instrument. Since the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps were using such a clumsy item, it meant that the item storing walnut was common in the Divine Wood Federation. Moreover, Lin Yuan had clearly spotted a poisonous substance sandwiched between the bread. He did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that eating poison with the vicious poison law in effect made the food more delicious. Lin Yuan also ate the bread to test this theory, and it turned out that he was right. There was a fragrance that was strongly present amongst the sweetness of the jam and the fragrance of the bread. Lin Yuan felt as though he was eating a fried chicken-flavored scorpion. As Lin Yuan munched on the bread, he said to Luo Ye with mock nonchalance, Is the item containing walnuts sold in Phoebe Jinan City? Luo Ye's eyes lit up as Lin Yuan asking her this question meant that there was a possibility he would go to Phoebe Jinan City. However, she was confused as even Class 1 families in small towns could obtain the item storing walnut. This confusion made Luo Ye question whether Lin Yuan did not know much about the Divine Wood Federation. If so, it would be all the more possible that he was the disciple of one of the secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation. Most youths in the Divine Wood Federation would follow a group of merchants to do business in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation from the age of 12 or 13. In such an environment, even idiots would come to know of the item-storing walnut. Only the disciples of the secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation who had been brought up in an enclosed environment would lack such basic and common information. The more Luo Ye thought about it, the more certain she was that she knew the truth. She decided to test Lin Yuan. First, she answered his question. Silver item containing walnuts can be found at auctions in P16 City. Occasionally, there will be gold ones too. You can obtain bronze ones from any Class 1 creation master. It just so happens that I'm a Class 1 creation master. I don't have any item containing walnuts with me now, but around 8 item containing walnut trees are growing back at my home. If you want the item containing walnuts, I can nurture many for you once I'm back home. If you come and visit P16 City, I'll give you 10. Suddenly, she asked Lin Yuan, by the way, you said that you were separated from your retainers because of a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. Were your phase injured during the attack? If so, I can help you heal your phase now. Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, I didn't summon any phase. My phase don't have combat abilities, so they're useless in such a situation. Now, Lin Yuan was no longer thinking of the item-storing walnut. Instead, he was thinking of the item-storing walnut trees. He had never seen any item-storing walnut trees and did not know what conditions needed to be met in order for the item-storing walnut trees to produce item-storing walnuts. Previously, Lin Yuan would need to think of a way to address this situation carefully. But he now had Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian as well as Genius, who all had Class 4 Creation Master abilities. With all these Class 4 Creation Masters, Lin Yuan would be able to produce a large number of item-storing walnuts quickly. Moreover, if the item-storing walnut tree could produce ramets easily, he could even nurture a small forest of them. Luo Ye's eyes widened, and she asked gently, if your phase aren't skilled at battle, this must mean they're support type or healing type phase. Can I see your phase? Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched when he heard what Luo Ye said, as it sounded more like she wanted to see something besides his phase. In the past, Lin Yuan would never allow another person to see his phase, much less summon them in the presence of another person. But since he wanted to build a relationship with Luo Ye, it was necessary for him to summon his phase to display his capabilities. However, Lin Yuan had not decided which of his many phase he should summon, as he had many of them that fit the description of healing type and support type phase. Lin Yuan immediately summoned one of his phase. Luo Ye did not find anything strange about his actions. She was already certain that he was a member of the elite because only such people could afford the clothes he was wearing and exuded the aura that came from him. Each gem from Class 1 and 2 subterranean dimensional rifts cost about 20 great lush dollars. The color of the gems did not affect their price by much. The fabric of Lin Yuan's clothes could not be ascertained due to the mud, but there were about 40 gems embedded in it, which cost a total of about 1,200 great lush dollars. Hence, this set of spirit chi clothes had to cost at least 2,000 great lush dollars. This was a luxury that Luo Ye could afford, but she would not be able to bear to see it become accidentally damaged to such an extent. After observing him during the journey, Luo Ye realized that he did not seem to be heartbroken over his ripped-up clothes, and it seemed as though he couldn't care less about it. She still wanted to see his phase in spite of being sure of his status as an elite, because she wanted to use his phase as a means of measuring how elite his family was. If he truly was the disciple of a secret elite family, he had to have an incredible fae. Fu Di relaxed when he saw Lin Yuan eat the poison bread. The decay blood-hooked scorpion's venom was slow-acting, and it would first deteriorate the victim's mind to prevent the victim from realizing that they had been poisoned. If the victim's body was weak, the venom would start taking effect in about 3 hours. Since he was using the venom of the pinnacle gold decay blood-hooked scorpion, it would only take 2 hours for the poison to take effect. 2 hours were more than enough time to arrive at the area where the merchants from the Great Lush Federation were. After the poison took effect, Lin Yuan would be reduced to a pile of putrid rotten flesh. There would be many witnesses at the bazaar of Great Lush Federation merchants, and many spirit chi professionals from the Iron Hammer Federation would be present as well. Luo Ye would undoubtedly take revenge for Lin Yuan if he died, but Fu Di knew her well enough to know that she would not check his rotting corpse herself. it was more likely that she would leave the task to Fu Di. After he checked Lin Yuan's corpse, he would be able to push the blame to one of the merchants from the Great Lush Federation or Spirit Chi professional from the Iron Hammer Federation without attracting suspicion toward himself. In a fit of anger, Luo Ye would kill the merchants from the Great Lush Federation and Spirit Chi professionals from the Iron Hammer Federation. At that time, he only needed to put more effort into supposedly avenging Lin Yuan in order to remove all lingering suspicion from him. There was even the possibility that Luo Ye might reward him. Without Lin Yuan, Luo Ye would definitely settle down and stay with the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. Fu Di looked at Lin Yuan relaxedly and was certain that he was looking at a dead man. However, when he saw Lin Yuan hesitate at Luo Ye's request to see his face, Fu Di could not help but sneer. "Friend, are you too embarrassed to summon your weak phase? Take a look at my Fei. If you had me to protect you from the Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift, you definitely wouldn't have ended up in such a state." Fu Di smugly summoned the gold 7-bite flesh vine. The bite flesh vine was 3 meters long, and the thick rust-colored vine resembled a snake. There were also many clusters on the vine that looked like suction cups. It seemed that the clusters of suction cups would immediately latch onto entrapped targets. However, in Lin Yuan's eyes, the bite flesh vine could not even compare to the predatory vines that Red Thorn produced. Even if such a Fey was evolved, its singular method of attacking would result in it being easily countered in different environments. It was ludicrous to think that Fu Di would be able to protect Lin Yuan in the event of a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift, as the bite flesh vine would only be able to overcome the first few alien insects that emerged. If it could not replenish its energy, it would quickly be trampled by the never-ending wave of alien insects. Xianing and Zhang Xiaobai had gold Feys that were much stronger than the bite flesh vine. However, an ordinary gold Fey was insignificant in the sea of alien insects. Unless it had overwhelming skill, even a gold 12 Fey would drown in the sea of alien insects. An example would be the gold/epic hidden shadow dire wolf that belonged to Dong Hai. This was why it was so shocking that Red Thorn had been able to hold its own against the alien insects using the Sea of Flowers. Fu Di had already poisoned Lin Yuan 3 times, and Lin Yuan had no intention of allowing Fu Di to live much longer after the journey ended. Lin Yuan's composed reaction made Fu Di feel awkward. When Fu Di jibed Lin Yuan, Luo Ye knitted her brow. Fu Di was still one of her comrades, and it would be easy for Lin Yuan to think negatively of her because of what Fu Di had said. In order to protect the positive image she wanted to portray to Lin Yuan, Luo Ye hurriedly said, "If you summon your phase without changing out of your dirty clothes, you might end up dirtying your phase. Why don't—" Lin Yuan cut her off by lifting his hand. A moment later, a white cat with numerous tails appeared in his arms. A person's hobbies were usually linked to their environment. The regular people from the Divine Wood Federation were all obsessed with silk and would seek out items made from various Fey silks. However, all the members of the elite preferred fur instead and often used the precious fur they obtained to create carpets and curtains. It was just like how the members of factions in the Radiance Federation liked to use furniture made of jade-textured wood. When the fur-obsessed Luo Ye saw the multi-tailed cat in Lin Yuan's arms, she could not help but gasp in amazement. Besides wearing fur goods, every young lady in the Divine Wood Federation longed to own a pretty furry pet. She already had several pets back home in Phoebe Jinan City, but none of them had fur that could compare to the quality of Lin Yuan's cat. The cat in his arms had fur that was even whiter than the snow in the Iron Hammer Federation and eyes that were bluer than the most expensive Paraiba. Luo Ye was most enthralled by the cat's 8 long tails, which were all longer than the cat's body. As the tails swayed and moved, they resembled dancing silks. Luo Ye had never seen an animal with fur as soft as this cat. When the cat was summoned, it immediately started snuggling up to Lin Yuan, as it used its tails to touch his mud-covered clothes gently. Its movements were gentle, but its tails were almost like magic as they managed to clean all the dirt off Lin Yuan's clothes within moments. Luo Ye immediately dipped her head when she saw Lin Yuan's clean clothes, as she could see hints of his ivory skin through the holes. Lin Yuan gently touched Genius' head as Genius meowed in a childlike voice. Initially, he was choosing between Blackie, Purple Afterglow, and Genius. However, Blackie was large and was an avian-type fae, so it would be unrealistic to think that Lin Yuan would end up in such a sorry state with Blackie by his side. Although Purple Afterglow was an avian-type fae, it was only about the size of a palm and could not carry a person. It met the requirements, but Lin Yuan did not summon it because the blue flash butterfly also existed in the Divine Wood Federation, and the people there knew of the rumors surrounding the blue flash purple butterfly. Purple Afterglow's appearance had changed significantly after its bloodline evolved to the Purple Afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. However, anyone who had seen a drawing of the blue flash purple butterfly would be able to tell that it had very similar markings on its wings to those on Purple Afterglow's wings. The only difference was that Purple Afterglow's markings were much more breathtaking. As such, Genius was the best choice. Lin Yuan did not know whether there were 100 questions beasts in the Divine Wood Federation, but there were many cat species fays in the Startling Lines continent. Genius now had many tails and no longer looked like the 100 questions beast. As long as Genius did not speak, not even people who had seen the 100 questions beast for itself would be able to identify Genius as one. Genius' appearance was like a harsh slap to Fu Di, and all his pompousness from summoning the bite flesh vine vanished. However, he was also relieved that he had not impulsively attacked Lin Yuan. He realized that he could not sense how strong the cat species fae was. This meant that it had to be much more powerful than the bite flesh vine. This meant that Lin Yuan's cat species fae had to be platinum at the very least. Fu Di was not a creation master and could not sense genius grade with his simple techniques. Nonetheless, he knew that the bite flesh vine could not defeat the cat species fae even if it was only normal quality. Although the cat species fae did not appear to have any attacking abilities, there was no way it was weak. If it was provoked, it would bare its sharp claws and slash apart its target. Fu Di looked at Lin Yuan and thought, "Hee, so what if your fae is strong? I watched as you gobbled down the bread poisoned with the gold decay blood hooked scorpion's venom. You'll definitely be dead in 2 hours." Once Lin Yuan died, his cat species fae would not be able to live long either. Fu Di planned on removing its fur and selling it. The pristine fur should be able to fetch a high enough price to keep him living in comfort for the rest of his life. He was curious about his future prize and asked, "Friend, your cat looks like it's of high quality. Has it reached epic quality?" Once Luo Ye saw the cat species fae, she became even more assured in her guess that Lin Yuan was a disciple of one of the secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation. Genius was proof that Lin Yuan's status was much more elite than hers. Although she did not know how far their statuses differed, she guessed that there had to be at least one Class 3 creation master in his family. Luo Ye was both happy and nervous to find out that Lin Yuan was the disciple of a secret elite family. She was afraid that her background as a daughter of a Class 2 family would become an obstacle. For the first time in her privileged life, Luo Ye felt insecure about her background. She took a deep breath. Now was the time to show her true skills. Despite others fawning over Luo Ye her entire life, she was going to try to become the fawner now in an attempt to leave the best impression on Lin Yuan. She also felt a deep murderous resentment toward Fu Di and the other members of Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. They had always been searching for toys for her and knew about her hedonistic ways. Since she now knew that she had no means of controlling Lin Yuan, she was going to do her best to keep Lin Yuan from finding out about her unsavory past. Luo Ye was a vicious person by nature. Although she had spent a few years with the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps, every member of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps was nothing more than a tool to her. When Luo Ye heard what Fu Di said, she felt that this tool of hers was too ignorant. As a Class 1 creation master, her abilities were limited, and she could not sense genius diamond grade powers. However, she could sense the aura of willpower coming from genius, which indicated that it was a fantasy breed fae. She gasped in amazement. How could one person be so outstanding? He came from an elite family and had good looks and talent. He was every young girl's dream partner. Luo Ye chatted with Lin Yuan endlessly during the journey, and Fu Di stopped trying to insert himself. However, as he walked behind them, he glared maliciously at Lin Yuan while staring at Genius Fur with a greedy glint in his eye. A while later, the group encountered a few alien insects. Since there were no strong faes in the forest, these alien insects that had been fleeing from the source sand managed to survive. When these alien insects saw Lin Yuan, they immediately cried out and charged toward him. Unsurprisingly, these alien insects soon died at the hands of the members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. However, Lin Yuan was surprised that these alien insects that could easily be crushed to death managed to inflict considerable damage to the members of Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. Lin Yuan now knew how strong the members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps were. As the sun began to set and after what seemed like endless trudging through the forest, Lin Yuan finally saw 200 tents clustered together past the edge of the forest. Every tent had a black-haired and black-eyed merchant passionately shouting advertisements of their stall. The merchants sold their goods while trading for the goods of their customers. This scene reminded Lin Yuan of the Fey marketplace in Redbud City. Luoya had initially wanted to introduce Lin Yuan to some of these merchants from the Great Lush Federation that roamed the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. But she remembered that Lin Yuan was a disciple from a secret elite family that was undergoing training, so she felt that there was no way he did not know of the unspoken rules upheld by the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. As such, she did not offer him any warnings. The arrival of this large group of about 300 people immediately attracted the attention of all the merchants, and the merchants' guards summoned their Fays to caution off any possible hostile intentions. Lin Yuan saw that most of the guards' Fays were pinnacle bronze grade, and only a few were silver grade. It was no wonder that the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps were targeting them. However, if the two sides really started clashing, it was not guaranteed that the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps would be able to dominate the fight. Fu Di and the other members who had silver grade would not be in any danger, but some of the weaker members would definitely end up losing their lives. Lin Yuan felt that with some help, the merchant guards would be able to take down at least 100 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps with them. From this point of view, it could be seen how stubbornly strong the people from the Startling Lines continent were. Spirit Chi professionals lived lives that were paved by bloodshed. Everything that happened in the Radiance Federation had to adhere to rules, and not even Thearch-class experts could act as they pleased in the royal capital. Any deep grudges between Fays had to be settled through blood-packed ultimate fights. However, at the Startling Lines continent, rules no longer had the power to dictate the actions of its people. Rather, it could also be said that there were basically no rules in the Startling Lines continent and nothing was off the table. The Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps had initially planned on robbing the merchants. But since Luoya had taken a shine to Lin Yuan, who was from the Great Lush Federation, Fu Di had no choice but to hide the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' identity and intention. Fu Di planned on waiting for Lin Yuan's death to push the blame onto the merchants from the Great Lush Federation before he returned to their original plan. Thus, Fu Di could not be bothered to put on a friendly act and pretend to negotiate trades with the merchants. Luoya was uninterested in this small merchant group, and the person who was shopping around with the most glee was Lin Yuan. When he arrived at the first stall, he used true data to check and learned that he had never encountered many of the spiritual ingredients, fruits, and plant-type Fays that were for sale. There were even some ceramic bottles that were clearly produced in the Divine Wood Federation. Given that 90% of the people in the bazaar were wearing armor, it was evident that they came from the Iron Hammer Federation, where metal resources were abundant. It was unsurprising that the merchants' guards had such a big reaction to the arrival of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. It seemed that this merchant group's target consumers were people from the Iron Hammer Federation instead of those from the Divine Wood Federation. As fascinating as these foreign items were, true data revealed that they did not have utilization, and Lin Yuan was uninterested in them. He could not see what was inside the ceramic bottles and reached his hand inside. Just as his hand was about to touch the ceramic bottle, a heavy hand slapped his hand away. "Boy! Don't you know that you can't touch things you don't plan on buying?" Lin Yuan instinctively lifted his head and saw the stall owner looking at him with displeasure. Luoya hurriedly walked up to fix the situation as she cursed the family that Lin Yuan came from. As much as they wanted their younger generation to gain experiences from going out to train, how could they not even supply common knowledge? Nonetheless, Luoya started to explain to Lin Yuan seriously. "You can't touch any of the goods being sold at any bazaar made up of merchants from the Great Lush Federation. Once you touch it, you'll have to purchase it. Otherwise, you'll be blacklisted and chased out of the bazaar." While she was explaining, she wondered how someone of Lin Yuan's status would punish the stall owner that had slapped his hand. Yet, Lin Yuan smiled brightly and said with an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry. This is my first time at a bazaar, and I am not aware of the rules. I didn't mean to inconvenience you. Can I ask what is in this ceramic pot?" The young man's blinding smile and a sincere apology made the burly stall owner slightly embarrassed, and he could not help but think of his son, what had died at the hands of the withered cliff thief Death Core a year ago. His son had been around Lin Yuan's age and would be much more muscular than Lin Yuan if he was still around. After the man composed his grief-filled thoughts, he first explained why the goods could not be touched. When we collect goods, we first check their quality. We'll keep those of acceptable quality and return the rejects so as to ensure that only the best quality goods are being sold. However, as strict as our moderation process is, things that have crossed many hands will definitely show evidence of all the contact. Phase and metal spiritual ingredients are still fine. However, things like fur and silk could become dirty or even damaged. If we don't notice the damage in time and sell the goods, it'll tarnish our reputation as merchants. The man was done explaining, so he went on to answer Lin Yuan's question. This is strong alcohol that comes from a nearby town in the Divine Wood Federation. You're still young and shouldn't be drinking things like this. If you become addicted, you'll put your life in danger before you even throw away all your great lush dollars on this stuff. Lin Yuan scratched his head and replied, "Thank you for the advice. I don't drink alcohol." After bidding goodbye to the man, Lin Yuan walked toward the other stalls. The more Luo Ye gazed at his back, the more captivated she became. She had done many wicked deeds. If the man had dared to slap her hand, she would not have hesitated to order the mist reverse poison moth to kill him. But as cruel as she was not completely evil. She did not possess Lin Yuan's manners and bright personality, and these traits deeply attracted her. Now, she was even more set on killing Fu Di and the withered cliff thief Death Core. The problem was finding the right opportunity to do so. After browsing about 20 stalls, Lin Yuan became bored as most of the stalls sold similar items. It would only be a waste of time to continue browsing. A better use of this time would be to seek out the leader of the merchants. Lin Yuan asked one of the stall owners, "Sir, can I ask where the person in charge of all the merchants here is? I have some business that I would like to discuss with him." He had not changed out of his spirit chi clothes, although there were several large holes in his garment. The gems were proof of the spirit chi clothes' value. It was evident that Lin Yuan had the means to do business with the leader of the merchants. The most fundamental quality that the merchants from the Great Lush Federation needed to have was a continuous stream of resources. Hence, none of them would turn business away. A stall owner cheerfully led Lin Yuan to the largest tent and said, "The manager of our sincere merchant group is in this tent. His name is Mr. Feng. I saw several spirit chi professionals from the Iron Hammer Federation who also wanted to discuss business with Mr. Feng leaving, so there should only be Mr. Feng and his family left in the tent. You can go in and talk to him directly about any business you have in mind." Lin Yuan thanked the stall owner and strode into the large tent. The doors were open, so Lin Yuan walked in. Inside the tent sat an elderly man with a flat top and a middle-aged man, and they were going over account books together. The middle-aged man also had a child that looked to be about 2 years old in his arms. The child started cooing when he saw Lin Yuan and Luo Ye. The elderly man studied Lin Yuan and Luo Ye for a moment before asking, "Do the two of you need something? If you want to discuss business, we will offer the utmost sincerity. However, we first have to ensure that you're offering good quality goods." Before Lin Yuan could reply, sounds of a commotion could be heard outside the tent, and Lin Yuan heard people shouting, "What? Why did a subterranean dimensional rift open up all of a sudden? Damn! Go and see Mr. Feng and ask him what we should do." "There's no point in asking Mr. Feng. This subterranean dimensional rift is huge, and it's clear from its aura that it's not only Class 1. We're done for. There's no way we'll be able to survive the wave of subterranean lifeforms from a Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift." The elderly man known as Mr. Feng said to the man next to him, "Jiaji, take good care of Bean. His safety comes first no matter what." Mr. Feng immediately charged out of the tent to check on the situation. Luo Ye's expression soured. If what the people outside said was true, that a Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift had opened nearby, not even using the mist reverse poison moth would allow her to escape. In less than 2 minutes after the subterranean dimensional rift opened, a large number of subterranean life forms would emerge. Many of the subterranean life forms from a Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift had wings, and some, like the fungus bat and stone statue monster, had strong aerial fighting abilities. Luo Ye turned to Lin Yuan and said, "If a Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift has really opened, the two of us will ride the mist reverse poison moth and escape to the Divine Wood Federation. Didn't you say that a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift opened? Do you know its exact location? If we fly toward the wave of insects and lead the two groups of dimensional lifeforms to collide with each other, we might be able to escape with our lives." Lin Yuan was surprised to hear Luo Ye say this. The mist reverse poison moth was only gold grade, and the more burdens it was carrying, the slower it would be able to fly. It would definitely be able to fly quicker with just Luo Ye on its back. Yet, Luo Ye had still chosen to bring Lin Yuan with her in spite of the life and death situation she was facing. Before Lin Yuan could reply, louder noises of a scuffle came from outside the tent, and Luo Ye recognized some of the voices. She cursed inwardly as she knew that it was due to Fu Di, who had lost control after hearing about the subterranean dimensional rift. While Luo Ye racked her brain to come up with a plan to escape while ensuring that the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps took her secrets to their graves, Lin Yuan calmly said to the middle-aged man, "We can't stay in this tent. Let's go out and assess the situation." Before Lin Yuan could step out of the tent, it erupted into flames. With a wave of her hand, Luo Ye summoned a 2-meter-long blue-winged dragonfly and ordered, "Cold-winged wind dragonfly, use frigid wind." The blue-winged dragonfly flapped its wings and kicked up a gust of wind so strong that it tore the burning tent apart. After the tent was ripped apart, Luo Ye saw that Fu Di had ordered the members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps to summon their phase and were currently facing off against both the merchants and their guards. Yet, amidst the confrontation with the sincere merchant group, Fu Di continued to look around as though he was searching for something. Rage bubbled within Luo Ye. If Fu Di revealed that they were the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps, any hope she had of being with Lin Yuan would be dashed. Luo Ye shouted shrilly, "Fu Di, what are you doing?" At the sound of Luo Ye's angry shriek, Fu Di looked at her happily and let out a sigh of relief. He was an experienced adventurer who knew that there was no way he would be able to escape the Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift without Luo Ye's mist reverse poison moth. However, the moment he laid eyes on Lin Yuan, he froze in shock. Lin Yuan should already have been reduced to a pile of rotting flesh by this time. How could he still be alive and kicking? But Fu Di did not have time to address this now as he rushed to Luo Ye and yelled, "Luo Ye, summon your mist reverse poison moth and take me with you. If we don't leave now, it's going to be too late." The other 300 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps immediately went into a frenzy. The Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' business was robbing and killing. Every member's sword knew the taste of blood. However, just because they were ready to lay down their lives did not mean that they were willing to be abandoned. The members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps had always fought by Fu Di's side. However, Fu Di's current attitude broke all their hearts and made them unwilling to continue fighting the sincere merchant group. Lin Yuan pursed his lips when he saw Fu Di running toward Luo Ye. Although Lin Yuan had every intention of killing Fu Di, he might have spared Fu Di if he had performed his duty as the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' leader and tried to save his members. But now, Fu Di was nothing more than a despicable cad that did not even deserve to do manual labor in the underground palace. When Luo Ye did not respond, Fu Di shouted anxiously, "Just forget about that pretty boy. I'll do my best to find you even better-looking boys in the future." Luo Ye was so enraged that she ordered the cold-winged wind dragonfly to attack Fu Di. She dared not reply to him for fear that he would expose her and say something that would scare Lin Yuan off. In order to seal his mouth, she would have to use brute strength. Fu Di never expected Luo Ye to attack him, and he could not figure out why she was doing so. After all, he had a gold fay that would be able to help them escape. Could it be that she had discovered he had poisoned Lin Yuan? Fu Di hurriedly summoned the bite flesh vine to defend him. When the blade of cold wind cut down on the bite flesh vine, several holes opened up on the bite flesh vine. Sap should be leaking out of the holes, but the cold wind had frozen all the sap. Since the bite flesh vine's wounds were frozen, it could not heal itself. The discovery of the subterranean dimensional rift, the confrontation between the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps and Sincere Merchant Group, and Fu Di being attacked by Luoya all occurred within the span of a minute. During this time, a skinny green-skinned monster had climbed out of the subterranean dimensional rift, and a sea of various subterranean lifeforms soon followed. The skinny green monster orchestrated the other lifeforms to surround the bazaar in an orderly manner. Luoya said in shock, "It's the land imp. This has to be a Pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift." The skinny green monster glared at the cold-winged wind dragonfly and mist reverse poison moth. With a snap of its fingers, 2 balls of mud appeared in the air and blocked the cold-winged wind dragonfly and mist reverse poison moth's path. If the cold-winged wind dragonfly and mist reverse poison moth tried to fly away, they would immediately be obstructed by the balls of mud. Luoya muttered in despair, "I'm done for. How can I die in such a place? I'm a Class 1 creation master." The only person who remained calm was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his eyes in surprise when he saw the land imp. It was indeed strange to see a land imp in a Pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift. Land imps were an extremely intelligent subterranean lifeform and had a humanoid figure just like the Medusa snake demon. The difference was that land imps were much rarer and more useful than the Medusa snake demon. However, according to the description by Fey observers, the land imps had greenish-gray skin and not slightly blue skin like this land imp had. Moreover, this land imp seemed even more intelligent than the average Class 4 land imp. Lin Yuan immediately used true data to check on the land imp. Alien beast name: land imp, vein type, life form state, dimensional life form, alien beast class, Class 4, natural skill, metal growth. By forming a contract with a type of metal, the land imp can absorb the energy within the metal to increase its power. After increasing its power, the land imp can also grow the metal. Each time the land imp evolves, it will be able to switch to a different type of metal. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply and could not believe his luck to have encountered the legendary land imp that was mutating in the direction of mineral veins. If this land imp's mutation was successful, it would be able to transform into the vein land imp, which was considered a treasure. The vein land imp could go underground and sense the location of mineral veins. As such, gaining control of one vein land imp would allow a person to tap into a mineral vein's valuable resources. A mineral vein was more valuable than hundreds of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan felt that he could enable this land imp to undergo the source-type cleansing to become an apostle. The vein land imp was a much more precious strategic resource than Wendy and Rising Lizard. Moreover, this land imp's natural skill metal growth could multiply metal while increasing its power. In the future, Lin Yuan would only need to obtain a small amount of any metal spiritual ingredient he needed, and he would not have to worry about lacking in that specific metal spiritual ingredient again. As of now, the metal spiritual ingredient he lacked the most was floating silver, which could obscure a space and defend against prying eyes. If he could gain control of the land imp, he would not have to search for floating silver any more doggedly. While Lin Yuan studied the vein land imp, he noticed that it was sniffing excitedly as though it had discovered something extremely interesting. Lin Yuan thought, could there be an undiscovered mineral vein somewhere in this area? If a mineral vein remained untapped, its aura would stay sealed, and only the vein land imp would be able to sense it. It would not be easy for spirit chi professionals to use phase to uncover mineral veins, and it usually only happened by chance or due to a miracle. Resources were scarce on the outskirts of the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan could not be sure about the Iron Hammer Federation as he had never been there, but there was only one small town at the edge of the Divine Wood Federation that could not even afford to sustain one Class 1 creation master. As such, it was possible that a mineral vein in this area would remain undiscovered. The vein land imp subtly glanced at an area not far off before looking back in amusement at the members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps and Sincere Merchant Group that were currently surrounded by the subterranean lifeforms. It was as though these people were nothing more than toys to the vain land imp. Lin Yuan calmly stroked Genius' soft fur. And Genius was also a picture of composure. Meanwhile, panic had fully taken hold of Luoya. The two balls of mud obstructed the cold-winged wind dragonfly and mist reverse poison moth, and any movement on the two-phase part would be closely shadowed by the balls of mud. The Class 4 land imp was as powerful as a platinum fae, and Luoya dared not order the mist reverse poison moth and cold-winged wind dragonfly to defend against the land imp's attack, as it would either result in their deaths or them sustaining grievous injuries. Even if the mist reverse poison moth and cold-winged wind dragonfly could still fly in their injured states, they would not be able to outrun the fungus bats and stone status monsters. The entire scene plunged into despair as the subterranean lifeforms flowing out of the pinnacle class 2-dimensional rift were like an unfolding disaster. Only the gods had the ability to overcome disasters, and mere mortals were destined to die. Although the cold-winged wind dragonfly and mist reverse poison moth were blocked by the balls of mud and could no longer attack Fu Di, he did not feel relaxed. He was the only spirit chi professional besides Luoya who had summoned a gold fae. Since the land imp could not sense the diamond/fantasy genius, Fu Di appeared to be the strongest person present. However, both he and the bite flesh vine were surrounded by subterranean lifeforms. The ground beneath his feet gave way, and he almost fell into the hole that had suddenly appeared. If not for the bite flesh vine using its vine to grab hold of his arm, he would have fallen in. Just as the bite flesh vine was about to pull Fu Di out of the hole, an even larger hole opened up beneath the bite flesh vine. Both the bite flesh vine and Fu Di tumbled into the hole. A moment later, the hole started to close up. Fu Di and the bite flesh vine started to thrash frantically, and he screeched, "Luoya! Save me! If you save me, I'm willing to use the bite flesh vine to protect the mist reverse poison moth and cold-winged wind dragonfly. I'll be your servant, and I'll never defy you ever again. Save me, please." Luoya looked elated to hear Fu Di's desperate cries. Despite clearly having no intention of saving him, she said, "Hold on. I still have a fae that I haven't summoned. Tell the bite flesh vine to reach out of the hole, and I'll use my fae to pull you up." She sneered and thought, "Fu Di, do you think you're worthy of being my servant? It's child's play for a Class 1 creation master like me to find a servant with a gold fae. There are so many of you out there." Not only did Luoya look down on Fu Di, but she also subscribed to the belief that only dead men told no tales. If she saved him, there would always be the possibility of him saying something wrong, and she would not always be there to stop him with brute force. As Fu Di continued to plead from within the hole, Luoya matched her tone to sound urgent and exerted. Fu Di did as she said and instructed the bite flesh vine to reach out of the hole. He also summoned the silver steel thread vine to slam against the hole to slow down the rate at which the hole was closing. Additionally, Fu Di took out a long knife and hacked at the underground thorns in spite of the injuries he had already sustained. The land imp's strategy was to eliminate the biggest threat present, and it was already set on killing Fu Di. However, the land imp treated Fu Di's instructions to the bite flesh vine to reach out of the hole as a provocation. The land imp became more insistent on ending Fu Di's life, so he and his two fays soon drew their last breaths inside the hole. Now that Fu Di was dead, Luoya let out a sigh of relief. She had noticed that the middle-aged man and elderly man she had seen in the tent had summoned pinnacle silver fays and had forced the leaderless withered cliff thief death core out toward the wall of subterranean lifeforms. Luoya was now resigned to the fact that this place was about to become her burial ground, and all she wanted to do now was die by Lin Yuan's side with him, thinking that she had a clean slate. As such, she hoped that all the members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps would die even more than she hoped to survive this disaster. She had already come up with an excuse to explain her abandonment of Fu Di. Luoya said to Lin Yuan, "Fu Di went mad from the pressure of facing the Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift and started spewing nonsense. He wanted me to take him with me, but the mist reverse poison moth can't take 3 people." She stopped for a moment before whispering, "I chose you and not Fu Di." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He now truly knew how much Luoya cared for him, to the point that he remained her priority during a life-and-death situation. He looked at the wave of subterranean lifeforms and thought, This unexpected situation wrecked Mai and Lu Jie's original plan. It's now up to Lu Jie how he wants to make his entrance. Luo Ye was so resigned to her fate that she did not notice Lin Yuan's calm demeanor. Mr. Feng and Jiaji kept their eyes on Lin Yuan while they led the sincere merchant group against the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. Lin Yuan's dignified aura had caught their attention from the moment they met him. It did not make sense for a person with such an aura to appear amongst this small merchant group. Moreover, Genius' presence was much more convincing than Lin Yuan's torn-up spirit chi clothes. Mr. Feng had never seen this eight-tailed cat species fey before, nor could he sense its power. However, its fur was already more valuable than the entire sincere merchant group. Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji ran to Lin Yuan, and Mr. Feng said, "I didn't mean to offend you. If you have any means of escaping, please bring my grandson, Bean." Mr. Feng gestured at Feng Jiaji to hand Bean over to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was shocked and did not reach out to receive Bean. As he gazed at Bean's large eyes and innocent smile, Lin Yuan came to a decision. If Lu Jie did not make it in time to defeat the wave of subterranean lifeforms, he would save this child. Mr. Feng hurriedly took out 10 silver item-storing walnuts and said, "I obtained these resources when I traveled east. If you can save Bean, I shall give all these to you." He paused for a moment before adding, "I only have these for now. If I ever obtain any more, I shall give them all to you as well." Lin Yuan looked at Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji, who was holding Bean with his lips tightly pressed together, and said, "What if I can save all three of you?" Luo Ye, Mr. Feng, and Feng Jiaji froze in astonishment when they heard what Lin Yuan said. Mr. Feng looked at Feng Jiaji before he looked at the members of the sincere merchant group and said, "Some of these people have been with me for over 40 years while others have been with me for over 10 years. All of us are old friends. I can't bear to leave them. Those who started following me in their youth now have children or even grandchildren who are all following me as well. I would rather die with honor than live with guilt in my heart." Feng Jiaji gnashed his teeth and said, "I've been with the sincere merchant group from the moment I was born. My mother and wife are also part of the sincere merchant group. The sincere merchant group is my home. I won't leave either. Please, if you can, save Bean. He's still young and ignorant. I only hope that he can continue living. It might be selfish for me to say this, but as long as Bean lives, I'll live through him. He is the legacy of my bloodline." Lin Yuan saw absolute loyalty in Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji. There was no guarantee that such a morally upstanding merchant group would be able to find success in this messy world. However, they would definitely make the best business partners. Lin Yuan gently touched Bean's face and said, "The sudden appearance of another dimensional rift caused me to be separated from my retainer. The opening of the Pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift caused such strong effects that it'll definitely attract my retainer. Once he's here, everything will be fine." Before Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji could react, a member of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps cried out in terror, "We're done for! The subterranean life forms are closing in. Get out of my way. Ah, my legs are breaking." At first, the Class 4 land imp was the one leading the subterranean life forms. However, a black stone statue monster had flown out of the Pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift and sent the sea of subterranean life forms into a frenzy. The land imp and stone statue monster started competing over leadership over the subterranean life forms. It did not take long for the 300 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps, who were closest to the sea of subterranean life forms, to be killed. As the members of the sincere merchant group were about to become the subterranean life form's next target, Lin Yuan prepared to instruct the source sand to take action. An overwhelming aura swept across the wave of subterranean beasts at that moment. This aura did not strike fear into the hearts of the dimensional life forms like the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's aura did, but it did immediately catch the attention of all the dimensional life forms present. Shortly after, many enormous spiderwebs appeared in the air and trapped the dimensional life forms on the ground. The dimensional life forms were still alive but immobile. Lin Yuan noticed many translucent spiders on the webs. Each spider was smaller than a fingernail, but they were the ones spinning this giant web. As the spider web was spun even thicker and stickier, all the dimensional lifeforms were well and truly stuck. At the end of the spider webs was a man dressed in silver armor. A glowing moth flew above the man's head, and every flap of its wings sent out faint dimensional fluctuations. To the members of the sincere merchant group and Luoya who were waiting for their impending death, the man in silver armor was like a descending soldier from heaven. The hundreds of spiderwebs were also like a magical ability they had never seen before. Lu Jie slowly walked on the ground that had been cleared of subterranean dimensional lifeforms. Larger webs appeared in the sky and covered the subterranean lifeforms in layer after layer of gossamer threads. Even the land imp and stone statue monster were trapped within the spiderwebs. Lin Yuan did not expect Lu Jie to use such a method to take care of the subterranean lifeforms. Lu Jie did not kill the subterranean lifeforms because he intended on feeding them to Silver Corona. The translucent spiders were probably a new insect species carcinoma Fae that the insect queen had gained control over. While Lu Jie's arrival still dumbfounded everyone else, Lin Yuan used true data and checked on the insect species carcinoma Fae. Fae name: Web area glass spider, Fae species, thread spider species / jumping spider species, Fae grade, diamond, 10/10, Fae type, insect, Fae quality. Legend. Abilities. Split body separation. By splitting the body's energy into different ranks, every section of energy will produce a miniature life form with the abilities and exclusive skills of the main body. The more miniature life forms produced, the weaker each of them will be. Web-shaped threads. The threads produced will absorb energy from the air and turn into a web that will attract and stick to other spiderwebs. Seek Hunt Web Banquet. The spiderwebs will produce a powerful separation mist that will separate all the life forms on the web and supply energy to every life form. Once the life forms gain enough energy, they will split again. Weakening threads. A life form that has been nurtured by energy will produce threads that have weakening effects. Any target that comes into contact with the weakening threads will become weaker. This includes the softening of shells, the reduction of speed, and other negative effects such as itching and pricking. Area Web War Zone. Once the spiderwebs take over the air, many more spiderwebs will be produced to cover the ground. The spiderwebs will also produce a large number of secretions. When a target that has come into contact with the weakening threads comes into contact with the secretion-covered spiderwebs, the target will degrade quicker. A target that has not come into contact with the weakening threads will gain increased speed and healing abilities when it comes into contact with the secretion-covered spiderwebs. Sacrifice spider threads. When a life form that came from being split apart receives a lethal blow, the energy in the spider threads will be sacrificed and used to produce even more split life forms. The sacrificed spiderwebs will be able to benefit every friendly life form and increase the durability of their outer layers. Exclusive skill. Geometry connection. The spiderwebs will be produced according to the rules of geometry. When many spiderwebs are linked together, they can share the forces exerted on them. Lin Yuan immediately knew that the web area glass spider had used split body separation and web-shaped threads. The web area glass spider was able to control such a large battle zone, but control was not its main ability. There were many insect species carcinoma phase at the Spirit Guard's land for Lu Jie to choose from. He had to have chosen the web area glass spider for another reason besides its controlling abilities. The web area glass spider's true abilities lay in its ability to use spiderwebs to create a battlefield that would be advantageous for insect species phase. The insect queen could produce 5 types of insects, while the blade queen bee could also produce insect species carcinoma phase. There were many insects that Lu Jie could use during battle. The insects could gain increased speed and healing abilities when they came into contact with the secretions on the spiderwebs. It would not make much of a difference if only one insect gained increased speed and healing abilities. But if every insect in the colony benefited in such a manner, the colony's fighting abilities would be raised. Moreover, the weakening threads would be able to degrade its targets, while sacrifice spider threads would be able to increase the sturdiness of the insect species phase shells. Lin Yuan could not imagine the increase in power that Lu Jie's insect colony would be able to achieve. Additionally, when split body separation, area web war zone, and geometry connection were used together, a battlefield formed by the spiderwebs would immediately be created. Once the battlefield was created, Lu Jie would not have to worry about the environment hindering him during battle. Sacrifice spider threads and seek hunt web banquet would also be able to increase the spiderweb's recovery abilities. If only Lin Yuan was affiliated with insect species phase, and if the insect species carcinoma Fey would not only be left with one ability once Morbius spirit locked it, he would also desire an insect species carcinoma Fey for himself. However, there were also limitations that came with Lu Jie contracting so many insect species carcinoma Feys. Carcinoma Feys had messy thoughts and could not comprehend willpower runes from the natural environment. This also applied to the sea burial lotus flower. However, the fairy's heart had been used on the sea burial lotus flower, allowing it to transform into the fairy source-type life form Silver Corona. Since Silver Corona was no longer a carcinoma Fey, it could evolve to fantasy breed. Without the fairy's heart, all of Lu Jie's Feys would only be able to evolve to Diamond X/Legend at most. Nonetheless, this much power was enough, as the use of over 10 insect species carcinoma Feys in conjunction would allow Lu Jie to stand toe-to-toe against Emperor-class experts. Lin Yuan also did not have absolute confidence in being able to defeat Lu Jie in a fight. Lu Jie could hide within the insect colony with the insect queen while directing the insect colony. However, even the sacred sword-wielding queen's night crow wither attack would only be able to attack a large area without focusing on a target. Now that he was seeing Lu Jie in action again, Lin Yuan felt motivated to work harder to find more Feys for Morbius to spirit lock. The members of the Sincere Merchant Group and Luoya watched as Lu Jie walked over to the young man with a white cat in his arms. The silver-armored young man knelt and placed his hand over the left side of his chest as he said, "Young master, sorry I'm late and made you frightened." Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched as he looked at the kneeling Lu Jie. What is big brother Lu doing? I didn't expect him to be a natural-born actor. But I guess this shouldn't be surprising, as people in the Divine Wood Federation care a lot more about ranking than people from the Radiance Federation. The retainers in the Radiance Federation did not need to uphold such etiquettes, but these mannerisms were required in the Divine Wood Federation. If such etiquettes were lacking, it would seem strange and make one seem unworthy of respect. The more established the etiquette was, the more awe-inspiring one would be regarded in the startling Lines continent. If the master and their retainer had an overly casual relationship, they would be assumed to be nouveau riche. Lin Yuan assumed that Lu Jie was only acting in such a way as part of his performance. However, Lu Jie did not feel the same way. Lu Jie was wearing the Class 2 Creation Master Retainer crest that Lin Yuan had given him under his silver armor. He was currently placing his hand over the area where the Class 2 Creation Master Retainer crest was. The Class 2 Creation Master Retainer crest was proof of Lu Jie's rescue and marked the beginning of his dream. During the time he had spent by Lin Yuan's side, Lu Jie had witnessed the way Lin Yuan treated his companions, friends, and family. However, Lu Jie would always see himself as Lin Yuan's retainer knight. Lu Jie realized that this was the first time he presented himself as Lin Yuan's retainer knight in front of others. Hence, he was so caught up in his piousness that even his breathing became ragged. This scene was a heavy blow to the minds of Luoya and the Sincere Merchant members. Although Luoya had guessed that Lin Yuan was the disciple of a secret elite family, she never expected him to have such a powerful retainer. Lin Yuan had said that he had been separated from his retainer when they encountered a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. It did not seem plausible that the retainer that could not handle a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift would be able to do anything against a Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift. When Lu Jie first appeared, he looked so young that Luoya did not link him to Lin Yuan. Despite only being around 24 years old, he already possessed such power. As such, he seemed more like a member of a secret elite family than Lin Yuan, who was dressed in torn-up clothes. The power of the spiderwebs that seemed to stretch across the entire sky was so great that Luoya could not begin to fathom the amount of power that Lu Jie wielded. Yet, this godlike man turned out to be Lin Yuan's retainer. Just how elite was Lin Yuan's status? How strong was Lin Yuan's faction? Could there be a Class 4 Creation Master in the secret elite family that Lin Yuan came from? At this point, Luoya stopped her imagination from running wild. She already felt that Class 3 families were unimaginably powerful. Someone like Luoya, who was from a Class 2 family, did not even have the right to look at a member of a Class 4 family. At first, Luoya had all sorts of wild thoughts about Lin Yuan, and she had decided to pursue him even if he was truly a member of a secret elite family from the Great Lush Federation. But now that she saw how powerful Lin Yuan's retainer was, she became acutely aware of the vast canyon of difference between her and Lin Yuan's status. Luo Ya's feelings of love at first sight for Lin Yuan had gradually turned into hope. But now, she understood they were from completely different worlds and could never be together. At this thought, her spirits plunged. Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji recovered from their shock and felt a twinge of affection for Lin Yuan. This affection came from the happiness and excitement of being saved. The startling Lines continent had the habit of seeing masters and their retainers as one entity, and any action on the retainer's part was regarded as their master's will. Although Lu Jie had stopped the wave of subterranean beasts, the crowd's gratitude was directed toward Lin Yuan instead of Lu Jie. Lu Jie knelt for half a minute before he rose to his feet. He stood by Lin Yuan's side, in between Luoya and Lin Yuan. Luoya instinctively took a step back to put distance between her and Lu Jie. Although the man in the silver armor had not shot her any menacing looks, she was sure he did not have any friendly feelings toward her. As even Lin Yuan's retainer looked down on her, she felt the distance between her and Lin Yuan draw even wider. Suddenly, uproarious cheers erupted from every direction. A god saved us. Look everyone, the subterranean life forms have all been trapped by the webs. Oh my god! I'm not dead. This is amazing. Thank God. The sincere merchant members hugged their family and friends, and many of them were weeping tears of joy. Many hands wiped away tears from many faces, and the remnants of salty tears were like a gift to those who had miraculously survived the disaster. Feng Jiaji took Bean back from Lin Yuan and kissed the wide-eyed child. However, his beard was so rough that it scratched Bean and turned the child's innocent smile into upset wails. Usually, Bean was Feng Jiaji's top priority, but now, he ignored his son and shouted, "The sun is setting! Quickly start up the fires. I shall provide 2 silver rampaging mountain bulls, and we shall have a feast in honor of our guests tonight." Feng Jiaji's words were like a spark that ignited a blaze of excitement in the crowd, and it was almost as though they had not just been in the middle of a disaster moments ago. The sincere merchant members' eyes shone as they looked at Lin Yuan and Lu Jie, but none of them dared to step forward to thank the two men. People with Lin Yuan's natural, elegant demeanor and Lu Jie's dignified coldness could only come from a major faction. None of the members of this lowly merchant group dared to approach the two men. Luoya tossed a bronze item-storing walnut onto the ground, and many fruits appeared. "Since we're roasting bulls, we need to have these fruits too. Beef is oily. After you wash these fruits, you'll be able to eat the fruits alongside the oily beef," said Luoya. There were no seasonings or added dishes other than some salt and the fruits that Luoya provided. Naturally, the food was nowhere near the quality that Lu Jie produced. Currently, many sincere merchant members were enthusiastically dancing around the bonfire. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie merrily feasted amidst the wonderful atmosphere. Luoya dolefully munched on roasted beef while occasionally stealing glances at Lin Yuan. When she saw him staring at the sincere merchant members who were dancing around the bonfire, she took off her purple fur cloak and started dancing passionately around a bonfire. The eyes of many men from the sincere merchant group lit up. Lu Jie could not help but whisper, "Lin Yuan, I think that woman is interested in you. Did she cause you any trouble during your journey?" Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head. Although he wanted to obtain the 2 connections that would allow him to establish himself in the startling Lines continent, he would not stoop so low as to let himself be taken advantage of. The longer Lin Yuan looked at the dimensional light moth flying above Lu Jie's head, the more strange he found it. Subterranean dimensional rifts did not take long to produce the wave of dimensional lifeforms like other dimensional rifts did. However, a natural dimensional rift occurred due to ripping from the inside out. The first dimensional lifeforms that emerged were always the weakest, while the stronger ones only emerged a while later. However, the first dimensional lifeform that emerged from the pinnacle subterranean dimensional rift was the Class 4 land imp. This did not seem logical. The only explanation for this event would be that the dimensional space had ripped from the outside in and coincidentally sucked in a Class 4 land imp. As such, Lin Yuan asked, "Big Brother Lu, was your dimensional light moth the one that opened the subterranean dimensional rift?" Lu Jie nodded and replied with a formal tone. "When you left to meet with the withered cliff thief Death Core, the insect queen produced 30 hurricane owlet moths. I instructed 15 of them to survey the area while the other 15 kept watch over you. When the insect queen's spirit hosts the hurricane owlet moths, they can hear and comprehend sounds. After I learned what was happening on your side, I tried to come up with a way to achieve our original goal. Eventually, I decided that orchestrating a disaster would be the easiest way to go about it. The dimensional light moth was an extremely dangerous insect species carcinoma fey to control, as it would produce dimensional rifts after consuming spatial areas. Before Lin Yuan obtained the Shatter Spatial Stone, he had considered asking Lu Jie to use the dimensional light moth to produce a dimensional rift that would supply Silver Corona's sea of flowers with sustenance. However, he had eventually decided against it. Dimensional light moths that had not been nurtured were usually only around bronze or silver grade, and most would never reach gold grade in their entire lives. Such dimensional light moths were already capable of producing Class 4 dimensional rifts. Lu Jie's dimensional light moth had already reached Diamond X/Legend, which was a level that no wild insect species carcinoma fey could attain. Lin Yuan estimated that the pinnacle Class 2 dimensional rift was produced from the dimensional light moth taking one bite. It would have produced a Class 3 dimensional rift if it took a few more bites. However, the dimensional light moth might become useful once Silver Corona became strong enough. Lin Yuan had originally planned on waiting until after the feast ended to have a chat with Mr. Feng. But before Lin Yuan could make his move, Mr. Feng led Feng Jiaji over to Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji bowed to Lin Yuan in gratitude before bowing to Lu Jie as well. Mr. Feng took out 9 silver item-storing walnuts and gave them to Lin Yuan as he said, "I wanted to give you these item-storing walnuts as a gift if you saved Bean. But now, you not only saved Bean but the entire Sincere Merchant Group as well. Unfortunately, these 9 item-storing walnuts are all that Jiaji and I have. I hope you won't be too dissatisfied." Lin Yuan looked into Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji's eyes and saw their brimming sincerity. He received one of the item-storing walnuts and was about to test its ability to store items. He discovered that there were about 100 square meters of space within the silver item-storing walnut, which was about the storage space of a silver face storage box. However, there were 2 differences between the item-storing walnut and silver face storage box. The first difference was that the silver item-storing walnut had a limit to the number of times it could be used, and the items already within had to be removed each time it was used again. Moreover, after being used 100 times, the silver item-storing walnut would completely lose its storage ability. As such, the face storage box was much more useful. However, Lin Yuan wanted the item-storing walnut more than he wanted face storage boxes. He would need 50,000 silver item-storing walnuts to make one return trip to and from the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation. 50,000 silver item-storing walnuts did seem like a lot, but the higher-grade item-storing walnuts would be able to store more items. Thus, Lin Yuan asked Mr. Feng, "Do you have any gold item-storing walnuts?" Mr. Feng assumed that Lin Yuan was dissatisfied with this gift. He smiled bitterly and said, "These 9 silver item-storing walnuts are truly everything that my family has. Gold item-storing walnuts are 100 times more valuable than silver item-storing walnuts. We don't have the means to buy more than 1 or 2 gold item-storing walnuts. The gold item-storing walnuts are also limited to 1,000 uses before they lose their storage ability. Only the legendary platinum item-storing walnuts have unlimited usage. We have no use for gold item-storing walnuts, and nothing in the Divine Wood Federation can be used to match up to its value equitably. Hence, it isn't profitable either." Lin Yuan knew that Mr. Feng was indirectly saying that they did not have any gold item-storing walnuts. Thus, he asked instead, "Then, do you have any bronze item-storing walnuts?" Lin Yuan had only seen Fu Di use the bronze item-storing walnut, but did not know what its storage ability was. He wanted gold and bronze item-storing walnuts, so he could make a comparison between their storage ability and the silver item storing walnut storage ability. This was the only way he could estimate how many platinum item storing walnuts he would need for one return trip between the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation. Given the amount of creation master resources that Lin Yuan possessed, he would easily be able to evolve the item storing walnut tree to diamond grade once he managed to obtain one. Mr. Feng hurriedly pointed at one of the item storing walnuts that had a marking on it and said, "There are 40 bronze item storing walnuts inside this silver item storing walnut. If you need bronze item storing walnuts, you can help yourself with those." Luoya's eyes remained fixed on Lin Yuan the entire time she was dancing. However, she sadly noticed that the old man from the Sincere Merchant Group had accosted Lin Yuan not long after she started dancing. She no longer had any interest in continuing dancing if Lin Yuan was not watching her. Moreover, there were many middle-aged men around who were clapping and cheering for her. Their pockmarked faces sent shivers up and down her spine. Hence, she put on the large purple cloak she had been swinging around and walked toward Lin Yuan. She arrived by his side just in time to hear Lin Yuan mention his need for bronze and gold item-storing walnuts. Luoya tossed the only gold item-storing walnut she had and 2 bronze item-storing walnuts to Lin Yuan and said, "I have both gold and bronze item-storing walnuts." Lin Yuan received the item-storing walnuts and nodded at Luoya in thanks. If he only had either a gold or bronze item-storing walnut, his comparison with the silver item-storing walnut would not be accurate. But with all 3 grades, Lin Yuan would be able to accurately determine how much spatial energy 1 diamond item-storing walnuts contained. After carefully comparing the 3 grades of item-storing walnut, he determined that each differed by about 10 times the amount of spatial energy. As such, 1 diamond item-storing walnut would contain the equivalent spatial energy of 1,000 silver item-storing walnuts. This meant he would only need 50 diamond item-storing walnuts to make 1 return trip between the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan hoped that the item-storing walnut tree would be able to produce many fruits at a time. He did have his methods to increase the item-storing walnut tree's fruits by other means. All he needed was some marsh soil. Lin Yuan returned the gold and 2 bronze item-storing walnuts to Luoya before returning the silver item-storing walnut to Mr. Feng. "I don't have much use for these 9 item-storing walnuts. You should keep them for yourself. I would actually prefer it if we can establish a partnership through which I can obtain some of the resources I require," said Lin Yuan. Mr. Feng's expression was a mix of bitterness and joy. From Lin Yuan's retainer and the white cat, he could tell that Lin Yuan couldn't care less about the lowly riches that he had spent half his life amassing. Mr. Feng became acutely aware of how feeble the Sincere Merchant Group was. But at the same time, Mr. Feng was also delighted at Lin Yuan's offer to work together. However, Mr. Feng was so beaten down by this new perspective of his standing in life that his expression immediately soured. "You've seen our Sincere Merchant Group for yourself and should be aware of our capabilities. I don't think we can supply the resources you need." Lin Yuan smiled and asked, "What is the most basic necessity for a merchant group's operation?" Mr. Feng replied instinctively, "That would be that every member is reliable and has a stable source of income." He responded without much thinking as he did not understand why Lin Yuan was asking him such a question. "According to my knowledge, every small merchant group has a larger merchant organization supporting them. The large merchant organization will also take resources from you. You can even trade for some designated goods with the merchant organization. Can you help me trade for goods with the merchant organization if I give you money?" replied Lin Yuan. Mr. Feng gulped before asking tentatively, "That will have to depend on what you want to trade for. Our Sincere Merchant Group only has around 100 members. Our rank isn't high within the Deep Freeze Merchant Organization, so we don't have access to many of the goods. We won't have access to other goods unless we raise our ranking." Lin Yuan asked casually, "Are you headed to the Iron Hammer Federation or Divine Wood Federation?" Mr. Feng hastily replied, "We've exchanged all of the goods from the Divine Wood Federation for fur and metal. We plan on going deeper into the Divine Wood Federation. It just so happens that the Deep Freeze Merchant Organization has a branch in Grandwood City. We'll be able to liquidate all the goods we didn't manage to sell there. Once they're liquidated, We'll have the money to buy specialty goods from the Divine Wood Federation. Mr. Feng was completely honest with Lin Yuan about the Sincere Merchant Group's plans. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, "You can empty out the silver item containing walnut. I'll take both the item containing walnut and the bronze item containing walnut. I hope that you'll collect all the item containing walnuts that the other members have. Tomorrow, I'll return completely filled up item containing walnuts to you. You can regard the resources within the item containing walnuts as finances that the Sincere Merchant Group can use to expand itself. Give me your contact details, and I'll call you whenever I need any resources." Mr. Feng was ecstatic and felt that a miracle had descended on their Sincere Merchant Group. Feng Jiaji did not have to provide any reason when he went around to the Sincere Merchant members to collect their item-storing walnuts. Everyone handed their item-storing walnuts without question when they heard that it was Lin Yuan who wanted them. Lin Yuan took note of all this. He had initially planned on using the Sincere Merchant Group as a medium to get in contact with and negotiate a collaboration with the larger merchant organization. However, he now decided to give the Sincere Merchant Group a chance. If they could make good use of this opportunity and become beneficial to Lin Yuan, they would become much more useful than the merchant organization. From Mr. Feng to the other Sincere Merchant members, all of them were willing to give up their assets to Lin Yuan. As such, it was unlikely that they would secretly scheme behind his back in the future. Luo Ye longed to talk to Lin Yuan throughout the night. However, she managed to hold herself back forcefully. As she looked back on her life so far, she could not help but laugh in self-deprecation. Her life thus far had been ludicrous. Since she came from a Class II family, she always enjoyed a life of luxury and lived a hedonistic lifestyle. She had continued to seek out pleasures in the last few years that she had been with the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. Although it had already been almost a year since she became a B-rank spirit chi professional and her grandfather had suggested helping to evolve the Mist Reverse Poison Moth to platinum grade, she had rejected him for fear it would get in the way of her having fun. The past her had been so unbearable, to the point that she dared not approach the outstanding Lin Yuan. As she stared out into the night, the hedonistic Luo Ye decided to push down all her promiscuous tendencies to the back of her mind. That person not only had elite status but also had a fantasy breed fae. Yet, she had not even comprehended a single willpower rune. No matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to catch up to the person that had stolen her heart. However, the moment she felt discouraged, she also felt a stubborn determination rise within her. Luo Ye took a deep breath and clenched her fist as she thought, "No matter how hard I try, I won't be able to catch up to that person. However, I can still use my hard work to try and get closer to him. At the very least, I'll have the chance to chase his shadow." Luo Ye felt a rush of motivation that she had never experienced before. When her motivation reached its peak, she suddenly entered a state of comprehension. She sensed a willpower rune materializing in her mind as she stared at Lin Yuan's tent. Luo Ye saw the young man wearing silver armor standing outside Lin Yuan's tent, staring at her with his brows furrowed. His alert gaze was extremely defensive. Lu Jie's gaze rendered Luo Ye speechless. What was he doing? What intentions did he have? He was looking at her as though she was a pervert. She was only a weak girl. It was not as though she could knock him unconscious and barge into Lin Yuan's tent to attack him. After all, the spiderwebs had not been removed. Luo Ye was certain that if she acted on any impulse, the man wearing silver armor would immediately use the spiderwebs to capture her and keep her hanging alongside the ugly subterranean dimensional lifeforms. Luo Ye shivered at the thought. She took out a piece of paper and solemnly wrote down her phone number before walking over to Lu Jie. She said to him, "I have an arrangement with Lin Yuan to take him on a tour around Phoebe Jinan City. If he's ever at Phoebe Jinan City, you can ask him to call me at this number." Luo Ye stole a longing glance at the tent where Lin Yuan was peacefully slumbering. She remembered her resolution and turned to hop onto the Mist Reverse Poison Moth. The Mist Reverse Poison Moth flapped its wings and flew toward the Divine Wood Federation. Apart from Lu Jie, no one noticed her departure. However, this did not mean that the Sincere Merchant members were sleeping soundly. On the contrary, after the cheers and excitement of the bonfire feast subsided, The sincere merchant members remembered that the problem of the Pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift had not been solved. The subterranean dimensional life forms had been neatly organized by invisible beings on the spiderwebs. Any person not sleeping in a tent would be able to see the terrifying faces of the subterranean dimensional life forms that were fervently struggling 50 meters in the air. Even if the sincere merchant members closed their eyes, they would still be afraid that the subterranean lifeforms would fall at any moment. If the subterranean lifeforms did fall and the silver armor-wearing man did not act in time, they would end up losing their lives. The Class 4 land imp and stone statue monster hanging on the spiderwebs only added to the sincere merchant members' anxiousness. Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji owed their sleepless night to excitement and hopefulness. When they gathered the item-storing walnuts from the sincere merchant members, they did not mention that Lin Yuan would give them resources that would finance the sincere merchant group because they had no clue how much finances Lin Yuan would be giving them. If they counted their chickens before they hatched, the expectations of the sincere merchant members might climb too high. If their expectations were not met in the end, the sincere merchant members would be disappointed. Mr. Feng had led this group for long enough to know that excessive greed and hope were not desirable as they could eat away at a kind person's heart. Excitement and hope aside, Mr. Feng knew that he could allow himself to relax. He did want to use the finances provided by Lin Yuan to expand the sincere merchant group, but he also wanted to ensure his friends from the merchant group did not become blinded by hope and greed. The next morning, Lin Yuan woke up in the tent. Before falling asleep, Lin Yuan had returned Genius to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. It was not because he did not want to snuggle with Genius to sleep, but because Genius needed to teach the 100 Questions beasts and research the concoction of spirit fluids using the soldier ration radish. Genius had remained in his arms the entire afternoon and had spent a significant amount of that time napping. Although Genius did not need to rest, Lin Yuan allowed it to do as it pleased. He took several hoses out of the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box and washed up before he walked out of the tent. The moment he walked out of the tent, he saw Lu Jie holding a piece of paper. Lu Jie handed the paper to Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, Luoya has already left. These are her contact details. She said to call her if we're ever in Phoebe Jinan City." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He would definitely be going to Phoebe Jinan City as he still needed to obtain item-containing walnut trees from her. However, he would only head there a few days later because he needed to return to the Radiance Federation tomorrow for the Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting. He wondered if Ta Lei had successfully helped his tribe overcome the crisis after becoming a Class 1 creation master. At the same time, he wondered if Su Iren had made the decision to join the Astronomical Parliament in the past week. Frankly, Lin Yuan was already certain of the decision she would make. Lin Yuan felt that if Su Iren had any shred of intelligence, she would grab hold of this opportunity to survive, albeit it would cause her to lose her freedom. Nonetheless, a person who craved revenge was better off surviving with hope than dying with their freedom intact. Lin Yuan had prepared the resources he was going to supply to the sincere merchant group the previous night. Mr. Feng had collected a total of 12 bronze and 57 silver item-storing walnuts from the sincere merchant members. These amounted to a total storage space of less than 2,000 square meters. Lin Yuan would have to provide the sincere merchant group with relatively valuable resources in order to enable them to progress quickly. However, the resources could not be too valuable either, as a small merchant group was sure to attract trouble if they possessed overly valuable goods. The sincere merchant group had already been targeted once by the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. As such, it was not impossible that they would be targeted again by another group of bandits in the future. Lin Yuan filled the item-storing walnuts with many common resources that came from Class 2 dimensional rifts. Although it was unlikely that subterranean dimensional rifts would open in the Divine Wood Federation or that marsh dimensional rifts would open in the Iron Hammer Federation, the sincere merchant group could obtain such resources during their many journeys between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. The resources that Lin Yuan provided would be regarded as extremely precious to the sincere merchant members as they were resources that would only rarely fall into their hands. Everything had to progress by taking baby steps. Lin Yuan believed that the sincere merchant group would be able to expand its operation using these resources quickly. When Mr. Feng saw the resources that Lin Yuan had prepared, his eyes widened to the point they nearly fell out of their sockets. Although the item-storing walnut was considered a common good, there was a time that the Sincere Merchant Group considered it a treasure, and it was a blessing every time they managed to obtain one. Mr. Feng could not help but tremble as he clutched the item-storing walnuts that were filled to the brim with resources. The resources in the item-storing walnuts had an estimated total value of 8 million great lush dollars. The Sincere Merchant Group never had close to this amount of money. It would be easy for them to expand their operation with this sum. After Mr. Feng thanked Lin Yuan, he called a meeting with all the Sincere Merchant members and told them about the resources that Lin Yuan had just given them. The Sincere Merchant members looked delighted by this sudden piece of good news. Mr. Feng looked at the elated crowd before looking back at Lin Yuan and saying with a quivering voice, "Taking into account the value of all our lives, our Sincere Merchant Group was only worth 100,000 great lush dollars. The value of the resources Lin Yuan just gave us is 80 times our original value. According to this calculation, Lin Yuan has the right to own more than 98% ownership of the Sincere Merchant Group. I hereby suggest nominating Lin Yuan to be our captain." Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. After a short period of silence, many people voiced their agreement with Mr. Feng's suggestion. However, Lin Yuan had no desire to become the Sincere Merchant Group's captain. In the eyes of the Sincere Merchant Group, the resources he had given them seemed overwhelming and ridiculously expensive. Yet, the total value of these resources could not even match the value of one source-type lifeform. Lin Yuan wanted to keep the Pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift open instead of just exploring it once with Lujia. He wanted to go obtain the 2 source-type lifeforms and other useful resources from the dimensional hub. He would obtain enough to pump resources into the Sincere Merchant Group about 7 more times. Additionally, a new Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl would be produced in the Spirit Lock spatial zone in the time that it took Lin Yuan to take 20 breaths. The startling Lines continent did not have any Class 5 creation masters, and the appearance of one Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl in such a place would stir up a tremendous uproar and cause the 3 federations to fight amongst themselves. Lin Yuan could imagine how badly the experts in this continent longed for this item that even Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters could only produce by luck. Hence, the resources that Lin Yuan provided the Sincere Merchant Group were mere peanuts to him. The Sincere Merchant members did not know that each moment they spent talking to Lin Yuan increased the value of the resources in the item containing walnuts. After Mr. Feng finished speaking, he stole a glance at Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan did not voice his agreement, Mr. Feng knew that he had made a mistake. However, the Sincere Merchant Group had no way of repaying Lin Yuan for the resources, and Mr. Feng could not bear to say that they would return the profits from selling the resources to Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan truly wanted to sell away the resources, he would not need to do so through the Sincere Merchant Group. If he brought the resources to the Deep Freeze Merchant Organization, he would immediately be regarded as an important client. All Mr. Feng could offer was the loyalty of the entire Sincere Merchant Group, as this would repay Lin Yuan and lead to him becoming a part of the Sincere Merchant Group. Once he was a part of the Sincere Merchant Group, it was likely that he would help with the Sincere Merchant Group's expansion again. This was a good opportunity for the Sincere Merchant Group. The more excited the cheers of the Sincere Merchant members became, the more embarrassed Mr. Feng felt. At that moment, a young man's bright voice saved Mr. Feng's pride by saying, "Firstly, thank you all for your kindness. My aim of being here is to train, so I can't travel around with any merchant group. Thus, I don't think I'm suited to being the captain. Moreover, I decided to supply the Sincere Merchant Group with these resources because I recognize your potential. A few opportunities are all it takes for a merchant group to gain profit. However, the sense of togetherness shared by a merchant group is priceless." Lin Yuan's words warmed the hearts of every Sincere Merchant member. Mr. Feng asked Lin Yuan, "If so, I shall bear the burden of being the Sincere Merchant Group's captain. Then, are you willing to become the Sincere Merchant Group's honorary captain? You shall gain a portion of all of the Sincere Merchant Group's future resources as per your 98% ownership." Mr. Feng paused before continuing in an excited tone. Once our sincere merchant group expands to a certain degree, we'll be able to establish our own merchant organization. At that time, I'll be able to give you any and all resources from the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation at the drop of a hat. His words touched Lin Yuan. If what he said was true, Lin Yuan would gain a loyal merchant organization that was based in the Startling Lines continent, as all its members were Great Lush natives. Even if he stirred tremendous trouble in the Startling Lines continent and became their enemy, no one would link the Sincere Merchant Group to him. With the Sincere Merchant Group, he would be able to obtain resources from the Startling Lines continent no matter what happened. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared before him. Lu Jie frowned when he saw the figure dressed in black. He sensed a familiar aura coming from a figure. It was as though he had sensed this aura not long ago. However, the aura was too faint for Lu Jie to figure out where this sense of familiarity was coming from. One of the special insect species carcinoma phase that Lu Jie had contracted could express the life force within other life forms through entropy. It would allow Lu Jie to sense which was the weakest life form on the battleground immediately. Lu Jie noticed that this person had a terrifyingly high amount of entropy. It was high enough to reach the Thearch class expert level. However, there was one thing that Lu Jie did not understand. Every living life form's entropy fluctuated according to its breath, environment changes, energy depletion, and even mood changes. However, the figure in black's entropy did not budge at all. Although it was alive, it was as though it was dead. If this were happening to someone else, Lu Jie would definitely look into it. But since it was Lin Yuan, Lu Jie assumed that it was one of Lin Yuan's secret weapons and did not pursue the matter. The figure that Lin Yuan had summoned was Han Tianhe, who Red Thorn had transformed into a human weapon. Lin Yuan declared to the Sincere Merchant members, "Since I'm now the Sincere Merchant Group's honorary captain, I shall leave someone in my stead to stay with you. You don't need to bother him for regular activities. But whenever you're in danger or at risk of being killed, you can call out to him. He will fix the situation." Everyone in the Sincere Merchant Group started shouting his name and cheering, "Long live Captain!" They had received so many precious resources that they would take some time to process the goods. The emergence of such precious goods during trading would attract attention. The Sincere Merchant Group needed to find strong guards as soon as possible to use these resources to expand their operation. However, this could not be done quickly. But now that Lin Yuan had assigned an expert to protect them, he solved all their worries and stress. Lin Yuan had carefully contemplated before he made the decision to send out Han Tianhe. He did not need to assign any strong experts to protect his operations in the Radiance Federation. As long as the Moon Empress and Night Leaning Moon remained in the Radiance Federation, no faction would dare to lay a hand on the Return from Faraway Mansion. The only places Lin Yuan needed to assign an expert to was his underground palace in the Divine Wood Federation and his base in the Marsh World. Lu Yenshan was the stronger of the two Thearch-class human weapons, and Lin Yuan planned on placing him in the Marsh World. This would alleviate some of the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's burden and cover for the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's lack of ability to fix anomalous situations. However, this would mean that the underground palace in the Divine Wood Federation would be left without protection. The Mother of Bloodbath was already steadily moving toward becoming Myth 3 thanks to the nourishment of many blood brew grapes. Lin Yuan felt that he should take the Mother of Bloodbath to the Divine Wood Federation. If the Mother of Bloodbath suddenly transformed into a heavenly family fae in the Radiance Federation, it would likely attract trouble. Comparatively, no experts would come to this desolate place. As such, the Mother of Bloodbath was more than capable of guarding the underground palace. Moreover, he would bring the invisible demon with him whenever he came to the Divine Wood Federation. The invisible demon was stronger than Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan. With it around, it would be able to try to solve the problems that the two experts were incapable of handling. Lin Yuan genuinely became the Sincere Merchant Group's ruler with a few words. Soon, the Sincere Merchant Group started moving toward the small town that was 50 kilometers to the south. The dimensional life forms were still hanging, trapped in the spiderwebs. Lin Yuan stretched and observed the neatly arranged dimensional life forms. He paid close attention to a timid-looking green-skinned dwarf and said to Lu Jie, "Big brother Lu, let the Class 4 land imp down. Lu Jie waved his hand. Two threads extended from the spiderweb and wrapped around the Class 4 land imp before lowering it to the ground. This was so abrupt that the Class 4 land imp could not help but tremble with despair and fear. Lin Yuan ignored the land imp's fright and slowly walked over to it. He felt that it was time to deal with the Class 4 vein land imp. It was known that land imps were the most cowardly of all the dimensional lifeforms. Many land imps had appeared in the subterranean dimensional rifts that opened in the Radiance Federation and were easily subjugated by strong spirit chi professionals due to their delicate natures. However, despite being subjugated, they continued to act connivingly. Lin Yuan had a lot of hope for the vain land imp, but if he did not strike the fear of absolute authority into its heart now, it would cause problems when it became an apostle. Dimensional lifeforms were able to control source-type power. Hence, the best conversation partner for a dimensional lifeform was another dimensional lifeform of the same species. Lin Yuan looked at the trembling and struggling green dwarf. His eyebrow twitched as he said to his shadow, "Invisible demon, teach this land imp some manners." When the Class 4 land imp saw Lin Yuan walking toward it, it acted as though it was face to face with a demon. It knew that the expert that had created this overwhelmingly powerful and sticky spiderweb was this person's subordinate. Dimensional lifeforms lived by the code that the weak always had to submit to the strong. Although Lin Yuan had not demonstrated his power, he was already the most powerful being present in the land imp's eyes. However, the land imp also had one doubt. There were so many dimensional lifeforms present, and it was the smallest in size. Moreover, it had already retracted all of its aura while it was trapped in the spiderweb to make itself as unnoticeable as possible. So why had it been chosen? The one that should be chosen was the big thrashing lug, the obsidian stone statue monster. It was clearly the most attention-grabbing dimensional form present. The invisible demon immediately climbed out of Lin Yuan's shadow. When the invisible demon released its aura, the land imp's eyes rolled into the back of its head, and it fainted out of fright. Although the dimensional lifeforms that had undergone the complete source-type cleansing would be grateful to Lin Yuan for this promotion, it usually only applied to intelligent dimensional lifeforms like Rising Lizard. Even if Lin Yuan managed to obtain the loyalty of a sly and devious dimensional lifeform like the land imp, it would not change the land imp's selfish and lazy attitude. He did not feel a shred of guilt for the unconscious green dwarf and said to the invisible demon, "Invisible demon, wake it up." The invisible demon replied in its hoarse voice, "Lord Dictator, don't worry. Give me 10 minutes, and I promise to make the land imp utterly subservient to you and more hardworking than any other creature alive." Its body dissipated, and it turned into a mass of shadows that entered the land imp's body. 10 minutes passed, and the invisible demon returned to stand by Lin Yuan's side. The land imp had started drooling, and it was looking at Lin Yuan as though it was looking at a god. Chills ran up Lin Yuan's body when he remembered the invisible demon's methods. This was not a surprising result, as even a mindlessly savage alien insect like the heartless crayfish would turn obedient after the invisible demon used its techniques on it. Lin Yuan felt that the invisible demon could live up to the title of Dimensional Life Form Whisperer, as it could communicate with every dimensional life form and turn it into its friend. Lin Yuan summoned Genius with a wave of his hand. The Class 4 land imp had the equivalent power of a Platinum Fae, and Genius had reached Diamond. Even if the land imp resisted Genius when Connected Tails was used on it, it would not result in too much damage to Genius. Lin Yuan instructed Genius to use Connected Tails between him, Lu Jie, the invisible demon, and the land imp. He rarely asked Genius to use Connected Tails on so many targets at once. Now that Genius had 8 tails, Connected Tails could connect 8 targets. As such, Lin Yuan would be able to use this chance to enable them to learn the subterranean world's language, as well as take a look at the experiences that the land imp had in the subterranean world. He also wanted to see if the land imp had truly become as obedient as it seemed after the invisible demon had its way with it. Genius started to circulate its well of spiritual energy. The movement of such a large amount of spiritual energy made one feel like an endless ocean surrounded them. However, Genius' spiritual energy was non-invasive. As long as Genius did not use its spiritual energy to attack a target specifically, any target under the influence of Genius' spiritual energy would feel comforted and at ease. Genius' 8 tails started to open up like a blooming flower, and 4 of its tails detached themselves from its body and turned into bright, transparent belts. The 4 bright belts linked Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, the invisible demon, Genius, and the land imp together. At the same moment that they were all successfully connected via connected tails, Lin Yuan could see all of the land imp's experiences from the moment it gained consciousness. Genius was rapidly learning the subterranean world's language through the land imp's knowledge. Lin Yuan was still looking through the land imp's experiences. Eventually, he found out why the land imp had become a vain land imp when it was only class 4. The longer Lin Yuan looked through the land imp's experiences, the more amazed he was. The land imp had been born with a golden spoon in its mouth. From the moment it gained consciousness, the land imp lived in a large mineral vein and continuously absorbed the minerals to increase its power. It had even consumed the heart of the mineral vein. The heart of the mineral vein was the purest mineral in the mineral vein and contained much purer energy than was within the other minerals in the mineral vein. It was also extremely beneficial to dimensional lifeforms like the land imp. The land imp's journey did not stop at consuming the heart of the mineral vein, as it started being hunted by other powerful dimensional lifeforms. While other powerful dimensional lifeforms were hunting it, the land imp had fallen into a dark river in the mountains and lost its way in an unknown mineral vein. Every time the land imp was in grave danger and on the brink of losing its life, it would manage to stumble upon a new and undiscovered mineral vein. The land imp's life had been paved with miracles. Lin Yuan felt that Doleful Flames would be the most appropriate name for the land imp. Somehow, Lin Yuan felt that the land imp had many similar experiences to Bei Su. However, Bei Su had it much harder. The land imp still had a large amount of energy from the heart of the mineral vein. It had been so afraid that it would be interrupted while consuming the minerals in the mineral vein that it had gobbled up the minerals. Hence, it still had a large number of undigested minerals stored in its stomach. Lin Yuan now knew why the land imp had been able to transform into the vein land imp. When dimensional lifeforms underwent the source-type cleansing, they unleashed their hidden potential energy. If the land imp underwent the source-type cleansing, it might be able to digest the minerals stored in its body. After the land imp absorbed all the minerals, it might be able to complete its transformation into the fully fledged vein land imp fully. When Lin Yuan sensed the land imp's emotions, he noticed that the invisible demon's methods had left the land imp utterly docile. Now, it was in the right condition to transform into an apostle. As Genius' grade increased, its ability to learn also improved. It did not take long for Genius to pick up the subterranean world's language, and it now spoke the language as well as the land imp. Genius used connected tails to transfer all the knowledge about the subterranean world's language to Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and the invisible demon. Lu Jie had never seen Genius use its abilities. Although Lu Jie could sense Genius' quality and grade, he was completely in the dark regarding Genius' abilities. Now that he was witnessing it, Lu Jie was in awe. The most difficult part of human interaction was communication, yet Genius could allow 2 people's minds to be perfectly linked and allow one mind to learn the thoughts of the other person's mind inside out. This was such a terrifyingly strong ability. With this ability, the human heart was no longer a complicated puzzle but a movie that could be displayed and watched. A wave of strange spiritual energy flowed into Lu Jie's brain, and he had no reason to reject Genius' spiritual energy. Suddenly, Lu Jie felt that he seemed to be able to understand the mass of confusing sounds that were coming from the dimensional lifeforms trapped in the spiderwebs. He composed himself and realized that he could now completely understand what the dimensional lifeforms were saying. This realization made Lu Jie inhale sharply. He had encountered many carcinoma phase in the spirit guard's land. A few of them were S-rank, and their thoughts made all the hair stand up on Lu Jie's neck. All of them lived in the deepest areas of the spirit guard's land and were extremely bloodthirsty. Some of them would cause disaster the moment they were released, and not even the members of royalty would be able to salvage the situation completely. But Genius' ability to establish communication links between different life forms and share knowledge between them opened Lu Jie's eyes to many possibilities. These possibilities were currently still unimaginable in any of the worlds. However, if genius continued developing its abilities, there was a definite chance of turning those possibilities into reality. Lu Jie felt that Lin Yuan's sharing of genius abilities was a sign of his absolute trust in him, and he planned on keeping the events of today to himself. He would not even share the secret with his friends back at the return from faraway mansion. The invisible demon did not have as many thoughts, as it was not surprised by anything Lin Yuan did from the moment it accepted him as a dictator. It viewed dictators as all-powerful. Lin Yuan did not manage to learn anything new about the apostles from the land imp's mind. He felt that it was because the land imp was too weak and did not have the authority to know about the apostles. Lin Yuan did not waste any time and said to the sacred sword-wielding queen, "Sacred sword-wielding queen, time to get to work. Prepare 400 units of source-type power. It's going to be used for the land imp's source-type cleansing." The sacred sword-wielding queen said warily, "Master, there are people next to you. I don't think it'll be good for me to use my abilities now." Lin Yuan glanced at Lu Jie and the invisible demon and shook his head. The invisible demon had dedicated its faith to him, and most of the faith stored in the shrine in Lin Yuan's mind had come from the invisible demon. As such, it could be said that the invisible demon was his biggest fan. Source-type power was sacred to dimensional life forms, and they safeguarded it with their lives. With regards to Lu Jie, if Lu Jie had not pushed Lin Yuan aside and sustained the attack in his place, Lin Yuan would probably have been dead now. Thus, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to put up any walls around Lu Jie. Moreover, Lu Jie would eventually head to the marsh world with Lin Yuan. When the Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift opened, people would start pouring in, and the existence of the apostles would eventually become known. When the time came, Lu Jie would also be able to realize that Wendy and Rising Lizard were apostles. Everything in the dimensional worlds was still in the process of being uncovered. Lin Yuan was essentially a pioneer by building a base in the marsh world. He planned on taking Lu Jie with him to the marsh world soon. Thus, he was fine with using the sacred sword-wielding queen's powers in front of Lu Jie. Although the sacred sword-wielding queen was a special sacred source lifeform that was created from two sacred source lifeforms, it was still a known being. However, this was not the case for Morbius. Morbius was Lin Yuan's biggest secret weapon, and he had not even told Chu Ci about it. Lin Yuan planned on taking the secret of Morbius to his grave. "Don't worry, and just go ahead. Slow down the rate at which you inject source-type power into the land imp to give it time to digest the remnants of minerals stored in its body slowly." The sacred sword-wielding queen replied excitedly, "Leave it to me. I'll separate the 400 units of source-type power into groups of 10 units. While it spoke, the sacred sword-wielding queen's silhouette appeared behind him. A strange look appeared on Lu Jie's face when he saw the silhouette. Lu Jie did not understand why Lin Yuan was activating his sacred source lifeform. He was not a creation master and could not tell what abilities Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform had. However, during Lin Yuan's fight on the martial stage, he had discovered that Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform had two types of abilities. One of its abilities was a strong resistance against fire elements, while the other was powerful dark-type attacks. However, neither of these abilities was applicable in this situation. Additionally, Lu Jie had noticed that the features of the silhouette were much sharper than before. This was especially so when it came to its skirt, which seemed to encompass a much more beautiful scenery than before. Before Lu Jie thought any further, he saw Lin Yuan and the figure behind him raise their hand. Amber light shot out of Lin Yuan's palm and shot toward the land imp. At the same moment, the invisible demon fell to its knees and assumed a solemn submissive pose as it trembled violently. This was the first time in the invisible demon's life that it was feeling such pure source-type power, and it thought, "This Class 4 land imp is extremely lucky to receive Lord Dictator's blessing. With so much source-type power being injected into it, it will probably be able to evolve into an apostle today." However, the invisible demon was not jealous because Lin Yuan had given it a similar promise, and it would soon be able to evolve into an apostle as well. It had not undergone the source-type cleansing because it wanted to save up and gain immortal power at the same time that it reached the apostle rank. As more source-type energy was injected into the land imp, its grayish-green skin sloughed off and revealed greenish-blue skin underneath. It did not become any taller, but its ears became more pointed, and its teeth grew sharper. The sharpened teeth would enable the land imp to be able to chomp down on harder types of metal. By the time Lin Yuan injected 200 units of source-type energy into the land imp, it had turned into a greenish-blue dwarf. As more source-type power was injected into it, faint tattoos appeared all over its body. At first, these tattoos seemed out of place. But slowly, the tattoos moved into place, and Lin Yuan could make out the shapes of mineral mountains. When Lin Yuan injected the last portion of source-type power into the land imp, a guttural roar erupted from its throat, and an amber-colored totem appeared on the tip of its nose. The amber-colored totem depicted towering mineral mountains that gleamed with a metallic tint. This was the land imp's awakened faith totem, Metal Mountain Vein Totem. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the new apostle. Alien beast name, Vein Land Imp, life form state. Apostle, alien beast class. Class 4, power of faith. Extremely weak, faith totem. Metal Mountain Vein Totem, natural skill. Metal growth. Form a contract with a certain type of metal and absorb it to increase its power. It will be able to produce the metal that it absorbed. Once the metal it formed a contract with reaches a certain level, it will be imprinted on the vein land imp, and it will be able to produce this metal even without consuming more of it. It will be able to swap out the type of metal each time it evolves its grade. Heart of mineral vein. When the vein land imp discovers an untouched mineral vein, it will be able to use its blood to activate the heart of the mineral vein and turn it into a vein fairy. The vein land imp will be able to order the vein fairy to mine the mineral vein. Once the vein fairy is done mining, the vein land imp can consume it to increase its power. Faith ability. Believer change. A portion of the energy in the totem is injected into a believer to change it from a dimensional lifeform to a favored believer. Now that the land imp had transformed into a fully fledged vein land imp, Lin Yuan knew that this was the reason for the appearance of the tattoos. Now that it had become an apostle, the ability metal growth had also become stronger. Previously, the vein land imp could only form a contract with one type of metal each time, and it would not be able to produce that metal after it increased its grade. But now, the metal would be imprinted onto the vein land imp once the metal reached a certain level. Previously, it would have to use up its energy to try to remember the metal. Although the vein land imp still could not imprint many types of metal after metal growth improved, it could still produce metal out of nothing. As long as it had energy, it would be able to produce the imprinted metal continuously. Essentially, the vein land imp was a mineral mountain in human form. Moreover, Heart of Mineral Vein enabled the vein land imp to become a one-man army, and it could mine the mineral veins on its own. It could even consume the vein fairy afterward and increase its own power. Lin Yuan could not be more satisfied with the vein land imp. After the invisible demon had its way with the vein land imp, it now regarded Lin Yuan as a god. When the vein land imp was in the subterranean world, its level had been too low for it to learn about apostles. Nonetheless, it knew that Lin Yuan had promoted its rank in life. As conniving as the vein land imp was, it was still grateful to Lin Yuan. It stood up and bowed to Lin Yuan as it said, "Master, I will only be loyal to you from now on." Heavy Mountain shot a look at the invisible demon, but it was no longer as frightened of the invisible demon as it was before. Although it was still much weaker than the invisible demon, its life rank was higher than the invisible demon. Now, Heavy Mountain even looked down on the invisible demon. Given that the Class 4 Vein-Land Imp was looking at it with disdain, the invisible demon was made aware of the difference in their standings as dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan never expected the Vein-Land Imp to name itself. However, this was a sign that it possessed high intelligence. Yet, it seemed strange for a dwarf to name itself Heavy Mountain, and the name seemed to carry many unfulfilled hopes. Now that the Vein-Land Imp had not only evolved its bloodline but also became an apostle, the name Heavy Mountain did seem fitting. Lin Yuan smiled at the bowed Vein-Land Imp and said, "Heavy Mountain, do work hard from now on. For now, what type of metal are you currently contracted to?" The Vein-Land Imp hurriedly stretched out its hand, and Lin Yuan saw metal ions moving. Slowly, a ball of metal was formed in Heavy Mountain's palm. I've been eating mineral rocks for as long as I can remember. I didn't need to use my natural skill to create metal. Hence, I've only formed a contract with one type of metal. Lin Yuan could not help but massage his forehead. This land imp had been born with a golden spoon in its mouth, after all. Heavy Mountain had been living like a god despite living in the dimensional world where danger was omnipresent. Other land imps would be extremely jealous if they heard of its lifestyle. When Lin Yuan took a closer look, he saw that the metal in Heavy Mountain's hand was flame heart bronze. Although flame heart bronze could only be found in the subterranean dimensional rift, it was not valuable and was mainly used to create high-temperature fuel. Many fire-type spiritual ingredients that came from the abyssal world could be used to replace flame heart bronze. Heavy Mountain, since you formed the contract with flame heart bronze when your level was low, you should be able to contract another type of metal now, right? Asked Lin Yuan. Heavy Mountain nodded vigorously and replied, Master, yes I can. I can form a contract with another type of metal at any time. Lin Yuan patted Heavy Mountain's shoulder and said, Without my permission, you are not allowed to change the type of metal you're contracting. I'll give you a type of metal spiritual ingredient to use, and you should do your best to produce more of it. Heavy Mountain smiled and revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth as it replied, Master, leave it to me. I'm the best at producing metal. It pointed at an area nearby and said, Master, I can sense a mineral vein about 1 kilometer in that direction. It's sending out very strong waves. Lin Yuan turned to say to Lu Jie and the invisible demon, Why don't we go and take a look with Heavy Mountain? There might be hidden precious minerals in the underground mineral vein. Lu Jie looked at the Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift and asked, Lin Yuan, what do you plan to do with this pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift? Is Silver Corona's Sea of Flowers able to reach this area and surround the pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift? Lin Yuan sensed the Silver Corona's current progress before saying with a smile, Judging from Silver Corona's current power, it shouldn't be possible to reach this area that's 90 kilometers away from where it is. How long can the web area glass spider maintain its control over this Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift? In 2 weeks, Silver Corona should be able to reach gold grade. By that time, its Sea of Flowers should be able to stretch out to 90 kilometers to the north. Lu Jie took out 2 handfuls of gold protein silkworm chrysalis and scattered them on the web made by the web area glass spider. If so, I won't take the web area glass spider back for another 2 weeks. These protein silkworm's chrysalis are enough to last the web area glass spider for 2 weeks. If there really is a mineral vein, I will instruct the web area glass spider to spin a web long enough to reach it and seal the area off. As a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Jie was very aware of the value of a mineral vein. Moreover, there was a chance that this mineral vein could be a large one. Even if the mineral vein turned out to be full of low-grade or cheap minerals, a large mineral vein's worth of minerals would still be able to turn over for a tidy sum. Lin Yuan said happily, I shall leave the matter in your hands. However, it will require the web area glass spider to use up a lot of energy. Lu Jie, you can let the web area glass spider consume the weak dimensional lifeforms currently trapped in the web. Try to consume all of them in less than a month. Lu Jie instructed the web area glass spider to eat the protein silkworm chrysalis as he said to Lin Yuan. As long as a strong presence doesn't come and damage the spider webs, these protein silkworm chrysalides will be enough. If any dimensional lifeform becomes too weak, the secretions on the spider webs will enter the dimensional lifeform's mouth, and its nutrients will keep the dimensional lifeform going. Moreover, the secretions have healing properties. Once Silver Corona's Sea of Flowers reaches this area, all the dimensional lifeforms that have crawled out of the Pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift during this time will become Silver Corona's sustenance. While they spoke, they arrived at the area that Heavy Mountain had pointed out. Heavy Mountain had the ability to morph geographical landforms, and it manipulated the ground below its feet to cave in. The soil stopped caving in once it reached 30 meters deep. Heavy Mountain reached down and searched the ground with its hands. Soon, it found several pieces of silver mineral rocks that gleamed with a metallic tint. It returned to the surface with these mineral rocks and presented them to Lin Yuan as it said, Master, this is the type of mineral produced in this mineral vein. The quality might seem bad on the outside, but once you break into it, the minerals inside will be of better quality. Lin Yuan took a look at the mineral rock and realized that it was the spirit-settling silver ore. When creation masters were concocting spirit fluids that they were familiar with or spirit fluids that were concocted with cheap spiritual ingredients would commonly make use of crystal bottles. Creation masters would use the bottles made of spirit-settling silver instead of the crystal bottles they often used in order to stabilize the spirit fluids and reduce the chances of it failing. Spirit-settling silver bottles were sold in the Creation Master Association in the Radiance Federation for higher prices than the market rate. Spirit-settling silver did occasionally appear on the market, but they were always bought up by creation masters who had connections before they even had the chance to reach StarWeb. Lin Yuan was well aware of this, as creation masters were all rich and could even afford to buy up many expensive resources such as the golden lotus brocade pearls. Thus, there was definitely no issue for them to get their hands on the spirit-settling silver bottles. Since the spirit-settling silver bottles were a necessity for creation masters, the high demand resulted in a high price for spirit-settling silver. Although a fair amount of spirit-settling silver was produced in the Radiance Federation, its price was still high enough to rival some gold metal spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan was sure that he would have no problem selling the spirit-settling silver produced in this mineral vein. He did not expect to find this pot of gold on his second day in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan asked, "Heavy Mountain, can you find the heart of the spirit-settling silver ore's mineral vein?" "I can find it, but I'll have to dig deep into the mineral vein to search until I find its position. According to the size of the mineral vein, this can take anywhere between 2 days and 7 days. Lin Yuan pointed at the ground below him and said, "Then, you shall remain here to search for it. Once you find it, you can use Heart of Mineral Vein to form a contract with the spirit-settling silver ore and start producing it. I will return for you in 2 days' time." The web area glass spider's webs had reached this area, and all Heavy Mountain had to do was communicate with the web area glass spider, so it could produce webs to seal off the area. Lin Yuan's plate was too full to sit here and accompany Heavy Mountain. The invisible demon had returned to Lin Yuan's shadow. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie returned to the underground palace together. After 1 day away, Silver Corona's sea of bone lotus flowers was still the size of a soccer field, but each flower was now twice its previous size. The bone lotus flowers looked strong and elegant. The white bone mist above the sea of flowers was thick and could block sight better than before. It could even block the dark red entrance of the dimensional rift. The moment he returned to the underground palace, Lin Yuan ordered Silver Corona to slow down the pace of every other task besides turning dimensional lifeforms into hermit dead servants, and use the leftover spiritual power to spread the sea of flowers toward the north. The underground palace was currently uninhabitable. Although Hu Quan was a Class 5 spirit craftsman, 1 day was not even enough to fully understand the framework of the underground palace, much less produce a blueprint or begin construction. Given Hu Quan's dedication to perfection when it came to his job, it would take another month for him to produce a blueprint. There was also no way he could build the underground palace quickly with his lack of manpower. Hence, Lu Jie set up several tents next to the underground palace where the people could live comfortably before the underground palace was built. Lin Yuan called Feng Shuang and Elder He over as he would take them to the marsh world. As for Hu Tian, he planned on leaving him in the Divine Wood Federation for some time to help Hu Quan with constructing the underground palace. After all, his Fei was suitable for such manual labor. After he stored Feng Shuang and Elder He inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad, Lin Yuan entered one of the tents Lu Jie had set up. Just as Lin Yuan was about to enter the spirit lock spatial zone, the clingy squirrel squeaked and climbed up to his shoulder. Lin Yuan brought this spirit chi-sensitive squirrel to the spirit lock spatial zone with him. He had a lot to do during this trip to the spirit lock spatial zone. The moment he entered the spirit lock spatial zone, he saw the 100 Questions beasts concocting spirit fluids. As such, the spacious spirit lock spatial zone now seemed cramped even though every 100 Questions beast was only taking up 1 square meter of space. The 100 Questions beast's hands made of spiritual energy had to be curved in a way that would not get in the way of another 100 Questions beast. Genius had not even taught most of these 100 Questions beasts. Once they were done learning from Genius, Lin Yuan would probably have no place to let his foot fall in the spirit lock spatial zone. He called over Genius, who was using connected tales to teach 800 questions beasts. Genius, the spirit lock spatial zone is way too cramped now. Why don't you pick some 100-question beasts who can work independently? I'll take them to the marsh world where they can continue concocting spirit fluids, said Lin Yuan. He thought about Purple Afterglow's report that the 35 spirit craftsmen had finished building the breeding rooms he had asked them to build first. The breeding rooms would be the best place for the 100 questions beasts to continue concocting spirit fluids. Every 100 questions beast could have its own room to work in. Genius meowed and replied, Yuan, I've used intelligent cat spirit to form a contract with every 100 questions beast I taught. There won't be a problem even if they aren't in the spirit lock spatial zone. Genius started carefully selecting 100 questions beasts. Lin Yuan was about to search for a few different types of jade-textured wood in which he would plant the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores that he had obtained from the Meow family when he saw fur falling like snow from his shoulder. He turned and saw the small squirrel under the pile of fallen fur. Lin Yuan pushed the fur away and saw that its fur had turned completely orange-red, and it was as though it was drunk on spirit chi. Once the squirrel's fur was done shedding, he used true data to check on it again. Now he could see its true data. This meant that it had transformed into a fae. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply when he saw the squirrel's name, Lifespan Mouse. This name seemed to insinuate a deep connection with life. When Lin Yuan saw the Lifespan Mouse's abilities, he was stunned. A moment later, he could not help but slap his leg. He was usually civilized but could not help but curse at this moment. What the hell? How is this fae real? The Lifespan Mouse's normal ability was Knotted Lifespan. Knotted Lifespan. The Lifespan Mouse's lifespan will be tied together with its contractor's lifespan. When its contractor's lifespan is at its end, the Lifespan Mouse can transfer its lifespan to its contractor to replenish their lifespan. When one of them dies, the other will also die. Due to the construction of the Lifespan Mouse's body, it cannot increase its power or gain new abilities and exclusive skills. Its life rank also cannot be increased. This description did not seem extraordinary as it only seemed to tie two lifespans together. When both life forms were alive, their lifespans would be reduced at half their original rate. However, after the squirrel transformed into a fae, it had another innate ability. This innate ability was to consume and digest items that contained vitality. It would then store the vitality in its body. When this ability was used in conjunction with Knotted Lifespan, the Lifespan Mouse's capabilities transcended what they appeared to be. As long as it continuously ate spiritual ingredients that contained vitality, its lifespan would not deplete, and its contractor would not have to worry about dying due to the passage of time. Since the beginning of time, this had always been an unrealistic hope. Not even Thearch-class experts had an unlimited lifespan, albeit they lived much longer than the average person. After the world became filled with spirit chi, normal people could live to 100 or even 110 years old as long as they were not afflicted by illness. It was also not uncommon for people with longer lifespans to live to 130 years old. If the person were an A-rank king-class spirit chi professional, they would even be able to live to 160 years old without issue. Emperor-class experts who knew how to take care of themselves would even be able to live to 180 years old. Once a spirit chi professional reached S-rank and was Thearch-class with a creation breed fae, they could even live to 250 years old as long as nothing damaged their roots. This was one of the key reasons why Thearch-class power was so important to top factions. As long as a Thearch-class expert steadily improved themselves without doing anything that would put their lives at risk, they could guarantee 250 years of service to the top faction. However, all living beings had to live by the laws of nature. All creatures, strong or weak, outstanding or unassuming, could only live as well as they could within the lifespan that was given to them. Even people as strong as Thearch-class experts would eventually end up 6 feet underground and become nothing more than fertilizer for the soil. However, the Lifespan Mouse's appearance broke this cardinal law of nature and offered the chance at true immortality. Lin Yuan did not believe that the thirst for immortality would be non-existent in a world where people formed contracts with faes to use them as weapons. Even he had considered immortality when he first reached this world and came to understand it. He could imagine how hopeless and lonely an expert would feel when they had reached the end of their lifespan. They would probably be willing to do anything as long as it meant they could extend their life. If the lifespan mouse appeared before the dying expert, they would surely go mad, driven by their desire to give up anything in order to extend their life. The lifespan mouse's ability touched on every living creature's desire to live. Nonetheless, the lifespan mouse was not without its faults. It had two drawbacks. Firstly, its power would forever be stuck at normal I/normal. This meant that its contractor would always have a normal I/normal phase amongst his contracted phase. Secondly, knotted lifespan tied the lifespan mouse and its contractor's lifespans together. The death of one would result in the death of this other. This meant that the death of the lifespan mouse would cause its contractor to die immediately. The normal I/normal lifespan mouse was too weak, and many children would have the strength to crush it to death. However, these two issues were not problems in Lin Yuan's mind, as he could keep it in the spirit lock spatial zone after contracting it. Although it needed to consume spiritual ingredients that contained vitality, it could consume them inside a phase storage box. As such, he would not have to worry about the lifespan mouse coming into any danger. Since the lifespan mouse was only normal I/normal, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about it eating up too much of its spiritual energy, and he even had the means to contract it now. He also did not have to worry about obtaining vitality-containing spiritual ingredients, as they were expensive but common. No expert that got their hands on the lifespan mouse would have to worry about finding food for it. At that moment, the Moon Empress came to Lin Yuan's mind. He felt that the Moon Empress was the best person to contract the lifespan mouse. He, Chu Xiai, Lu Jie, Wen Yu, and the rest were all around their 20s and still had more than 100 years in their lifespans. Their lives were just beginning, and they had no reason to worry about dying of old age as of yet. Lin Yuan did not know exactly how old the Moon Empress was, as she always had the countenance of a young woman. However, she was definitely up in years. After all, decades had already passed since she became a member of royalty and built the Radiant Moon Palace on Leaning Moon Mountain. Once she contracted the lifespan mouse, she would never have to worry about dying of old age again. If the Moon Empress became immortal, she could do whatever she wanted whenever she wanted and live with her young countenance forever. This was what Lin Yuan wanted, and it was his way of showing his master that he cared. Moreover, it was likely that this was not the only lifespan mouse in existence. The 5 members of Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps that Lin Yuan had captured had looked at the lifespan mouse's prefay form with disdain. This indicated that there were many lifespan mice in the Divine Wood Federation. As scarce as fur was in the Divine Wood Federation, the poor Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps members would rather dress in vines than wear the skin of the lifespan mouse. This was not surprising, as the lifespan mouse's prefay form had coarse and brittle hair. Now it looked completely different. Although it still could not compare to Genius, it now had orange fur covering its body. Lin Yuan stroked the lifespan mouse's head before storing it in a bronze phase storage box with a serious expression. He planned on visiting the Radiant Moon Palace the next time he returned. He would be able to tell the Moon Empress about the lifespan mouse then. After the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was over and he returned to the Divine Wood Federation, he planned on searching for more lifespan mice. If there were truly many unevolved lifespan mice in the Divine Wood Federation, he would be able to use them to change the main world as people knew it. Now he started to carefully look through the pile of jade-textured wood on the shelves. If Lin Yuan did not have Genius or he was not the Moon Empress disciple, there was no way he would have known about something like the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Even if Genius absorbed all the information from Star Web, information on Star Web was restricted in such a way that information about the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis would never have appeared there. Lin Yuan had only come to know about it because Genius had picked up the knowledge from the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Morbius True Data could see a phase properties and list their abilities and exclusive skills. However, Lin Yuan had to figure out for himself what was the best way to nurture the Fae. Although he possessed the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores, he would have to experiment and see which type of jade-textured wood would enable the spores to grow the quickest. Compared to the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, the price of the jade-textured wood was nothing. After all, the Miao family only allowed its main Emperor class and Thearch class experts to utilize the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Lu Yenshan had been one of the select few who used the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Lin Yuan needed a large amount of intelligent Ganoderma sinensis to evolve genius from fantasy I to a higher quality. Hence, he did not hold back from using all the types of jade-textured wood that he possessed. He had a total of 23 types, and he cut all of them into the same size and shape to ensure that the experiment was fair and reliable. Lin Yuan carefully scattered the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores onto the jade-textured wood and began to observe them carefully. The intelligent Ganoderma sinensis growth depended on the jade-textured wood and the spirit qi in the surroundings. All of the jade-textured wood that Lin Yuan possessed was 100% jade-textured and considered the highest quality. As for the concentration of spirit qi, there was probably no place on Earth that had more concentrated spirit qi than the spirit lock spatial zone. Now that both conditions for its growth were fulfilled, the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores could grow at their maximum rate and would soon produce different strains of intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Everything progressed as Lin Yuan expected. A small intelligent Ganoderma sinensis sprout grew on the jade-textured agarwood, cedarwood, red sandalwood, and laurelwood within half an hour. Lin Yuan separated these 4 wooden pieces from the rest to pick the best out of them. However, he would not be wasting the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores that grew on the other types of wood. Once the sprouts grew strong enough, Lin Yuan would replant them. Out of the 4 wooden pieces, the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis grew much quicker in the cedarwood than in the other 3 wooden pieces. However, Lin Yuan did not immediately deem cedarwood the best type of wood to grow the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. He also had to consider the strength of the sprouts that grew from it. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to spot issues. Although the sprouts were growing quickly in the cedarwood, they were all skinny and weak. Lin Yuan touched all the sprouts that were growing and found that the sprouts growing in the cedarwood moved the most. Thus, he decided against choosing the cedarwood as the quality was more important than speed. Moreover, the sprouts growing on the other 3 types of wood were not growing slowly either. Soon, Lin Yuan observed issues with the sprouts growing on the laurelwood. The laurelwood was the strongest wood out of the 4. As a result, the spores could only absorb the nutrients on the surface and had trouble penetrating further than 5 centimeters into the laurelwood. Hence, Lin Yuan also decided against using laurelwood. Both the sprouts growing on the red sandalwood and cedarwood appeared to be strong and growing at a relatively similar rate. The only difference was that the caps of the sprouts growing from the cedarwood were larger. Most of the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis nutrients were stored in its purple cap, and its size indicated the nutrients within the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Eventually, Lin Yuan chose the jade-textured cedarwood as the best type of wood to grow the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis in. Lin Yuan had been using the expensive cedarwood as incense. He liked the subtle calming fragrance of cedarwood and always kept a large stock of jade-textured cedarwood with him. Lin Yuan took out all the jade-textured cedarwood he had and cut them using feathers made of day and night spirit silver. He planned on replanting the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores into them. At that moment, Genius was done selecting the 100 questions beast and said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, there are already 100 questions beasts that can work independently and concoct spirit fluids on their own. All of their grades have been increased to diamond using spirit fluids. They might not be able to use their souls to concoct spirit fluids and only have the knowledge of Class 4 Creation Masters, but the knowledge enables them to be outstanding Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters." Genius' eyes shone with pride. This abruptly reminded Lin Yuan of Chu Si's homeroom teacher, Teacher Bao. Teacher Bao's eyes had shone with the same pride when he praised Chu Si. Lin Yuan looked at the various colored 100 questions beasts and said, "All of you help me transplant the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis sprouts from the other types of wood onto the jade-textured cedarwood." The 100 questions beasts happily got to work. All of these 100 questions beasts had the abilities of Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters and had no issue with such a task. In fact, they performed it better than Lin Yuan would have. While the 100 questions beasts were hard at work, Lin Yuan coughed and said, "I'm nurturing these intelligent Ganoderma sinensis to evolve genius quality. Once Genius evolves to Fantasy V, it will not need as much intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. I also plan on investing more resources into nurturing intelligent Ganoderma sinensis that can produce spores. These spores will be planted in the marsh world. When the time comes, all of you will have the chance to consume intelligent Ganoderma sinensis as well. Heaven and earth phase like the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis were the most beneficial spiritual ingredients for spiritual type phase. Naturally, Genius had also included the information about the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis while it was teaching the 100 Questions beasts. Hence, all the 100 Questions beasts knew how precious the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis was. The 100 Questions beasts all looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude and enthusiastically started thanking him. Lin Yuan brought 10 of the 100 Questions beasts over to the Pure Land of Bliss. He collected the newly produced golden lotus brocade pearls while he checked on the spirit-mouthed peonies that he had forcefully split into child ramets. Under the nourishment of the pure spirit chi in the spirit-lock spatial zone, the spirit-mouthed peony child ramets had quickly grown into full-grown plants, and red flowers had sprouted atop each of them. The newly grown spirit-mouthed peonies were currently greedily absorbing the spirit chi and storing them within the flowers. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the thriving spirit-mouthed peonies on the Pure Land of Bliss. The 100 Questions beasts started splitting the spirit-mouthed peonies into more child ramets. Initially, there were only 100 child ramets, but now there were 500 of them. The 500 spirit-mouthed peonies clustered together and took up all the space on the Pure Land of Bliss to the point that Brocade Zither's living area had become much smaller. Unless the spirit-lock spatial zone transformed again and the Pure Land of Bliss increased in size, the maximum number of spirit-mouthed peonies that could be grown in the spirit-lock spatial zone was 500. However, this was not just because of the Pure Land of Bliss. The spirit pool was also unable to keep up with any more spirit-mouthed peonies. Once all the 500 spirit-mouthed peonies sprouted flowers and started absorbing more spirit chi, any accident that took place in the spirit-lock spatial zone would affect its ecosystem. The spirit pool would produce just the right amount of spirit chi to sustain the current ecosystem in the spirit-lock spatial zone, and there was no allowance for error. Nonetheless, this also utilized the spirit chi to its maximum ability. Soon, Genius and the 40 other 100 Questions beasts had finished replanting the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores, and Lin Yuan stored all the 100 Questions beasts into the Diamond Fey storage box. He went through Klein Hub into the marsh world. Once he re-entered the marsh world, he noticed that it looked completely different from when he was last here. Before he left, the area that the base was in would be nothing more than a stretch of mud if the marsh ground Sphagna had not become Wendy's favored believer. After the marsh ground Sphagna became Wendy's favored believer, it covered the stretch of mud in a layer of thick green carpet. The green carpet extended past the construct. One of the base's tall buildings' construction was finished while the others were still in the process of being built. Once Lin Yuan entered the marsh world, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly noticed him. But even before the Kill Food Sky Butterfly reached him, Lu Tong had run up to him and given him a report of the base's construction progress. All of the 35 Class 2 and 3 Spirit Craftsmen had put their lives at risk during the time they had been working in the marsh world. All of them only had 6 hours of rest each day and worked in shifts. In order to reduce his rest time and produce better work, Lu Tong had also contracted a vitality sloth like Hu Quan had done. Lin Yuan could not help but be touched by all their effort. As Lu Tong passionately introduced himself to Lin Yuan, the latter waved his hand and said, "Lu Tong, call over the other 34 Spirit Craftsmen. I have something to say to all of you." Lu Tong hurriedly did as Lin Yuan said and jogged over to gather all the Spirit Craftsmen who had been working on various sections of the construction area. Rising Lizard bounded toward Lin Yuan with Wendy on its back. Lin Yuan noticed that both of them had changed significantly since he last saw them. When Lin Yuan used True Data, he saw that Wendy had already reached Class 4, and its originally bald head now had many snakes growing out of it. Now, it looked scarily beautiful. However, Wendy was still its same old adorable self. When Rising Lizard arrived next to Lin Yuan, Wendy changed into a small snake and leaped into Lin Yuan's arms before changing back into human form and hugging Lin Yuan affectionately. Rising Lizard also wanted to nudge Lin Yuan lovingly with its head. However, it was still much bigger than him, and even a gentle nudge would cause Lin Yuan to fall over. As such, Rising Lizard stopped itself. Lin Yuan could not help marvel at Rising Lizard. Although the strength of its faith power had not increased by much, as it was not easy for apostles to gain faith power, Rising Lizard had evolved from Class 6 to Class 7 in such a short amount of time. This rate of power growth was terrifying. How did Rising Lizard manage it? What had happened in the marsh world during his absence? While Lin Yuan was thinking, Wendy said, "Dad, I've already absorbed half of the drugged snake eagle's venom. Once I'm done, I should be able to evolve to Class 5. When you left the dimensional world, the marsh ground Sphagna took me to the drugged snake eagle nest, and I rescued 29 Medusa snake demon antes. They're now attracting the marsh crocodiles with Mom. I don't plan on accepting these Medusa snake demons as my believers, as I think predator plants are the best choices to become my believers. Rising Lizard can have these Medusa snake demons." In just a few days, the Medusa snake demons managed to attract many Medusa giant lizards that were all eaten by Rising Lizard. Wendy blinked its large eyes and thoroughly reported on all that had taken place in the marsh world in Lin Yuan's absence. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. This had to be the reason for Rising Lizard's rapid increase in power. The Medusa giant lizards that had come running toward the Medusa snake demon's aura were so tragic. The Medusa snake demons had essentially seduced them with the sole purpose of slaughtering them. Nonetheless, this was fine, as Lin Yuan never expected to find so many Medusa snake demons gathered together in his territory. It seemed that he need not worry about Rising Lizard's power at all, as it could quickly increase its power. Moreover, there was already a deep-set genetic link between Medusa snake demons and Medusa giant lizards. Since Rising Lizard was an apostle, it was not a bad circumstance if all of its believers were Medusa snake demons. The Medusa snake demon had extremely high intelligence and could contribute significantly to this almost barren land. It would be beneficial to the base if Rising Lizard could accept the Medusa snake demons as its believers. Hence, Lin Yuan greatly supported this idea. At that moment, Wendy said softly, "Dad, I might not have as many believers as Rising Lizard, but I'm still ahead of it. Rising Lizard only has one favored believer and 4 believers, while I already have 2 favored believers." Suddenly, Lin Yuan sensed that something was wrong. How could Wendy address him as Dad? He had not thought anything odd of it, but it had also addressed Scale Concubine as Mom. This implied that he and Scale Concubine were a couple. Scale Concubine might not be agreeable to it, but even if it was fine with it, he was not agreeable to it. In spite of this, he did not say anything to Wendy, as those were just the words of an innocent child, and Wendy had only addressed him in such a way because he had formed a contract with it. Wendy felt safe and affectionate toward him. In a child's world, the people they felt most at ease and loving toward were their parents. Lin Yuan caressed Wendy's head and said, "Later, let's go and see your new favorite Avenger together." Lu Tong had gathered all the spirit craftsmen, and they were standing before Lin Yuan. All of the spirit craftsmen had worn faces, and it looked as though they had not rested properly in a long time. Their faces were also covered in dust and looked to be in a sorry state. Constructing a building involved digging and moving dirt around. It was a job where one could not evade becoming dirty. Lin Yuan looked at the 34 spirit craftsmen behind Lu Tong and said loudly, "All of you have been working hard. The construction in the marsh world won't be completed within a short period. You have to rest when it's necessary." One of the spirit craftsmen replied, "Young master, is it convenient for you to bring Phase to this place? I would like to form a contract with the Vitality Sloth, so I won't have to waste my time resting and can dedicate more of my time to work." Many other spirit craftsmen soon echoed this spirit craftsman's words. Warmth flooded Lin Yuan's heart. All of these spirit craftsmen had agreed to come to this place without asking any questions, and they were all working themselves to the bone now. All of them were part of Hu Quan's Heavenly Craft Pavilion, and Hu Quan was a member of Sky City. Hence, they were all distantly related to Sky City. There was no reason for him to be stingy toward these hard workers who were technically part of Sky City. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and said seriously, Let Lu Tong if you want a vitality sloth, and I'll bring them over soon. Moreover, I heard from Hu Quan that all of you can contract new phase. A few of you have even comprehended willpower runes but haven't found the right Fey. So, when you inform Lu Tong of your desire to have a vitality sloth, you can also request another Fey of any type. I'll also bring a bronze/epic Fey for each of you according to the type you specified. Lin Yuan's voice carried hefty weight, and it rang in the ears of the spirit craftsmen. These Class 2 and 3 spirit craftsmen had always longed for bronze/epic Feys, but they never imagined that they would ever be able to obtain them. It had even been difficult for Hu Quan to obtain a bronze/epic wood weaving house centipede when he was a Class 4 spirit craftsman, as he needed luck on top of skill. As such, it was no wonder that bronze/epic Feys were so precious to the Class 2 and 3 spirit craftsmen. It was no lie that these spirit craftsmen had worked tirelessly for Lin Yuan's sake. They did it with Lin Yuan's promise to them in mind, but that was not the sole reason. If they had only prioritized their profits, they would not have agreed without question to a job where they would be separated from the rest of the world. When Lin Yuan last mentioned the bronze/epic phase, the spirit craftsmen had all been hopeful. However, none of them imagined that their hopes would be realized in a matter of days. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not just giving them any bronze/epic phase, but ones that they had specified themselves. From the way Lin Yuan spoke, it seemed that they would be able to obtain the bronze/epic phase after just 1 or 2 days. Ever since these spirit craftsmen entered Heavenly Craft Pavilion, they had been hard at work learning from Hu Quan and had not had the time to understand the culture in Sky City. But now that they were offered such a reward, the spirit craftsmen realized that Sky City was on such an unbelievable scale that bronze epic phase could even be nurtured in a matter of days there. A true gentleman would die for his closest friend, but there were very few people who would give without asking anything in return. Every gift had to be repaid. Yet, these spirit craftsmen were being repaid so soon after they started working. They were all touched and motivated by Lin Yuan's actions and were ready to work harder than ever to repay him. Lu Tong was smart. When Lin Yuan failed to mention him in the announcement about bronze/epic phase, Lu Tong knew that there was a larger reward in store for him. Just as Lu Tong had predicted, Lin Yuan turned to him and said, "Lu Tong, even with a vitality sloth, it must have been hard for you to tirelessly manage the work here." Lu Tong had gone without sleep for so long that tears started to well up in his dry eyes. He knew that he was a nobody. Ever since he was accepted under Hu Quan's tutelage, all he did was doggedly work to pick up the skills and do his best to leave an impression on Hu Quan. The first time that Lu Tong had spoken to Lin Yuan was at the back of the mountain. He would never have believed that an aristocrat like Lin Yuan would remember his name after the very first introduction. This gesture made Lu Tong feel respected, as it meant that Lin Yuan regarded him as an equal. Because of Lin Yuan, Lu Tong knew what it felt like to be willing to die for someone. Just as Lu Tong was about to speak, Lin Yuan said, "I remember when we last spoke, you said that you've comprehended a willpower rune but haven't found a suitable Fey for it. Why don't you request a Fey for yourself too? I'll nurture a bronze/legend Fey according to your specifications. Work hard. I have faith in you." Lin Yuan's words were a hard blow to Lu Tong, who immediately felt his legs go weak. He was still exhausted despite having contracted a vitality sloth, and he suddenly wondered if he was dreaming. Lin Yuan did not hide this conversation from the other spirit craftsmen. This not only made Lin Yuan appear even more outstanding but also let the other spirit craftsmen know that hard work would be rewarded. After surveying the construction around the area, Lin Yuan said to the spirit craftsmen, "Once you've contracted a vitality sloth, you'll only have to sleep 2 to 3 hours each night. However, you can't spend all the remaining time working. You can mark off an area within the territory and plant some of your favorite fruits or pretty plants there. You can even dig a pond and rear fish species phase. The territory is huge and more than big enough for each of you to build a house of your own. I will arrange for the breeding rooms you rush to build to be assigned to creation masters, as well as place a guard by the entrance. If you need anything in the future, you can let the guard know. The creation masters in the breeding room will be able to provide some of your needs. As such, you can let the guard know about any plants, tasty fruits, decorative phase, or anything else that you need. You will be here for a long time. It'll be best if you can treat this place as your home or develop a sense of familiarity with it. Lin Yuan's rewards had motivated the spirit craftsmen, but his words now brought light into their lives. Spirit craftsmen were a creative bunch, and they already had ideas for what they were going to do with their own area. After all, every person would be agreeable to living in a beautifully flourished area. The things that Lin Yuan said were his exact plans for the marsh world that he had in mind from the beginning. As he continued to expand into the marsh world, the base would only grow larger, and he would eventually come into contact with native factions as well as people from various federations that came through Class 6 marsh dimensional rifts to enter the marsh world. In such an environment, only the strong would gain respect. Thus, his territory in the marsh world would regard outsiders with increasing hostility. However, he hoped that those who lived within the territory would be able to live harmoniously in a haven. After exchanging a few more words with Lu Tong, Lin Yuan climbed aboard Rising Lizard with Wendy. Rising Lizard took them to the edge of the marsh. At the thought that the Medusa snake demons would likely have attracted another group of Medusa giant lizards, Rising Lizard excitedly raced ahead. Previously, Lin Yuan could see the black dirt on the ground when he rode Rising Lizard. But now that Rising Lizard was Class 7, Lin Yuan's vision was completely blocked by Rising Lizard's expansive back. He estimated that Rising Lizard was around 45 meters long now. Rising Lizard's bones were naturally long and strong, allowing it to carry a lot more body weight. As such, its flesh was also much tougher than other dimensional life forms of the same size. In fact, Rising Lizard was even stronger than many abyss demons. The horn on Rising Lizard's head was at least 3 meters long, and spikes were now jutting out of each horn as well. These spikes greatly raised Rising Lizard's deadliness. By turning each horn into a thorn, it would rip apart its target on top of puncturing it. Normally, large fays were all stupid lumbers. However, Rising Lizard's sturdy bones allowed its dorsal bone to be even stronger and more agile. Its head and long tail could each catch a flying mosquito in midair. This agility, coupled with Rising Lizard's large size, raised its battle abilities. Soon, Rising Lizard arrived at the edge of the marsh with Lin Yuan on its back. As Lin Yuan looked at the graceful figures with their snake tails swishing below the water, he felt as though he was looking at a gathering of promiscuous women. The Medusa snake demons were crowding around Scale Concubine and singing happily together. As the Medusa snake demons sang, many of the marsh crocodiles that were riled up by bloodlust slowly started to calm down. Lin Yuan found it strange that the Medusa snake demons were currently sneering at a white figure in the middle of the marsh. There were also 3 dead Medusa giant lizards next to the Medusa snake demons. Many green beams were jutting out from the Medusa giant lizards' corpses, and it was clear that they had died after a joint attack by the Medusa snake demons. It was likely that the Medusa giant lizards had died while in a confused state. They had traveled all this way to seek someone that they could bootlick and form a contract with. They would never have expected that they were prey that had delivered themselves to the predator. Fresh blood was still oozing from the wounds where the beams were still lodged. It was clear that they had died only recently. As large as Rising Lizard was, it was a predatory creature that did not make much noise when it ran. When Rising Lizard saw the 3 dead Medusa giant lizards, its 7 mouths started drooling. The saliva spurted out like 7 fountains. Given that it was a Medusa giant lizard, its saliva contained bacteria that could decompose its prey. Thus, its saliva had a bad stench. Wendy could not help but pinch its nose. When Wendy saw how Lin Yuan was carrying it with both his arms, it frowned and placed its other hand on Lin Yuan's nose as it squeaked, "Dad, it won't smell as bad if you breathe through your mouth like me." Lin Yuan felt that Wendy was a smart little child. Unfortunately, it did not use its intelligence in the right areas. He jumped down from Rising Lizard's back. He realized that his feet did not sink too deep into the ground when he landed. When he saw the large amount of gold drought ground sweet flags, he immediately knew why his feet were not sinking. It seemed that the spirit craftsmen had been busy with other tasks besides building the base. They had improved the entire humid environment at the edge of the marsh. The noise that came from Lin Yuan jumping off Rising Lizard's back startled the Medusa snake demons. When Scale Concubine saw Lin Yuan, It immediately looked respectful and bowed to him. The Medusa snake demons had spent their lives dodging danger at every turn and were extremely wary of everything. Hence, they instinctively maneuvered into defensive stances and started hissing at Lin Yuan. When Rising Lizard heard the hissing, it set aside its desire to consume the Medusa giant lizards. It roared at the 27 Medusa snake demons with all 7 of its heads and went into attack mode. The 4 strongest Medusa snake demons immediately collapsed and held their heads as they howled in agony. The 4 Medusa snake demons that were in anguish were probably the ones that had become Rising Lizard's believers. Lin Yuan did not mind the way that the Medusa snake demons had reacted. Rather, he found it normal. He did not know what the Medusa snake demons had experienced under the drugged snake eagle's tyranny. They were sure to be on guard in this unfamiliar environment after a lifetime of hardship. This was the nature of every life form. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "This is the first time we're all meeting. It's unavoidable that we're uncomfortable with each other. They won't be so aggressive toward me the next time we meet." He turned and asked Wendy, "Wendy, you said you wanted to show me your second favored believer. Call it here so I can take a look at it." Rising Lizard was still glaring at the 27 Medusa snake demons. It was full of gratitude toward Lin Yuan, who had transformed it into an apostle, and it respected him from the depths of its soul. Wendy had told Lin Yuan that Rising Lizard was going to accept all 27 Medusa snake demons as its believers. It had also already accepted 4 of them as its believers. In the dimensional worlds, a believer's actions reflected their apostle's will. Thus, there was no way that Rising Lizard would allow his believers to be disrespectful toward Lin Yuan. Rising Lizard had been ready to kill these 4 believers. If Lin Yuan had not halted it, the 4 Medusa snake demons would already be skewered on Rising Lizard's horns. Wendy's snake hair also started to move when it saw the Medusa snake demon's aggression toward Lin Yuan. Every snake was poised to attack for the sake of protecting Lin Yuan. When Wendy heard what Lin Yuan said, it softened its antagonistic gaze. It waved its hand toward the marsh and declared, "You big lug, come out and greet Dad. Remember to be gentle. Don't splash any of the marsh water onto Dad." As the last word left Wendy's lips, the marsh near Lin Yuan started to move violently, as though Wendy's call had awakened a gargantuan creature. The violently churning marsh was a sign that the creature underwater was at least as large as the island whale. A newly hatched island whale was about 500 meters long and could grow up to 3,000 meters as its power increased. Leaf-covered branches slowly emerged from the marsh, sending the marsh crocodiles into a panicked frenzy. Scale Concubine hurriedly started to sing the marsh crocodile song at an increased speed to calm down the marsh crocodiles. Lin Yuan used true data as he watched the sturdy grayish-green branches that were covered with twisted leaves. Alien beast name: Water Demon Support Willow. Life form state: Dimensional life form. Favored believer: Alien beast class. Class 4. Totem faith: 3 flower snake eyes totem. Natural skill: Excessive splitting. If there is sufficient energy, the water demon support willow can grow branches endlessly and remove branches. The energy from the branches that grew from it splitting its body will solidify and become even harder than its original body. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched when he saw the water demon support willow's true data. Although he could tell that the water demon support willow's body was giant, he could not see most of its body, which was still underwater. Excessive splitting strength depended on the water demon support willow's size. The larger it was, the more impactful excessive splitting would be. Once the water demon support willow reached a certain size, it would be able to use its branches to create a large base underwater. This would open up new possibilities in the marsh. But if it were small, its main branches underwater would not be strong enough, and the structure created through excessive splitting would not be impressive. Not only would it be worthless, but it would even become trash that took up space in the territory. Just as Lin Yuan was about to jump into the dirty marsh to see the water demon support willow's entire body, Scale Concubine said, "Lord, there is a special white marsh crocodile there that I can't control." At first, it was attracted by all the blood we poured into the marsh. But it saw that there's nothing to eat here and is about to leave. Lin Yuan looked in the direction that Scale Concubine was pointing and saw the 7-meter-long ivory marsh crocodile. The marsh crocodile was not creamy white but a pure and sacred type of white that shone faintly. This made the white marsh crocodile appear much more imposing. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the white marsh crocodile. Alien beast. White evil marsh crocodile. Life form state. Dimensional life form. Alien beast class. Class 2. Natural skill. Crocodile group worship. It will not meet with any opposition even if it publicly robbed the other marsh crocodile's food. Its aura will set other marsh crocodiles at ease. The more the other marsh crocodiles experience its aura, the better they will feel, and their positive feelings will eventually turn into worship. It can attract marsh crocodiles within a large radius. Lin Yuan was astonished. This marsh crocodile was called the White Evil Marsh Crocodile. Its name was evidence that it belonged to the marsh crocodile family. However, there was no mention of the White Evil Marsh Crocodile in any of the information regarding the marsh world in the main world. Lin Yuan had guessed that the White Evil Marsh Crocodile had reached Class 6. After all, marsh crocodiles' class was directly related to their size. However, this White Evil Marsh Crocodile was only Class 2. Yet, it was already 7 meters long. As such, he could only imagine how large the White Evil Marsh Crocodile would grow to become. Rising Lizard's 14-meter-long tail was already like a moving pillar of flesh. Once the White Evil Marsh Crocodile reached Class 7, Lin Yuan estimated that it would grow to at least 100 meters long. Lin Yuan also learned from true data why the other marsh crocodiles were not attacking the White Evil Marsh Crocodile. Marsh crocodiles in their gestating phase were naturally hostile toward young marsh crocodiles that they were not blood-related. They would even kill the young marsh crocodiles so they would have more space to give birth. Marsh crocodiles also reproduced quickly. In a group of so many marsh crocodiles, it was unlikely that there was not a single gestating marsh crocodile. The other marsh crocodiles were not attacking the White Evil Marsh Crocodile because of crocodile group worship. From the moment Lin Yuan saw crocodile group worship, he became certain that the White Evil Marsh Crocodile was extraordinary. The marsh world was full of peril, and dimensional life forms were all possessive over their food. Crocodile group worship not only allowed the White Evil Marsh Crocodile to steal other marsh crocodiles' food without facing opposition, but it also allowed the White Evil Marsh Crocodile to be worshipped by other marsh crocodiles. The White Evil Marsh Crocodile could use this natural skill to gather a group of marsh crocodile guards. With so many of its worshippers offering it their faith, it would naturally transform into an apostle. Heavenly Family Phase were heavenly life forms from the main world. But this White Evil Marsh Crocodile was the heavenly life form from the marsh world. There was no way Lin Yuan would allow this dimensional life form to slip away. He said to the waiting Scale Concubine, "Scale Concubine, continue singing the marsh crocodile song." Lin Yuan said to the invisible demon in his shadow, "Shadow, after you capture the White Evil Marsh Crocodile, kill any other marsh crocodile that makes a wrong move." A shadow emerged from Lin Yuan's shadow and kicked the White Evil Marsh Crocodile to the ground. The White Evil Marsh Crocodile was about to start struggling, but it was quickly enveloped by the marsh ground sphagna and left incapacitated. At that moment, all of the marsh crocodiles in the marsh went hysterical. Scale Concubine's marsh crocodile song no longer worked. The marsh crocodiles ignored Scale Concubine and charged forward to save the White Evil Marsh Crocodile. The invisible demon's shadow flashed across the marsh as per Lin Yuan's instruction. The air above the marsh turned dark, and the waters of the marsh turned red as the frenzied marsh crocodiles were decimated. This sudden event astonished all the Medusa snake demons. Wendy's eyes lit up, and it waved at the marsh as it shouted, "You big thing, time to eat. Don't waste any bit of crocodile flesh. You better eat all of it within an hour. Otherwise, they'll decompose and be eaten by the mushrooms." More branches emerged from the water. Now that there was food present, the water demon support willow stretched out more than twice the number of branches than marsh crocodiles. The branches wrapped around the marsh crocodiles and dragged them beneath the surface, leaving behind the red-stained water. The marsh crocodile's blood flowed in all directions and would quickly attract many more marsh crocodiles. It was impossible to wipe out all the marsh crocodiles in the marsh world. There were already marsh crocodiles swimming toward the scent of blood. Scale Concubine led the Medusa snake demons in singing the marsh crocodile song to control these new marsh crocodiles. Although Lin Yuan wanted to dive underwater to see just how big the water demon support Willow was, he could not stand the water that was contaminated with the marsh crocodile's blood and mud. He could only wait until the decomposing bacteria digested the blood before he could head underwater. As such, Lin Yuan focused his attention on the white evil marsh crocodile. It was completely helpless against the Class 10 marsh ground Sphagna. Marsh crocodiles were not intelligent, and this white evil marsh crocodile was still a child. Hence, there was no way it was smart in any way. Lin Yuan walked over to place his hand on the white evil marsh crocodile's scales. He discovered that its scales were springy if touched lightly but felt as hard as porcelain when a heavier touch was applied. Lin Yuan turned to ask Wen Yu and Rising Lizard, "Do either of you want to accept the white evil marsh crocodile as your favored believer?" Wendy hurriedly shook its head and replied, "Dad, I'm more suited to accepting predatory plants as my believers because of my natural skill." Although Wendy did not state it explicitly, it was clear from its expression that it despised the marsh crocodile. Rising Lizard's 7 heads stared at the white evil marsh crocodile for some time before they started to shake, and it said, "Master, you should accept it as your believer. It'll take too much faith power for me to accept it as my favored believer." It did not want to waste its faith power on a marsh crocodile. Lin Yuan lowered his head and looked deep in thought as he gazed at the thrashing white evil marsh crocodile. Not even Rising Lizard and Scale Concubine, who had lived in the marsh world for so long, had realized what the white evil marsh crocodile's natural skill was. This was not a normal situation. After touching the white evil marsh crocodile's skin, Lin Yuan could tell that it was not ordinary. The white evil marsh crocodile's natural skill crocodile group worship made it a king as it enabled it to order around the marsh crocodiles in the marsh. Given the marsh crocodile's reactions, Lin Yuan could tell that crocodile group worship was more powerful than marsh crocodile song. He had wanted Wendy or Rising Lizard to accept the white evil marsh crocodile as their favored believer so as to strengthen crocodile group worship. But now, neither of them wanted the white evil marsh crocodile. They deeply despised marsh crocodiles, regardless of how unique the marsh crocodile was. Lin Yuan would never have to worry about using up all the lost source crystals he obtained from trading with Cage of Brahma insects, Coiling Dragon's Valley, and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. He could produce 200 units of source-type power without issue. As such, he instructed the Sacred Source-wielding Queen to funnel source-type power into his hands. He touched the white evil marsh crocodile with his hands full of source-type power. Soon, the dim white evil marsh crocodile became more affectionate toward Lin Yuan. Now that he had used source-type power to soothe the white evil marsh crocodile, he instructed the marsh ground Sphagna to release the white evil marsh crocodile. Lin Yuan pointed at the marsh to tell the white evil marsh crocodile that it could leave. However, it swished its tail like a large cat and produced a gurgling noise in its throat. This scene reminded Lin Yuan of Genius. Nonetheless, Genius was much cuter than the razor-toothed white evil marsh crocodile. Both crocodile species phase and dimensional lifeforms like the marsh crocodile gurgled and swished their tails as a sign of their affection. Lin Yuan did not need to be as wary with the dense white evil marsh crocodile as he was with the Class 4 land imp. The source-type cleansing was enough to incite unintelligent dimensional lifeforms to offer up their loyalty. The accumulated 200 units of source-type power flowed out of Lin Yuan's hands and into the white evil marsh crocodile. Not long after, the white evil marsh crocodile roared fiercely. While it was undergoing the source-type cleansing, its white scales lost all signs of great aging. The scales cracked, revealing an even whiter set of scales underneath. Although the white evil marsh crocodile's class did not increase after the source-type cleansing, its body size had changed significantly. As the white evil marsh crocodile's body expanded, it now reached a length of 16 meters. Its grade was low and it was not strong. However, it could now use its body to kill many Class 4-dimensional lifeforms through brute force. Suddenly, an astonishing pressure emanated from the white evil marsh crocodile. An amber-colored tooth-shaped totem appeared in the middle of its snout. The appearance of the totem meant that the white evil marsh crocodile had successfully transformed into an apostle. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the white evil marsh crocodile again. Alien beast. White evil marsh crocodile. Life form state. Apostle. Alien beast class. Class 2. Power of faith. Extremely weak. Faith totem. Crocodile pattern white-toothed totem. Natural skill. Crocodile group worship. Even if it publicly robs food from the other marsh crocodiles, its aura will incite positive feelings in the other marsh crocodiles. The more of its aura the other marsh crocodiles are exposed to, the more positive feelings will arise. The positive feelings will eventually turn into worship, which will allow the white evil marsh crocodile to attract the other marsh crocodiles within a large radius. The feelings of worship will coalesce into faith that the white evil marsh crocodile will be able to absorb. Crocodile turned guards. When the white evil marsh crocodile injects its blood into other marsh crocodiles that had become its believers, the marsh crocodiles will change from crawlers to human-like life forms that can walk on 2 feet. Their learning ability will also be raised. Faith ability. Change the chosen. Inject a portion of energy from the totem into a life form to change it into a different form. The life form will change from a normal believer to a favored believer. Now, Lin Yuan knew that white evil marsh crocodile's totem was the crocodile pattern white-toothed totem. Now, crocodile group worship would allow the white evil marsh crocodile to absorb faith from its marsh crocodile believers. This increased the white evil marsh crocodile's store of faith power. When Lin Yuan discussed faith power with the invisible demon, he found out that faith power was ranked into different levels, namely extremely weak, weak, higher weak, below average, average, higher average, below strong, strong, and extremely strong. Every time an apostle's faith power increased by 3 classes, their life form level would transform, allowing them to gain a new faith ability. The type of faith power received would be fixed. When the faith power was extremely weak, weak, and higher weak, the only faith ability the apostle had was change the chosen. Once an apostle's faith power reached below average, it would be able to unlock its source sacred body and gain a new ability that would raise its combat power by leaps and bounds. At first, this all seemed too foreign to Lin Yuan. However, the white evil marsh crocodile's crocodile group worship could bridge the gap and allow it to become Lin Yuan's first apostle to unlock its sacred source body. Lin Yuan turned his attention to crocodile turned guards. Crocodile changed guards would allow the white evil marsh crocodile to turn its believers into favored believers and give the dim marsh crocodiles a cloak of human skin that enabled them to walk like humans. Moreover, it also enabled the marsh crocodiles to increase their learning ability. The strength of this ability aside, Lin Yuan saw the human form marsh crocodiles as laborers. The Medusa snake demons needed to attract the marsh crocodiles while looking after the drought-ground sweet flags and barren river orchid bud that grew at the edge of the marsh. These jobs were far more useful than manual labor. Lin Yuan felt that it was too much of a waste of manpower to use life forms as intelligent as the Medusa snake demon as laborers. Hence, he had been trying to come up with a way to solve this issue of finding laborers. It would be too much of a hassle to bring in external manpower from the main world. But now, the white evil marsh crocodile's natural skill provided a perfect solution. Now that the white evil marsh crocodile was an apostle, it could use marsh language for simple communication. Although it was not eloquent, it was understandable. Lin Yuan asked the white evil marsh crocodile, "Can the marsh crocodile believers that you change into a human form still fight underwater?" The white evil marsh crocodile gurgled in its throat and said, "They can. They might be in human form, but they're still amphibious. Marsh crocodiles are more agile underwater than they are on land." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This meant that he gained laborers and underwater troops that could be used in the marsh. Wendy was taking various predator plants as its believers. Lin Yuan saw these predator plants as defense infrastructures. Their various abilities added many different facilities to his territory. Rising Lizard decided that it was only going to accept the Medusa snake demons as its believers. The Medusa snake demons were very smart and could manage the day-to-day activities within the territory. Due to crocodile group worship, the most suitable believers for the white evil marsh crocodile were the marsh crocodiles. The marsh crocodiles would not only strengthen the defenses at the edge of the marsh, but also become a significant source of power. Wendy, Rising Lizard, and the white evil marsh crocodiles believers would form a flawless system that continually advanced the territory's progress. The three groups of believers all had their own rules. With this perfect system, it would even be possible for Lin Yuan to create his own kingdom in the marsh world. The foundation was already laid. Currently, all the blood in the marsh had been consumed by the decomposing bacteria, and the marsh had returned to its original state. Many marsh crocodiles had swum over and fallen under the control of Scale Concubine's marsh crocodile song. These marsh crocodiles would only serve as guards and a source of food, but also catalyze the white evil marsh crocodile's growth. Lin Yuan removed his jacket and dove into the marsh. It was as though he had entered a whole different world. Most of the marshes in the marsh world were extremely deep. The marsh at the edge of the territory stretched at least 500 meters. The wooden plants and rotten substances floated on the surface of the marsh, giving it a dirty appearance. However, only the surface was dirty. Once he dove underwater, the turquoise water revealed a world that was abuzz with activity. All Lin Yuan could see were thick clusters of twisted branches. The branches tangled together and were brimming with life. The branches were also wrapped around many bones. According to the shape of the bones, Lin Yuan could tell that they were from the marsh crocodiles that the invisible demon had killed. True data revealed that the water demon support willow was only class 4. The water demon support willow's body covered more than 2,000 square meters underwater. Since the water demon support willow was an aquatic predator plant, it did not grow upward but outward. If the water demon support willow had enough marsh crocodiles to feed on, it would continue to grow and eventually be able to build a construct for the human-form marsh crocodiles to live in. Wendy's favored believer had opened the path to the rest of Lin Yuan's journey in the marsh world. Two mighty waves of energy fluctuations hit him before Lin Yuan could swim back to the surface. The unprepared Lin Yuan choked and swallowed 2 mouthfuls of water. The water did not taste strange but had the faint taste of mud and flesh-eating bacteria. It was not detrimental to humans. Instead, it was actually rather nutritious. It was healthier to drink the marsh water than mountain spring water. However, when Lin Yuan remembered the blood that had contaminated the water not long ago, he could not help but feel bile rise up his throat. But before he could think any further, he sensed 2 waves of concentrated faith aura. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply. Just as Lin Yuan was climbing out of the water, another intense wave of faith power hit him. This wave was much stronger than the previous ones, and it was as though the source of the wave flower fluctuations was coming closer. It was almost as though 2 apostles were swimming toward him while fighting. A thunderous bellow also accompanied the 3rd wave of faith power. White, speak. You're the one who brought your son to my territory. Why would I lay a hand on him? The woman's voice was sharp and shrill, but Lin Yuan could discern a tinge of anxiousness and fear. Clearly, the woman was no match for White Speak. An arrogant male voice soon followed. Scorpion Red, my son was right there, but I can't see him anymore. Even if you didn't send anyone to touch my son, it should be you who takes responsibility when the son of one of the life forms that live in your territory goes missing. Another powerful wave of energy crashed through the marsh. By this time, Lin Yuan was already back on land. The kill food sky butterfly had arrived at the edge of the marsh when it sensed the first wave of energy. It said anxiously, Lin Yuan, this energy fluctuation is clearly beyond creation breed. We can't stay in this territory. The kill food sky butterfly's expression was solemn, and it completely disregarded the fact that they were not alone. Lin Yuan was Purple Afterglow's contractor. If Lin Yuan died, Purple Afterglow would soon follow. Even if it cost the kill food sky butterfly its life, it would protect Lin Yuan's life. The energy fluctuations were much stronger than the kill food sky butterfly. Although the kill food sky butterfly had one of the 3 most elite bloodlines of butterfly species phase, it had only recently evolved to creation breed. Due to its unhealed injury, it could not even reach sovereign grade. It knew that it was powerless against this threat. Lin Yuan gnashed his teeth as the gears in his head started to turn. While Lin Yuan was thinking, all the Medusa snake demons' faces fell. Amongst all the Medusa snake demons, Scale Concubine had been with Lin Yuan for the longest. The other Medusa snake demons had only been at the territory for a few days, and this was the first time they were meeting. Their time at the territory was the happiest they had ever been while living in the dangerous marsh world. They did not have to worry about lacking food, and they could even build a beautiful structure if they wanted. Moreover, there were 2 adolescent apostles in the territory. One of the apostles had even accepted some of them as believers and favored believers. But so soon after, they felt a sense of belonging to this place. It was going to be destroyed. The Medusa snake demons looked at Lin Yuan with hope and silently pleaded for him to take them with him when he escaped. After thinking for a moment, a determined look came over Lin Yuan's face. He raised his hand and summoned Lu Yenshan. The invisible demon also solidified its body and stood resolutely next to Lin Yuan as it looked toward the direction where the waves of faith power were coming from. The waves of faith power shocked the invisible demon. The invisible demon did not encourage Lin Yuan to flee. Instead, it said frankly, "Lord Dictator, the source is too far away for me to sense how strong the entity is. However, one of the apostles' faith power is at least below average level." The invisible demon's words made Lin Yuan aware that one of the approaching apostles had unlocked its source sacred body. Another wave of energy fluctuation more powerful than that of a creation breed Fae was released. This indicated that the apostle was at least class 12. Morbius grade was not high enough for Lin Yuan to use true data to check on lifeforms above creation breed. As such, Lin Yuan did not use true data to check on the approaching apostles. After he tried to check on the phase that pulled the Moon Empress Fae carriage, Lin Yuan discovered that targets beyond the grade that Morbius could check on would sense that they were being checked on if Lin Yuan persisted with using true data. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan had no intention of running. He had laid the foundation for his plans in the marsh world. The collaboration of the 3 apostles would be able to form a perfect system. If he ran now, all his efforts would have been for naught, and Endless Summer's barren river orchid bud would be damaged. Endless Summer was not in the marsh world. But even if it were, it would not be able to retract the barren river orchid bud fast enough to save it. Even if Lin Yuan wanted to flee with all the lifeforms, the jeweled cave golden toad did not have enough space to take all of them, and he would have no choice but to reveal the existence of the spirit lock spatial zone. He might be able to do it if he abandoned the 35 spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan touched the extreme token on his chest and calmed himself. He said to the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, "Kill Food Sky Butterfly, lead the Medusa snake demons, Rising Lizard, Wendy, and the White Evil Marsh Crocodile toward the inner area of the territory. I'll stay here with the invisible demon." At that moment, he realized the White Evil Marsh Crocodile had disappeared. Lin Yuan was confused by the White Evil Marsh Crocodile's disappearance. However, they were in the middle of a crisis, and Lin Yuan could not afford to attend to the disappearance now. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was about to speak when it saw Lin Yuan's resolute gaze. It flipped its waist-length hair and did as Lin Yuan had instructed. Only Lin Yuan, the invisible demon, and Lu Yenshan were left to greet the incoming threats. As the sounds of fighting went on, a shrill female voice shrieked, "White Speak, are you sure you want to fight to the death? We're the only 2 lifeforms in East Vast Large Lake that stand a chance of beating Ghost Firefly, but only by working together. The apostle that Ghost Firefly relies on is protected by Lord Dictator." Before she could finish speaking, she cried out in agony again, "White Speak, how dare you injure my tail?" At this moment, Lin Yuan saw a giant dark purple scorpion barreling in his direction. The giant scorpion's body was covered in armor that resembled dark purple crystals. However, one of its 3 tails had been snapped off. Soon after, Lin Yuan was shocked by the creature that was chasing the giant purple scorpion. A 3,000-meter-long white crocodile disturbed the fog in the distance, and a sacred yet cold aura emanated from its mouth. Lin Yuan could not help but gulp as he noticed the resemblance between this white crocodile and the Class 2 White Evil Marsh Crocodile. The white crocodile had said that his son was lost. Could his son be the Class 2 White Evil Marsh Crocodile? If that was the case, Lin Yuan would be delighted. Lin Yuan could not imagine how the white crocodile would feel, when it found out that its son was in Lin Yuan's clutches and had been transformed into an apostle? Would it attack Lin Yuan in a fury and blame him for kidnapping its son, or thank him for transforming his son into an apostle? Regardless, the fact that the white evil marsh crocodile had been transformed into an apostle would inevitably come into the light. Lin Yuan did not know what the white evil marsh crocodile had gone, but it would eventually turn up. When the white crocodile saw the white evil marsh crocodile, its transformation into an apostle would be revealed. Lin Yuan had no clue how such a powerful apostle would react to this news. It was even possible that the white crocodile would accept him as a dictator. It would be great if that happened. Lin Yuan had asked the invisible demon about dictators. However, most of what the invisible demon knew came from rumors. As such, the information was not reliable. But according to the invisible demon's description, Lin Yuan could discern the role that dictators played in the dimensional world. Dimensional worlds prided in becoming the believers of apostles, while apostles prided in receiving the favor of their dictators. It was clear that dictators were on a higher level than apostles. Knowing more about dictators would enable Lin Yuan to sell his act of being one. At that moment, the marsh ground Sphagna said from below his feet, "Lord, the drugged snake eagle that attacked your territory was this stupid scorpion's favored believer. The scorpion takes up a large portion of the northwest region of the east vast large lake." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The best thing to do at such a moment was to learn more about one's enemies. He asked the marsh ground Sphagna, "Do you know what level of faith power the scorpion apostle has?" 2 years ago, its faith power was below average. The strength of an apostle's faith power enables it to rule over a territory. In order to gain the trust of the life forms in its territory, apostles will often go around declaring the strength of their faith power, replied the marsh ground Sphagna. Previously, the marsh ground Sphagna badly wanted to become the dark scorpion's believer. However, the dark scorpion had turned its nose up at such a common fae. Now that the marsh ground Sphagna had become Wendy's favored believer and had Wendy's 3-flower snake eyes totem, it no longer desired to become the dark scorpion's believer. As such, it was no longer as intimidated by the dark scorpion. Rather, it felt resentment toward the dark scorpion. The marsh ground Sphagna had covered the entire territory with its body, and it could sense everything that took place on the territory. It had witnessed Lin Yuan turning the white evil marsh crocodile into an apostle. The dimensional life form next to Lin Yuan that did not have the aura of the marsh world had also addressed him Lord Dictator. These 2 instances made a deep impression on the marsh ground Sphagna. The marsh ground Sphagna had been wondering why Wendy and Rising Lizard were so loyal to Lin Yuan, who did not even display his aura. But now it finally knew why. Turned out that Lin Yuan was a dictator. The marsh ground Sphagna could not help but tremble with self-pity, admiration, happiness, and adoration. The marsh ground Sphagna did not dare to imagine the glory of being by the side of a dictator. This glory was not even bestowed on most apostles. Any apostle that could experience such glory was regarded as the cream of the crop amongst apostle communities. Ghost Firefly was not the strongest apostle in East Vast Large Lake. However, it held significant authority because it had formed a connection with an apostle that was favored by a dictator. This connection was enough for the Ghost Firefly to wield the sword of authority and do as it pleased in East Vast Large Lake. Although a crisis was upon them, the marsh ground Sphagna was not panicked at all. Dictators could use faith power to change into their dictator bodies. Dictator bodies were the best proof of one's dictator status. As long as Lin Yuan used his dictator body, he would not have to do anything else, and every apostle that did not have the favor of a dictator would fall at his feet in the hopes that he would bestow the dictator's prize on them. The marsh ground Sphagna excitedly waited for Lin Yuan to unleash his dictator body. It had no idea that Lin Yuan was going to use the secret weapon that the Moon Empress had given him in a last-ditch attempt. Marsh ground Sphagna, since you know the giant purple scorpion, do you know the giant white crocodile as well? Lin Yuan felt that if the marsh ground Sphagna knew the giant white crocodile, it would have let him know when he first caught the white evil marsh crocodile. Thus, it was very likely that the marsh ground Sphagna was not acquainted with the giant white crocodile. Nonetheless, he still had to ask as any information regarding the giant white crocodile would help Lin Yuan make a more accurate decision. The marsh ground Svagna replied respectfully, Lord, the East vast large lake is gigantic, and I'm just a predator plant with limited ability to move. When I was by the drugged snake eagle's side, I occasionally had the opportunity to see other places. If I hadn't become Lordess Wendy's favored believer, I wouldn't have been able to escape that stupid scorpion's territory to come to your territory. As such, I'm more familiar with the scorpion's territory. However, from the way the stupid scorpion seems so fearful of the giant white crocodile, it must mean that the giant white crocodile's faith power is on a higher level than the stupid scorpion's. I can say with enough certainty that the giant white crocodile's faith power is around average or higher average. Lin Yuan's eyes started to sparkle. He considered the relationship between him and the giant white crocodile while wondering if releasing the Moonlight Domain in the extreme token would be enough to defeat the giant white crocodile if they ended up being unable to see eye to eye. Even if the Moonlight Domain could seriously injure the giant white crocodile, it would still be stronger than the invisible demon and Lu Yenshan. At that moment, the sacred aura in the giant white crocodile's mouth shot toward the giant purple scorpion. The giant white crocodile snarled, Don't look at me with your native eyes. The ghost dragonfly isn't fit to be mentioned in the same sentence as me. Which part of East vast large lake is closed off to me? As a marsh crocodile apostle, there's no way any dictator will spare me a second glance. But despite that, my faith power has reached a higher average. The East vast large lake is nothing more than a small portion of the Marsh East region. All you know is the East vast large lake, and you'll never be capable of leaving the East vast large lake. Why don't you give your faith power to me instead so that I may stabilize my faith power? The giant white crocodile's words exposed information about itself to Lin Yuan. Just as the marsh ground Svagna said, the giant white crocodile's faith power had reached higher average. While he was conversing with the marsh ground Svagna, Lin Yuan found out that this place was called the East Vast Large Lake. This was the first time that Lin Yuan was hearing of the East Vast Large Lake. He did not have time to understand this place, but he knew that it was a part of the Marsh East region. Lin Yuan now knew that the marsh world was separated into regions, and his territory was situated at the most remote corner of the marsh world. He should be happy that he had gained information about the marsh world, yet his brows were currently tightly furrowed. The giant white crocodile's words indicated that it had garnered impressive experience. This made Lin Yuan feel more pressured to pretend to be a dictator. There was a chance that the giant white crocodile would see through his farce. He thought, Oh God, who can tell me what I should be doing in order to seem more like a dictator? Due to the giant white crocodile's sacred aura attack, the giant purple scorpion lost another one of its tails after using it as a shield. One of its tails had already exploded apart while the other now exploded to pieces. Evidently, the giant white crocodile's second attack had been much stronger than the first. The giant purple scorpion's shell had dimmed. It had considered fleeing until it heard what the giant white crocodile said. The air around it changed, and it turned its head in mid-air and maneuvered into a fighting stance. It said with a heavy tone, You're just using the disappearance of your son in my territory as an excuse to hide your true intentions of killing me. If so, you'll continue hunting me even if I flee. If we fight head-on, you might have stronger faith power than me and a stronger source sacred body. But you're an outsider who hasn't seen my source sacred body. You have no clue what I can do with my source sacred body. Aren't you afraid of the tables being turned, and we both end up seriously injured? The giant purple scorpion's faith power exploded, and the amber source power gave it an ethereal sheen. As the purple light fell away, a tall, mature-looking woman dressed in armor of purple crystals appeared in the sky. The woman had thin eyes, which made her appear exceptionally beautiful and menacing. Her long purple hair was braided into 3 scorpion braids that were held aloft just like real scorpion tails. However, 2 of her braids were messy. The messier of the 2 braids looked as though it was going to come undone at any moment. The totem that had been on the giant purple scorpion's head was now on the back of the woman's neck. The totem had been bright but now had turned into a black hole that continuously leaked faith power. The woman's aura intensified, and the aura that leaked out of the hole turned into 3 amethyst scorpions that stood by the woman's side. Before it had changed into its source sacred body, the totem on the giant scorpion's head was the image of 3 scorpions with their tail raised. It was as though the totem had come to life. As the giant white crocodile looked at Dark Scorpion's strongest battle form, its look of derision sharpened. The giant white crocodile did not seem to be in a rush to display its source sacred body. It said haughtily to the Dark Scorpion, "Woman, you sure are dumb. Since I have the courage to try and kill you, it must mean I'm confident of my success. There's no way this will end with both of us seriously injured. Don't think too much. Death will surely accompany your defeat. I might not know what abilities your source sacred body has, but it doesn't mean it'll be strong enough to wound me." The giant white crocodile's arrogant tone agitated the woman's aura even further. Faith power spilled fervently from the hole in her neck and flowed into the 3 amethyst scorpions next to her. Her 3 braids also lit up with a crystal-tinted purple glow. The woman started to inject all her energy into her 3 braids. The 3 braids and 3 amethyst scorpions' aura became more concentrated. But at the same time, the woman started to look frilier with each passing minute. She looked as though she had not slept for 3 nights. The moment the woman's body ran out of energy, she shook her 3 scorpion braids at the giant white crocodile. The 3 scorpion braids grabbed the 3 amethyst scorpions next to her. At the same moment, the 3 scorpion braids turned ashy white, and the 3 amethyst scorpions turned black. The 3 scorpions fused together and formed a shadowy black scorpion that was more than 3 times the size that the giant purple scorpion had been. The shadowy black scorpion seemed to be imbued with a strange power as it ferociously charged toward the giant white crocodile. The moment that the dark scorpion unleashed its source sacred body, the invisible demon released its aura. The invisible demon's aura enveloped the surrounding marsh and Lin Yuan's territory. In order for the life forms in the territory to remain unaffected by the dark scorpion's source sacred body aura, the invisible demon could not keep its power under wraps. The invisible demon's aura attracted the dark scorpion and giant white crocodile's attention but not their focus. Although the invisible demon's aura was not that of the marsh world, and it had a strange scent of sulfur clinging to it, it was only class 12 and undeserving of the dark scorpion and giant white scorpion's attention. Moreover, the invisible demon was not an apostle or even a believer. As such, it was deemed a pathetic failure in the dimensional world. In spite of the fact that it was facing an attack that contained all of the dark scorpion's faith power, the giant white scorpion remained just as full of itself. It also seemed to have no intention of dodging the large black shadowy scorpion that was hurtling towards it. Just as the large black shadowy scorpion was about to make contact with the giant white crocodile, the dark scorpion smiled sinisterly. But before its smile could stretch to its full extent, it froze. The 3,000-meter-long giant white crocodile lit up with sacred light. An amber faith power made it appear just as ethereal as the giant purple scorpion when it was transforming. A white-haired and white-eyed man dressed in a long white robe appeared when the light dispersed. There were crocodile scales patterned all over his long robe. The giant white crocodile's totem was now above the man's left eye. There was also a black hole above his left eyebrow. Faith power did not spill out of this hole like it did out of the hole on the dark scorpion's neck. The man, who had a soldierly appearance, swung his hands forward, and the totem came to life behind him. The enormous crocodile that was formed had an extremely formidable air about it. It was as though it had the power to swallow every creature on earth. The dark scorpion expected its large black scorpion to reduce the white-haired man to a mangled mess quickly. Yet, the moment the crocodile behind the man opened its mouth, the large black scorpion turned into a million strings of energy that soared into the white-haired man's open mouth. When the dark scorpion saw the attack that it had invested all of its power into becoming nothing more than the man's meal, it exclaimed in shock, "Impossible! My source sacred body's ability is all-powerful. There's no way you could have dealt with it as though it was nothing." The white-haired man smirked arrogantly and said, "The sacred ability full of disruption energy was rather good. But are you so stupid that you didn't even stop to consider that my sacred power might have unfathomable abilities too?" He opened his mouth, and a ball of white energy that encapsulated the large black scorpion shot out toward the astonished dark scorpion. The white sacred power blew the dark scorpion away and blasted the dark scorpion's source sacred body's armor. A portion of the sacred power entered the black hole on the dark scorpion's neck. The dark scorpion's means of linking itself to the world was the hole. Now that the sacred energy had detonated within the dark scorpion's body, purple blood burst out of its pores. Almost the entire dark scorpion's source sacred body had been destroyed. Soon, a giant purple scorpion shadow wrapped around the broken dark scorpion. The spent dark scorpion's source sacred body started to melt like snow in the noon sun. A moment later, all that was left was an amber 3 scorpion totem. White Speak waved its hand at dark scorpion's totem, and all of its faith power was pulled into the mouth of the giant crocodile behind White Speak. Despite consuming the faith power of a below-average totem, White Speak's faith power did not increase by much. The faith power of an apostle that another apostle absorbed should equal to the world grace of a myth-breed fae being absorbed by another myth-breed fae. Although their power had increased, it would not be by much. Soon, something happened that made Lin Yuan's eyes bulge out of their sockets. Rainbow light enveloped the drain totem. Lin Yuan slapped his leg. This was how an uncontracted sacred source lifeform looked. Lin Yuan had pondered the link between source-type items and the dimensional world ever since he first found out that source-type items came from the dimensional hub. The main world had never been able to come up with an accurate answer to this question. Lin Yuan had even intentionally asked the Moon Empress about this when he first became her disciple. But all she did was smile and go on to explain the relationship between the dimensional hub and the dimensional world. He did not know if the Moon Empress was unsure of the answer or if she felt that he had been so weak that there was no need for him to learn such knowledge. This question had always troubled Lin Yuan. At first, he had only been curious about the relationship between the dimensional world and source-type items. But after he found out that sacred source lifeforms came from Class 5 dimensional rifts and that every sacred source lifeform possessed astonishing powers, he developed a burning desire to know everything about sacred source lifeforms and the dimensional world. He had just witnessed White Speak kill the dark scorpion. The dead dark scorpion's totem had lit up with rainbow light and transformed into a sacred source lifeform. Now, Lin Yuan finally knew how sacred source lifeforms came about, as well as the relationship between sacred source lifeforms and the dimensional world. Apparently, sacred source lifeforms came from the totems of dead apostles. However, Lin Yuan did not know if the strength of the apostle's faith power when it was still alive had anything to do with the formation of the sacred source lifeform. He would have to look into this matter more. Another question had arisen in Lin Yuan's mind as he watched the fight between the Dark Scorpion and White Speak. The hole in Dark Scorpion's neck had not released a significant amount of faith power. In fact, it had been less than 1% of the amount of faith power stored in the shrine in the depths of Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan started to ponder this point of confusion, and he quickly came up with an extremely likely answer. He currently had 3 apostles, Rising Lizard, Wendy, and the White Evil Marsh Crocodile. Lin Yuan knew that apostles needed to use some of their faith power in order to use their totems to accept believers. It was only after the apostle accepted the believer that they would be able to draw faith power from the believer. They also needed to use the faith power in the totems to change select believers into favored believers. As such, apostles needed to carefully plan before they decided to accept any believers or change believers into favored believers. Hence, although the Dark Scorpion's faith power had reached below average and had unlocked its source sacred body, it did not have many believers and favored believers. On the other hand, due to Lin Yuan's presence on StarWeb when he was in the Radiance Federation, he could easily gain the admiration and adoration of others, which would all turn into faith that would be stored in the shrine in the depths of his soul. Moreover, he had many identities. Firstly, the combat class Spirit Chi Professional Black. Secondly, the Moon Empress disciple Lin Yuan. Next, the owner of Purchase with no law store Deep Mountain Elder Lin. Finally, the City Lord of Sky City. All 4 identities had their own fan club. Although most of the fans in Black's fan club were male fans who imitated female fans' speaking style, the faith power they contributed was very pure. All four of his identities drew a staggering amount of faith power in the extremely populated Radiance Federation. This meant that not even 100 Dark Scorpions could match up to the power of the faith power he possessed. Only two types of power mattered in the dimensional world: source-type power and faith power. Lin Yuan was able to wield both of these powers. Thus, there was no way he could not pass off as a master. The Dark Scorpion's totem shot toward the sky but was caught by White Speak in midair. White Speak flapped its sleeve and stored the sacred source lifeform inside its sleeve before turning its gaze onto the invisible demon. White Speak wanted to see what ignorant creature dared to release its aura during its fight. However, White Speak spotted the broken white scales by Lin Yuan's feet. White Speak's face fell, and its fury boiled over. Self-reproach and sadness were all also present on its frowning face. The cloud that swirled around White Speak also started to cry as rain poured down. White Speak had not used much faith power from the hole above its left eye during its fight with the Dark Scorpion. But now, faith power was pouring forth from the hole above its left eye. The pressure from the faith power shattered the shield that the invisible demon had formed with its aura. In order to protect the lives of the lifeforms in the territory, Lin Yuan had to hold his ground against the might of White Speak's faith power. Suddenly, he remembered Dark Blue, which had been in the Spirit Lock spatial zone all this time absorbing heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. By now, Dark Blue should have reached pinnacle gold grade. Dark Blue's faith application would allow him to fuse with Dark Blue and make use of all of Dark Blue's strength. He would also be able to inject the faith power within the shrine into the moving source water to strengthen its abilities. Essentially, once he fused with Dark Blue, he would turn into water. He would not have to be worried about physical attacks in the liquid form. Lin Yuan did not care that he would also change into a female mermaid once he used faith application. In order to prevent White Speak from becoming aware of the truth, he did not summon Dark Blue out. Instead, he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone himself and used faith application with Dark Blue while in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan appeared next to the invisible demon again with faith application activated in less than a second. However, no one recognized this being as Lin Yuan. A body wrapped in tens of thousands of faith stood in Lin Yuan's place. This being seemed to encompass every type of faith of every creature in the world. A slender blue fishtail gently swished the amber waters of faith power. The flowing faith power moved upward from the fishtail and weaved itself into a faith sacred garment. The mermaid draped in faith sacred garment had an exquisite countenance. This face still belonged to Lin Yuan, but all the lines on his face had softened significantly. Previously, Lin Yuan's looks had been about an 8 out of 10. It was his charisma that boosted him to a 9. But now, his features were a 10 out of 10 both as a male or a female. Beauty or handsomeness were both inaccurate to describe his current countenance. It was a description that could only be understood in terms of deep adoration and admiration. Lin Yuan stared at White Speak, who had a look of incredulity on his face. His long hair, which was composed of faith power, floated up, and thick faith power once again blanketed the entire territory and marsh. The might from White Speak's faith power was like a weak baby banging against the shield formed from the faith power in the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul. As White Speak took in Lin Yuan's appearance and sensed the faith power that covered his body, White Speak murmured, "F faith body. Lord Dictator." White Speak's aura immediately weakened. However, its eyes still betrayed sorrow as it gazed at the scattered white scales by Lin Yuan's feet. But no matter how sad it felt, it dared not make any move against Lin Yuan. Dictators were like gods to apostles, and it was an innate absolute authority. Although White Speak assumed that Lin Yuan had killed its son, it could not help but keep its head low. However, this was because White Speak had never been in the presence of another dictator. In the dimensional world, the rulers always kept themselves hidden and rarely even crossed paths with each other. If any apostle that had the favor of a dictator spotted Lin Yuan and realized that he was not actually strong, it would definitely attack him. At that time, it would be exposed that he was just a phony dictator. Lin Yuan's eyes shone as he looked at White Speak. When he sensed the admiration coming from White Speak, he moved his hand away from the extreme token. It seemed that White Speak was dumbfounded by him. White Speak had ample experience in the dimensional world and was like an encyclopedia of marsh world knowledge. After Lin Yuan and Dark Blue used faith application to fuse together, he gained superhuman sensitivity to water. As such, he almost immediately sensed the white evil marsh crocodile that was hiding amongst the branches of the water demon support willow. The white evil marsh crocodile's head was buried underneath the mud, and it was clear that it was terrified. Lin Yuan looked at White Speak in confusion. The sorrow in White Speak's eyes when he looked at the shattered white scales was not fake. So was the white evil marsh crocodile so fearful because White Speak was a strict parent? Lin Yuan could not allow the white evil marsh crocodile to keep hiding in such a situation. Even if White Speak regarded him as a dictator, it would be difficult to communicate with it if the white evil marsh crocodile continued hiding. Lin Yuan immediately yelled, "White evil marsh crocodile, come out! I just transformed you into an apostle. Why are you hiding?" The Class 2 white evil marsh crocodile heard Lin Yuan's call and felt the tug of Lin Yuan's faith power. It set aside its fear of White Speak and poked its head out of the water next to Lin Yuan's tail. It wagged its tail as it produced a gurgling noise in its throat as though it was waiting for Lin Yuan to pet it. When White Speak saw its enlarged son, all sadness disappeared from its eyes and was replaced with surprise and anger. But soon, the anger overtook the surprise. If Lin Yuan were not present, White Speak would have started to beat the white evil marsh crocodile. White Speak had always been dissatisfied with this talented son. White Speak was hedonistic and considered handsome amongst all the marsh crocodiles. None of them were able to escape White Speak's charm. However, White Speak was only able to gain one offspring that had inherited its mutated bloodline. In fact, its son's bloodline was even better than its own. White Speak had initially doted on its son. But soon, it realized that something was wrong. Its son was always restless and took every opportunity to slip out of its line of sight. There were even times when its son would use its natural skill to camouflage itself amongst a group of marsh crocodiles. This was fine as it could be understood as the playfulness of a child. However, White Speak was most outraged by the fact that its son had no interest in increasing its power at all. White Speak had put its son through strict training in the hopes that its son would have a bright future. Yet, its problematic son had been transformed into an apostle by a dictator. This was such a miraculous opportunity. With the favor of a dictator, its son was now in a better position than it was. White Speak's anger turned into pride. White Speak looked at Lin Yuan with admiration and gratitude. When it realized that it was still in the air while the dictator was on the ground, White Speak hurriedly flew down to kneel before Lin Yuan. It lowered its arrogant head and said, "Greetings, Lord Dictator." White Speak's current attitude made Lin Yuan marvel at the reverence that dictators received. White Speak was truly and completely defenseless in front of Lin Yuan. But given that Lin Yuan was a fake dictator, he did not know how a genuine dictator would react in such a situation. After Lin Yuan did not respond, White Speak broke out into a cold sweat and wondered if the dictator was looking down on it. White Speak was a marsh crocodile that had become the white evil marsh crocodile after its bloodline mutated. It acted so arrogantly that it seemed that it did not care about its background. But actually, its background had always been a sore spot for it. White Speak had encountered some apostles in East Vast Large Lake that had the favor of dictators. Those apostles all had weaker faith power than it did. Yet, all of them acted high and mighty and looked at White Speak with scorn. A lifeform's bloodline was decided by its parents, and it had no choice in the matter. But if the lifeform received the favor of a dictator, it did not matter, even if it was the marsh crocodile. No one would look down on a lifeform that had the favor of a dictator. White Speak badly hoped that this dictator would grant it the dictator's prize, which represented the dictator's favor. However, White Speak knew that it came from a lowly background and dared not explicitly make the request for fear of offending Lin Yuan. One of them didn't dare to speak while the other was at a loss. As such, they were both stuck. Although the white evil marsh crocodile was afraid of White Speak, it was still White Speak's child. The white evil marsh crocodile had started asking for mercy on White Speak's behalf. Lin Yuan looked vexed by the white evil marsh crocodile's pleas for mercy. At that moment, the marsh ground Sphagna said in its raspy voice full of respect, "Lord, this crocodile sure is greedy. How dare it kneel and ask for your dictator's prize?" The marsh ground Sphagna sneered arrogantly at Whitespeak. "How dare you ask for our Lord Dictator's prize before even dedicating your loyalty to him?" Previously, the marsh ground Sphagna never even dared to breathe before Whitespeak. But now that it had Lin Yuan by its side, it could be as pompous as it pleased. Predator plants were at the bottom of the food chain. Although the marsh ground Sphagna had mocked Whitespeak, its words also served as a reminder. Whitespeak immediately took out 2 balls of rainbow light and lifted them up toward Lin Yuan as it said, "Lord, the one in my right hand is the dark scorpion source totem, while the one in my left hand is a source totem I stole from another apostle. I'm not sure exactly what totem this source totem came from. These 2 are my most precious possessions. Please accept them." Lin Yuan realized that sacred source lifeforms were known as source totems in the marsh world. He badly wanted the 2 sacred source lifeforms that Whitespeak was offering. However, he did not immediately receive them from Whitespeak. Instead, he nonchalantly said to the marsh ground Sphagna, "Marsh ground Sphagna, you know quite a lot. What is a dictator's prize?" It seemed like Lin Yuan was praising the marsh ground Sphagna, and it smugly said, "When I was following that stupid scorpion, it once used me as a carpet for its cave. It was then that I happened to hear some secrets regarding the dictator's prize. Apparently, the dictator's prize is a prize that comes from a dictator's body. Every dictator's prize has its own abilities, and it can grant apostles great benefits, and it's the thing that every apostle dreams of obtaining one day. However, these are all just things I heard. I have no idea if what that stupid scorpion said was true. It's not like that stupid scorpion had the right to come into contact with a dictator's prize. Lord, exactly what is a dictator's prize? What can it do? I'm sure you know best." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Suppose the dictator's prize was just something that could greatly benefit an apostle and was completely separate from the dictator itself. In that case, it could be said that faith water had very similar abilities to a dictator's prize. Faith water was a warm stream of water formed from faith power and could nourish a life form that relied on faith power. It could also enable the life form to rapidly recover its faith power and slowly increase the faith power in its body. When faith water was distributed out then recollected, one would also obtain the faith power that the target which had been granted the faith water had gained. Lin Yuan looked up at Whitespeak and saw that its gaze was brimming with admiration and pure longing. It looked like an ignorant fae that was yearning for spirit chi. The moment that Whitespeak and Lin Yuan's eyes met, Whitespeak was lost in Lin Yuan's azure eyes. Whitespeak's face flushed, and it dipped its head. Whitespeak's faith power was higher average, and its source sacred body was flawlessly beautiful. The source sacred body was an ability that apostles gained when their life rank was promoted, and it refined their life as a whole. Hence, there was no ugly source sacred bodies. Whitespeak had come across many apostles' source sacred bodies during its travels in the East vast large lake. It had even seen Brilliant Star's source sacred body once. Brilliant Star's source sacred body was considered the most beautiful source sacred body in the Marsh East region. Ever since then, Whitespeak had never forgotten that image of Brilliant Star that it had glimpsed from afar. But now, Brilliant Star paled in comparison next to Lin Yuan. Its gorgeous smile and beauty that could rival the constellations in the sky was a far cry from Lin Yuan's soul-stealing, emotionless expression. Many powerful apostles in the Marsh East region had given up everything they had in order to gain favor with the breathtaking Brilliant Star. If any of those apostles saw Lin Yuan's faith body, they would not be as impressed by Brilliant Star's source sacred body. Suddenly, Whitespeak had the urge to ask Lin Yuan to participate in the Marsh East region's beauty contest. The Marsh East region's beauty contest winner won the right to live in Marsh East Palace. But given that Lin Yuan was a dictator, Whitespeak pushed this notion away. Suddenly, Whitespeak sensed Lin Yuan's mysterious faith power surging. The faith power seeped out of the water and draped over Lin Yuan's body like a gossamer vest of faith power. The vest extended 10 miles behind Lin Yuan, and the train was almost as large as Lin Yuan's territory. Lin Yuan was also astonished by the might of his faith power. He had never activated his faith power in the main world. Yet, he felt that he would be able to produce an equally large impact if he activated his faith power in the main world. The might of the faith power should be enhanced by the faith power's close tie to the dimensional world. Lin Yuan activated all his faith power now in order to use Dark Blue's faith water. He had been rather unsure when he used faith water, as he did not know if Whitespeak would truly accept it as a dictator's prize. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan felt heat bloom in his chest, and a curved amber stream burst forth from his chest. The stream of twisting faith water flowed endlessly out of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan silently tossed the faith water to the kneeling Whitespeak. In spite of his cold expression, he was panicking internally. Whitespeak received the faith water with delighted shock. It was as though it was gazing upon something incredible. Lin Yuan's panic spiked, and he thought, did Whitespeak notice something about the faith water? If it's suspicious in any way, I'll have to use the extreme token. Just as Lin Yuan was about to use his spiritual power to trigger the extreme token, Whitespeak cried out, "Thank you for your dictator's prize, Lord Dictator. I didn't expect your dictator's prize to have such powerful effects. I'm slightly overwhelmed. Please excuse my behavior. You must be in a cycle. Please allow me to stay by your side." Lin Yuan's expression did not change, but he made a mental note of what Whitespeak said. He did not understand what being in a cycle meant, but could not ask Whitespeak about it at such a time. Lin Yuan made a mental calculation of whether it would be worth it to keep Whitespeak by his side. His conclusion was that it would not be best to keep Whitespeak by his side. Although it would greatly increase Lin Yuan's combat power to have Whitespeak by his side, he would not be able to take Whitespeak to the main world, and there was no contract between him and Whitespeak. Their current relationship was based on Whitespeak's assumption that he was a dictator. If he allowed Whitespeak to stick close to him, it was likely that Whitespeak's suspicions would eventually be raised. Lies were best left untouched. As such, it would be best if he kept Whitespeak at arm's length. "Whitespeak, if you want to follow me, why don't you take over the Dark Scorpion's territory? Now that the Dark Scorpion is dead, its territory is left without a ruler." Whitespeak looked disappointed by Lin Yuan's words, as it meant that it would not be able to stay by Lin Yuan's side. Whitespeak carefully took stock of the situation in the Dark Scorpion's territory and said, "Lord Dictator, the Dark Scorpion's territory happens to be right outside your territory. Anyone who wants to enter your territory has to first pass through the Dark Scorpion's territory. I will stay in the Dark Scorpion's territory to act as your first line of defense." Whitespeak glanced at its son, who had been rolling affectionately around Lin Yuan to plead for mercy on its behalf. "He's truly my son. He knows that he has to stay on my side." As Whitespeak thought about its young and blessed son, it said to Lin Yuan tentatively, "Lord, I plan on expanding once I settle the Dark Scorpion's territory. It'll be best if I manage to take control of the entire East Vast Large Lake. While I'm expanding the territory, it won't be convenient to keep White Pavilion with me. Why don't—" Lin Yuan immediately knew what Whitespeak was getting at. He never had the intention of allowing Whitespeak to take the White Evil Marsh Crocodile away, as he needed a lot of help from the White Evil Marsh Crocodile in order to expand his territory. If Whitespeak took the White Evil Marsh Crocodile away, where would he find the labor to replace the work he had intended for the White Evil Marsh Crocodile? How would he be able to develop his underwater combat power? Although he had already come to a decision, he did not immediately agree to Whitespeak's request. Instead, he asked, "Do you have the means to obtain source totems?" Whitespeak hurriedly handed the 2 sacred source lifeforms to Lin Yuan again. This time, Lin Yuan accepted them and stored the unknown sacred source lifeform in the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box, while the Dark Scorpion source totem was placed in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Although the Dark Scorpion source totem was wrapped in rainbow light now that it was a sacred source lifeform, Lin Yuan could still use the totem's appearance and the Apostle's sacred abilities to come up with hypotheses regarding what the sacred source lifeform would look like once it was contracted. Whitespeak immediately spilled the beans on the situation. There are 2 ways to obtain source totems. First, kill an Apostle that can unleash its source sacred body. Once it's dead, it will leave behind a source totem that corresponds to its totem. The other method is to the Marsh East Circle, where only apostles are allowed to enter and trade with the Palace of Everything. You can take anything to be appraised at the Palace of Everything, and a suitable price will be set. The Palace of Everything will then offer resources in exchange for the appraised item. Whitespeak paused, but when it saw Lin Yuan gesturing at it to continue speaking, it gingerly went on. The Palace of Everything is not a faction that is native to the Marsh East Circle. However, the Palace of Everything is ranked even higher than the Marsh East Palace where the 10 Great Apostles live. Dictator Everything built the Palace of Everything, and it can be found in every region of the Marsh world. Any item in the Palace of Everything that catches Dictator Everything's eye can be traded for a dictator's treasure. From what Whitespeak just said, Lin Yuan learned how he could obtain sacred source lifeforms in the Marsh world. It would be much more convenient to obtain sacred source lifeforms in the Marsh world than waiting for a class 5-dimensional rift to open in the main world. Additionally, Whitespeak also confirmed Lin Yuan's hypothesis that apostles that had below average and above faith power would be able to unlock their sacred source body and gain a sacred ability. Once they died, their totem would become a sacred source lifeform. Lin Yuan noted down the information about Marsh East Circle, Marsh East Palace, Palace of Everything, and Dictator Everything. He knew that he still did not have enough power to enter the Marsh East Circle. To be on the safe side, he could not enter the Marsh East Circle as a dictator. Otherwise, it could result in a mess that he had no means of cleaning up. Even the branches of a dictator's faction could enter the Marsh East Palace in the Marsh East Circle. As such, it was likely that there were no dictators in the Marsh East region. Lin Yuan's experiences today made him aware that the Marsh world was not a mess dominated by warring apostles. There was a bigger and more perfect world waiting for him. It made him want to explore and charge forward. He also found out where source-type items came from. There were 2 ways to create a sacred source lifeform. First, apostles that had yet to unlock their sacred source bodies would turn into source-type items. Secondly, when the believers and favored believers of apostles whose faith power had reached below strong and above died, they could also turn into a source-type item. It was more likely for favored believers to turn into source-type items than it was for apostles. This type of source-type item was known as a believer byproduct and was sold in the Palace of Everything. However, it was not difficult for Lin Yuan to obtain source-type items in the main world. Thus, he was no need to trade for source-type items in the Palace of Everything. Unless Lin Yuan encountered something like the Fairy's Heart, which had substantial strategic significance, it would be better for him to save those resources to go toward trading for sacred source lifeforms. Sacred source lifeforms could not be bought with money in the main world. Lin Yuan sent Whitespeak away to the Dark Scorpion's territory, and also told Whitespeak to return to his territory once a month. He would use the opportunity to learn about the situation in Dark Scorpion's territory during Whitespeak's visits and give more faith water to Whitespeak that it could use to increase its power. The sudden crisis had ended, and Lin Yuan had come away with enormous benefits. He not only obtained 2 uncontracted sacred source lifeforms but also information about the Marsh world. He had been in the Marsh world for a few hours, at least. It was not difficult for him to use faith water, and he prepared some for Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion. With all the Marsh crocodiles worshipping the talented White Pavilion, Lin Yuan had a huge incoming supply of faith power. This incident made him aware of how important the faith power that he never took seriously was in the Marsh world. Dark Blue's power had been continuously increasing. Given the current strength of his faith power, Dark Blue was already able to use Power Water Steel to consume strange water and change the elemental properties of the strange water into willpower runes. However, it would be a long and tedious process for Dark Blue to use this method to gain willpower runes and evolve to fantasy breed. Dark Blue was formed from the mutation of 12 balls of water. As such, it needed to gain 12 willpowers from the 12 types of strange water to evolve into fantasy breed. Lin Yuan also required an enormous amount of faith power to enable Dark Blue to comprehend willpowers from strange water. Given the current level of Lin Yuan's faith power, Dark Blue would be able to comprehend 2 willpowers at the most. What Lin Yuan needed to do next was to try to come up with a way to increase his faith power in the main world. From now on, Obtaining faith power from the main world would become a long-term goal for Lin Yuan. After he sent the 50 questions beasts to a breeding room and stationed Lu Yenshan outside, he gave each of the 100 questions beasts a diamond Fey storage box. He also assigned the fat ginger to lead the 100 questions beasts in genius absence. The 50 questions beasts would remain here to concoct various spirit fluids for Lin Yuan. Once the floating island whale took flight, he would be able to build a large resource storage on the floating island whale's back. Lin Yuan let out Feng Shuang and Elder He from the jeweled cave Golden Toad. All the other breeding rooms were incomplete except for the one that the 100 questions beasts were using. It was impossible for Feng Shuang and Elder He to use that breeding room alongside the 100 questions beasts. Lin Yuan decided to leave Elder He and Feng Shuang outside to help with the territory's expansion and work alongside the 35 spirit craftsmen. He also wanted them to assess the territory and make suggestions based on the perspectives of creation masters. Given Feng Shuang and Elder He's experiences, they instinctively guessed that this place was a marsh-dimensional rift. But after careful observation, they noticed that this place lacked the characteristic spatial fluctuations that were present in dimensional rifts. It did not take long for them to guess that this place was the marsh world. They were curious about how Lin Yuan had managed to enter the marsh world. Could a Class 6 marsh-dimensional rift have opened in his underground palace? Lin Yuan did not have the time to explain to Feng Shuang and Elder He how they ended up in the marsh world. After all they needed to do was focus on working. If they dared to slack off, Lu Yenshan and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly would teach them a lesson they would never forget. With Feng Shuang and Elder He walking free outside, they would be able to help the Medusa snake demons look after Endless Summer's barren river orchid bud by concocting spirit fluids to fertilize the soil and slowly improve the barren river orchid bud's growth. This would increase Endless Summer's power. When Lin Yuan did not assign Feng Shuang and Elder He any jobs, Feng Shuang flipped her hair and asked, "Lord, what should the two of us do now? Please instruct us. Elder He and I will definitely do our best to complete the jobs you give us." While Feng Shuang was speaking, her actions indicated her passion and determination. She had been indignant that Lin Yuan had assigned Hu Tian as their manager. Now that Hu Tian was back at the underground palace in the Divine Wood Federation, Feng Shuang felt that this was her chance to prove herself. She felt that she was a more likely candidate to earn Lin Yuan's favor than the quiet Elder He. Lin Yuan did not tell her what she would be doing in the marsh world. Instead, he waved over the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly instantly appeared by Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan introduced the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to Feng Shuang and Elder He and said, "You just have to do whatever the Kill Food Sky Butterfly tells you to do." Lin Yuan said to the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, "I assigned a Thearch-class expert outside the breeding room. You can send him out to do any tasks that involve danger. I have amassed many Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. They should be enough to heal you." He placed a wooden chest at the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's feet. With a wave of his hand, Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls filled the wooden chest almost to the brim. Lin Yuan bent down and looked through the wooden chest. He eventually picked out the over-the-rail coral elemental pearls. He did not find any Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls. Feng Shuang and Elder He were stunned when they saw the chest full of Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. 3 questions popped into their heads. Since when did Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls become available by the chestful? How much is that chest of Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls worth? How many elemental pearls does the city lord have in his possession? The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was only slightly shocked when Lin Yuan produced even more Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. It looked at Lu Yenshan before saying gently, "With these elemental pearls, I'll be able to reach sovereign grade in less than a week. Leave everything in the marsh world to me. I'll send Purple Afterglow to fetch you if anything crops up." The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was elated after Lin Yuan told it to send the Thearch-class expert to do any tasks that involved danger. This meant that Lin Yuan cared about it. Purple Afterglow regarded Lin Yuan as its father. This meant that he was the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's father-in-law. It felt good to be cared for by one's father-in-law. Lin Yuan always maintained a low profile. He only flashed his wealth for Feng Shuang and Elder He's sake. He wanted to squash all hints of inappropriate thoughts that they could have and understand that their future would only be bright if they followed Lin Yuan. He had slapped them but now was flexing his wealth in front of them as he needed to bait them at the right times to ensure they did honest work. Lin Yuan gave Feng Shuang and Elder He 2 pots of golden lotus brocade pearls. Feng Shuang and Elder He could not help but gasp. Golden lotus brocade pearls. These are golden lotus brocade pearls. Every top faction in the Radiance Federation was racking their brains to come up with a way to obtain golden lotus brocade pearls from the Moon Empress. Feng Shuang and Elder He had been members of the Zheng family and had no authority to even go near something like the golden lotus brocade pearl. However, Zhang Kaiyuan had made bold remarks which included the golden lotus brocade pearls when he had been convincing his grandfather to agree to the blood-packed ultimate fight with Sky City. From then, Feng Shuang and Elder He had yearned for this incredible item that was a treasure to all creation masters. In spite of their shock, they were still confused. Don't the golden lotus brocade pearls come from the Moon Empress? Is it possible that Sky City is connected to the Moon Empress? How else are they able to get their hands on the golden lotus brocade pearls? Given that Lin Yuan had additional golden lotus brocade pearls to give to them, it indicated that he had many golden lotus brocade pearls on hand. Lin Yuan ignored Feng Shuang and Elder He's shocked and suspicious expressions. There was almost no chance that they would be leaving the marsh world in the future. Even if they did stumble onto any secret, Lin Yuan would not have to worry because there was no one in the marsh world they could tell their discovery to. Lin Yuan had a deeper intention behind giving the golden lotus brocade pearls to Feng Shuang and Elder He. The golden lotus brocade pearls could increase the success rate and speed of concoction of their spirit fluids. This would increase Lin Yuan's creation master resources as well. Now that he was done with everything he had to do in the marsh world, Lin Yuan left the spirit lock spatial zone through Klein Hub. There was a time difference between the startling lines continent and Radiance Federation. The astronomical parliamentary meeting was about to start soon. After he left the tent, he asked Hu Quan if he was ready to return to the Radiance Federation. Hu Quan said no and asked Lin Yuan to bring more spirit craftsmen with him on his next trip, as it would take forever for only 5 spirit craftsmen to construct the underground palace. Lin Yuan stored Lu Jie back into the jeweled cave Golden Toad and walked deep into the underground palace. He used a large number of spatial crystals and returned to the return from faraway mansion through the space tunnel. After another long-distance trip, Lin Yuan collapsed to the ground in a dizzy state that lasted for 5 minutes. Once the dizziness faded, Lin Yuan smiled wryly and climbed to his feet. He shook his head and thought, I'll have to endure this pain of long-distance travel very often from now on. He let Lu Jie out of the jeweled cave Golden Toad, and they left the basement together. There was a Sunlight King lotus planted every 100 meters along the basement. As such, the basement was as bright as the daytime. Once they left the basement, Lin Yuan realized that the sun had just started rising and darkness still dominated the sky. Lu Jie breathed in deeply and stretched as he said, When you, the mother of Bloodbath, and the rest haven't eaten my cooking in 2 days, I wonder if they miss it. It's still early, so I won't return to the mansion just yet. I'll head to the spiritual ingredient market to buy 3 gold shallow stream carp so I can cook fishball noodles seasoned with white pepper. The mother of Bloodbath likes to eat chicken wings, so I'll buy some back and grill them. The chicken wings will be done by the time we're done eating the fishball noodles. Lin Yuan felt his saliva pool in his mouth. He gulped and replied, Big brother Lu, forget about the rest of them in the mansion. I've been with you all this time, but I haven't been able to eat your cooking either. I miss your cooking badly. While Lu Jie headed to the spiritual ingredient market, Lin Yuan returned to the mansion. When he walked in, he saw Wen Yu was sitting on the water rhinoceros leather sofa organizing a stack of documents. Her bloodshot eyes were a clear sign that she had not slept a wink. She lifted her head when she heard sounds coming from the entrance. When she spotted Lin Yuan, she looked surprised yet burdened. She hurriedly handed a pile of papers to him and said, During your absence these 2 days, many things happened in the royal capital. Connected Beast Park has issued a blood-packed ultimate fight challenge to the Sea Bliss clan. When you yawned and rubbed her eyes. Clearly, She was exhausted after a sleepless night. After Lin Yuan received the documents from Wenyu, she could not help but murmur. Since Connected Beast Park lost 2 veteran Thearch-class experts to Sky City, the smart thing to do now is lay low and not cause any trouble. After all that has happened, all eyes are on Connected Beast Park now. They're all waiting for Connected Beast Park to provide an explanation. Yet, they're doing the exact opposite by being antagonizers. Are they really unaffected by the loss of 2 veteran Thearch-class experts? A look of realization came over Lin Yuan. He was definitely part of the reason the Seabliss clan was in such a predicament. He wondered if the Seabliss clan was stupid. When they realized that there was a lack of Aurora pollen, they could have properly investigated the situation and found out about Sky City and Condensed Fairy Orchard's collaboration. Yet, they immediately assumed that Connected Beast Park was to blame. The Seabliss clan had given Connected Beast Park significant grief recently. The Seabliss clan made use of Connected Beast Park's loss of 2 Thearch-class experts to target them. It was humiliating for a top faction to be targeted by a veteran faction. The last time Lin Yuan had visited Connected Beast Park, he had given them law crystals that would enable them to create 7 new Thearch-class experts. The new Thearch-class experts would definitely be able to fill the gap in power that they needed badly as well as squash negative rumors. Thus, despite laying low being the smart thing to do, Connected Beast Park chose to attack the Seabliss clan. They aimed to use the Seabliss clan to build up their might again. Miao Zhinshan was the head of the Miao family and could not participate himself as it would cause the Miao family to appear weak. It was the same for the female Thearch-class expert that looked after the Miao family's treasure vault. Hence, it was likely that the Miao family would dispatch the new Thearch-class experts to participate in the blood-packed ultimate fight against the Seabliss clan. Lin Yuan had not informed Wenyu about his visit to the Miao family. Thus, no matter how strategic-minded Wenyu was, she would not be able to figure out the plan that Connected Beast Park had. Connected Beast Park has a reason for acting so boldly. Not long ago, they traded with me and obtained a few law crystals, which they used to gain 7 new Thearch-class experts. If they produce 7 new Thearch-class during a time of crisis, not only will their reputation be unaffected by the Zheng family's blood-packed ultimate fight loss, but the other top factions will also be clamoring to work with them after witnessing their power. It might seem like they're targeting the Seabliss clan, but this is actually all part of their plan. When Yu's eyes widened, she had been astonished when she heard that Connected Beast Park had challenged the Seabliss clan to a blood-packed ultimate fight. It turned out that the mastermind was Lin Yuan. He might not have been in the Radiance Federation, but he had still been the cause of the biggest piece of news in the Radiance Federation. Connected Beast Park and Sky City were bitter enemies. When Yu did not believe that Lin Yuan would stop at just helping the Miao family to gain 7 new Thearch-class experts, as that would be against Lin Yuan's personality. When Yu pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up, and she asked, "Young master, Connected Beast Park helped the Zheng family in the blood-packed ultimate fight against us. Although they lost Thearch-class experts, they still haven't compensated us. Are you going to help the Seabliss clan in the blood-packed ultimate fight against the Miao family?" Lin Yuan smiled. "When you and I are on the same frequency." That exact idea popped into Lin Yuan's head when he heard that Connected Beast Park had issued a blood-packed ultimate fight challenge to the Seabliss clan. He had helped Connected Beast Park increase their number of Thearch-class experts so that he would be able to obtain the world crystals in the bodies of the Thearch-class experts phase. The blood-packed ultimate fight the Miao family was initiating would be a good opportunity for Lin Yuan to collect those world crystals. Since the Miao family had helped the Zheng family, it would not cause a stir if Sky City helped the Seabliss clan this time. Rather, it would allow other factions to see that Sky City was a vengeful faction. This would also allow him to obtain more faith power for his identity as the City Lord of Sky City. Naturally, Sky City would not ask for nothing in return. The Seabliss clan had the courage to clash with Connected Beast Park because of the lack of Aurora pollen. The deaths of many angelfish of bliss had aggravated the Seabliss clan's emotions. It was clear from this how easy loss could trigger hysteria. But now that their lives were in the hands of another, the Seabliss clan was afraid of Connected Beast Park, who was much more powerful. Currently, the Seabliss clan was desperate to find a way out of this peril. We don't need to reach out to the Seabliss clan," Connected Beast Park might have lost 2 veteran Thearch-class experts, but they still have Miao Jinshan. As such, they still have the highest level of combat power. Other factions might be able to overwhelm them in terms of money and resources, but they won't dare to take them on in a physical confrontation. When the Sea Bliss clan runs out of avenues to seek help, they'll definitely come to Sky City, which is Connected Beast Park's enemy. All we have to do is silently wait for the Sea Bliss clan to approach us. Young Master, once the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting is over, I'll go to Sky City's private territory to wait for the Sea Bliss clan, replied Wen Yu. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, Big Brother Lu has gone to buy fresh ingredients for fishball noodles. You didn't sleep at all last night, so you should hit the sack once you're done eating. We'll begin the parliamentary meeting after you're done resting. The astronomical parliamentary meeting will sap your spiritual energy and take too much toll on your body to conduct it in an exhausted state. When you smiled sweetly and said, Young Master, please wake me if I'm not awake by 1 p.m. No one can sleep comfortably with issues weighing on their mind. We will suffer a great loss if my rest causes Su Iran to miss the parliamentary meeting. As the owner of the astronomical parliament, Wen Yu had also looked through Su Iran's memories as Lin Yuan had done. As such, Wen Yu was very keen on Su Iran. After all, she was a Dark Envoy that was available to be controlled amidst the Dark Federation's crisis. This made her even more important than the Azure Envoy Lin. Lin might be an Azure Envoy, but she was the 4th Azure Envoy and did not have the authority to dictate the events in the Azure Federation. Su Iran was one of the 7 Dark Federation Dark Envoys that were chosen simultaneously in the Dark Continent. If Su Iran made her identity known during this crisis in the Dark Continent, she would have the right to take control of the Dark Continent. In Wen Yu's eyes, Su Iran was the equivalent of the entire Dark Continent. Wen Yu understood that this long-term strategic resource was of the utmost importance. She was so afraid of being late that she skipped eating Lu Jie's fishball noodles and headed straight to her room to sleep. Once Lu Jie was done cooking, Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath, and Lu Jie were the only people at the table. Listen and Zhou Luo were busy liaising with Zheng Kaiyan and taking over all of the Zheng family's luxury resources. As such, they were currently on their way to Indigo Azure City. Endless Summer had gone with them to protect them. Duan He was training with the white-clothed followers while Hu Quan was building the underground palace in the Divine Wood Federation. Chu Xi had gone with Cold Moon to increase her power. Hence, it was not possible for there to be full attendance at the mansion. After breakfast, Lin Yuan gave the mother of Bloodbath a Fey storage box that contained the ripened blood brew grapes and fallen old blood brew grapevine leaves. The mother of Bloodbath received the Fey storage box. When it saw that there were several times the number of blood brew grapes in the box than usual, the mother of Bloodbath asked, Lin Yuan, just how many blood brew grapes do you have? Your blood brew grapevine is growing way too quickly. Lin Yuan smiled. This was thanks to the Fantasy V Red Thorn. Now that Red Thorn's quality had evolved, the blood energy in the eyes of Relinquish had also been increased. Red Thorn now had 3 mouths of Relinquish, and the number of eyes of Relinquish had also increased by 3 times. Red Thorn's consumption and digestion abilities had also been improved. This meant that it could produce eyes of Relinquish much faster than before. Thus, the blood brew grapevine, which was receiving many more eyes of Relinquish now, could also produce a much higher number of blood brew grapes. Mother of Bloodbath, I will be providing you blood brew grapes at an even higher rate from now on. You should be able to reach Myth 3 soon. Lin Yuan thought about the 500 spirit-mouthed peonies that were growing in the pure land of bliss. He was nurturing so many spirit-mouthed peonies for the Moon Empress and the mother of Bloodbath. Gray's need for pure spirit chi allowed Lin Yuan to learn the lesson of being prepared in advance. The flowers of the spirit-mouthed peony that were filled with spirit chi could be stored after they were plucked. Stocking up on such pure spirit chi that could be used at any time would ensure that he would not have to panic if he ever needed a large amount of spirit chi. The mother of Bloodbath stood up and said, Lin Yuan, I know I'm too weak to perform my duty as your path protector properly. However, I've still decided to go to the Divine Wood Federation with you. In the mother of Bloodbath's life up till now, the most exciting part was the time it spent in the return from faraway mansion. Lin Yuan was the one who made the mother of Bloodbath aware that life was not all about increasing one's power. Emotions could play a part too. It thought back to the young man back at Millstone Town that needed its protection. Now, he had grown so much that he no longer needed its protection. However, it still wanted to experience the life of adventuring by Lin Yuan's side like it did back when it was still a small spider perched on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not reject the mother of Bloodbath's request. Besides, he planned on taking it to the Divine Wood Federation for its world cleansing once it reached Myth 3. He hoped that it would be able to awaken its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline and transform into a heavenly family fae. Lin Yuan returned to the basement after the mother of Bloodbath left with the blood brew grapes. The walls of the basement were covered with floating silver strands, and he cut a small piece of it. Before he left the Divine Wood Federation, he had asked Hu Quan if he still had any floating silver strands. Hu Quan had responded that all the floating silver strands were buried in the basement walls, excluding those that were set aside for the Fey carriage. Lin Yuan immediately set his sights on the Fey carriage. Hu Quan had invested a lot of effort into the Fey carriage. As such, Hu Quan did not want Lin Yuan to wreck the half-done Fey carriage by removing some of its floating silver strands. As such, Hu Quan told Lin Yuan that he had added additional floating silver strands to the basement walls to prevent the walls from collapsing when under attack. This tiny piece of floating silver strand was enough. All Lin Yuan needed was a small piece that the Vaneland imp could use to form a contract with it. Once he cut the floating silver strands, his phone started to ring. Lin Yuan looked and saw that the call was coming from Sun Ningxiang. He assumed that Sun Ningxiang wanted to talk about the aurora pollen when he picked up. Yet, Sun Ningxiang was sniffling on the other end of the call. She started to sob when he picked up. Lin Yuan might have faced many obstacles in his life, but had no clue how he should respond when a girl was crying on the other end of a call. He suddenly remembered that she had asked for Legend Muscle Growth Camellia when they first started working together. She had said that she needed it to heal her grandmother. Only 3 direct descendants of Condensed Fairy Orchard were left. Sun Ningxiang could only be crying so woefully because something had happened to one of her 2 remaining family members. Lin Yuan felt that it was more likely that something had happened to Sun Ningxiang's grandmother. Her brother was too young to even form contracts with fays. As long as he was properly looked after, there was no way for him to encounter any danger. As he expected, Sun Ningxiang said in an anxious and helpless wail, "Lin Yuan, can you help me contact the Moon Empress? My grandmother isn't going to make it." Sun Ningxiang's desperate voice and choked sobs made Lin Yuan's chest tighten. So he hastily replied, "Don't rush. Speak slowly. I need to know what exactly has happened to your grandmother." Sun Ningxiang was momentarily at a loss for words. She was not even certain how many hidden injuries her grandmother had sustained from that incident. When she had asked her grandmother declined to tell her for fear of making her worry. Sun Ningxiang had been having a meal with her grandmother when her grandmother's eyes suddenly clouded over, and blood spurted from her mouth before she fainted. Sun Ningxiang flew into a panic. She was neither a creation master nor a healing-type spirit chi professional. As such, she was not capable of finding out what had happened to her grandmother. She dared not approach any of the Sun family's creation masters and healing-type spirit chi professionals. After that incident, the strongest creation master in the Sun family was only Pinnacle Class 3. Moreover, she could not let anyone from Condensed Fairy Orchard know that her grandmother had fainted. Although she had assumed leadership of Condensed Fairy Orchard, her grandmother was the true anchor of Condensed Fairy Orchard. Connected Beast Park would have attacked the Sun family without her grandmother's Thearch class power deferring the Meow family. It was also possible that some unscrupulous people within Condensed Fairy Orchard could start scheming. Sun Ningxiang had once invested many resources in seeking out a Class 4 Creation Master and Emperor-class Healing class Spirit Chi professional to check on her grandmother's situation. In the end, both of them had said that her grandmother's situation had reached a point that was beyond help. In her panic state, Sun Ningxiang immediately thought of Lin Yuan. Only the Moon Empress would be able to save her grandmother. Sun Ningxiang and Lin Yuan had a personal relationship, but the way she was speaking to him was over the line and could even be considered offensive. However, She did not have any other choice. For the sake of her grandmother and the future of Condensed Fairy Orchard, she could only and had to plead for Lin Yuan's help. Lin Yuan's answer would dictate the future of Condensed Fairy Orchard and her grandmother. When Lin Yuan heard Sun Ningxiang's muddled reply, he asked, "Your grandmother must have contracted phase. Were any of her contracted phase outside when she fainted? If so, ask them. They'll definitely know what has happened to your grandmother." Sun Ningxiang sobbed even louder and replied, "Grandma's phase had all been summoned out, but when she fainted and vomited black blood, they all automatically returned to the spiritual spatial zone." Lin Yuan, what's going on? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed even deeper. Phase did not usually automatically return to the spiritual spatial zone when their contractor fainted. There could only be two reasons for such an occurrence. Firstly, their contractor had recalled them to the spiritual spatial zone before they fainted. Secondly, their contractor was on the brink of death, and the phase were forced to return to the spiritual spatial zone. This state was known as the trapped state by creation masters. If Sun Ningxiang's grandmother were truly in a trapped state, the situation would be dire. Spirit Qi professionals could only live for 6 hours at the most in a trapped state. This meant that if Lin Yuan could not fix the situation when Sun Ningxiang brought her grandmother to the royal capital to see him, they would not have time to take her grandmother to Leaning Moon Mountain afterward. However, it was also not feasible for the Moon Empress to make the trip herself. He had just called the Moon Empress, but Mystic Moon had picked up the call. He had told Lin Yuan that the Moon Empress had locked herself away to train. Lin Yuan had originally planned to visit the Moon Empress at Radiant Moon Palace this afternoon. But now, he had no choice but to wait till she was done training and contacted him herself. In such a crisis, he had to tell Sun Ningxiang his thoughts, no matter how difficult to swallow they were. "Have you heard of the trapped state?" Sun Ningxiang immediately collapsed onto the wool carpet. Although she was not a creation master, she had heard of the trapped state. She had called Lin Yuan as he was her last hope. But now her last strand of hope shattered. She forgot that she was still on the phone with Lin Yuan in her despair. "Thankfully, you called me right after your grandmother fainted. My master has locked herself away to train, but I have one Moon Dew revival pill. Even if your grandmother's situation is too serious for the Moon Dew revival pill to cure her completely, it should be able to help her regain consciousness and give you time to bring her to the royal capital for treatment." Sun Ningxiang was immediately stunned. The Moon Dew revival pill was the Moon Empress specialty sacred item, and Sun Ningxiang had definitely heard of it. It was said that the Moon Dew revival pill could bring a person back to life so long as they had one last breath within them. A decade ago, the Spacetime Elder had entered a near-death state after a fight with experts from the Freedom Federation. The Thearch-class healers from Ostrich Logistics had all been helpless to heal him. Eventually, the Moon Empress gifted him a Moon Dew revival pill. It was said that the Moon Dew revival pill was formed from the tears of the moon-crying sacred beast and almost 1,000 precious spiritual ingredients. The Moon Dew revival pill was activated by the tree sap of the silver stamen gold luster caches. The Moon Dew revival pill had saved the Spacetime Elder and prevented the Radiance Federation from losing a member of royalty. This Moon Dew revival pill was the reason for Radiant Moon Palace and Ostrich Logistics' close relationship over the last decade. Ever since then, many top factions had been racking their brains trying to obtain a Moon Dew revival pill from the Moon Empress. There were very few factions that had managed to receive a Moon Dew revival pill from the Moon Empress. Even Iron Prison had been rejected and chased out of the Radiant Moon Palace when he asked for a Moon Dew revival pill. Hence, the Moon Dew revival pill was termed as the item that not even members of royalty were fit to use. Sun Ningxiang felt utterly empty when she heard that her grandmother was in a trapped state. Flower City neighbored Redbud City and was very far from the royal capital. Even if Lin Yuan contacted the Moon Empress on her behalf, she would not have time to take her grandmother to the royal capital. However, she did not expect Lin Yuan to have a Moon Dew revival pill, much less he would be willing to give it up to save her grandmother. Lin Yuan did not say anything else when he promised to give Sun Ningxiang the Moon Dew revival pill. This meant that Lin Yuan did not expect anything in return from Sun Ningxiang. Given that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, there was nothing Sun Ningxiang had that Lin Yuan would want. Sun Ningxiang choked up, and her eyes blurred over with tears. As tears cascaded down her cheeks, gratitude, preciousness, delight, and vestiges of fear gripped her and prevented her from being able to utter the thanks she badly wanted to convey. At this moment, Lin Yuan said, "I'm going to hang up now. I'll call you again later." Although spirit chi professionals in a trap state can last for about 5 to 6 hours, your grandmother has other hidden injuries. It's highly unlikely that she'll be able to last for as long as 5 to 6 hours. I will contact Ostrich Logistics now and ask to express deliver the Moon Dew Revival pill to you within 2 hours. The moment Lin Yuan finished speaking, he heard more noise coming from Sun Ningxiang's end. Lin Yuan's anxious tone had touched Sun Ningxiang again. She was so overwhelmed with emotion that she could not help but curl her lips slightly. After Lin Yuan hung up, he immediately contacted his dedicated courier, Aneng. Once he explained the situation to her, Aneng guaranteed that she would reach the entrance of Lin Yuan's mansion in less than 10 minutes and deliver the package to Sun Ningxiang in Flower City within half an hour. After he put down the phone, he hurriedly headed over to the mansion entrance. In less than 3 minutes, Aneng rushed over. She was wearing Ostrich Logistics' standard uniform, and she removed her hat with a smile when she saw Lin Yuan. With her hat in her hands, she waved at him. Her short red and purple hair shone with liveliness under the afternoon sunlight. Although she still looked like a rookie, she never made a mistake with Lin Yuan's deliveries other than the occasional incident of leaving the order forms with him. Lin Yuan solemnly told her again about how urgent this package was. Aneng received the package and gave him a thumbs up after glancing at the order number. A glowing silver shell appeared in her hand. She recited the information on the order form toward the shell, and the shell ripped a rift in the space in front of Aneng. Aneng waved at Lin Yuan for a final time before disappearing into the rift. Previously, she would always leave Lin Yuan's sight before proceeding with her delivery, as it was one of Ostrich Logistics' regulations. However, she had heard how urgent Lin Yuan made this package out to be and decided to do away with the regulations. This was the first time that Lin Yuan witnessed Ostrich Logistics' method of traveling between Radiance Federation within 3 hours. According to the information he had received from the Moon Empress, he knew that other factions could not replicate this power of Ostrich Logistics because the hollow crystal shellfishes used by the couriers came from the Spacetime Elder's Spatial Mother Shellfish's ability. After he sent off the Moon Dew Revival pill, Lin Yuan called Sun Ningxiang again and said softly, "I've sent out the Moon Dew Revival pill. It should reach you in half an hour. Don't worry." As Sun Ningxiang continued to choke back sobs, Lin Yuan said comfortingly, "Don't cry. Your grandmother will be worried if she regains consciousness and sees you crying." Surprisingly, Sun Ningxiang started to sob even harder. Lin Yuan was left at a loss. He scratched the back of his head and tried to come up with a way to comfort her. Unfortunately, the only thing he could come up with was to urge her not to worry. As the direct descendant of Condensed Fairy Orchard, who had assumed leadership of the faction long ago, she knew that she could not wear her true emotions on her sleeve. As she had been holding up Condensed Fairy Orchard on her own all these years, she was stressed with even occurrences that were related to Condensed Fairy Orchard. Things had only taken a turn for the better when she met Lin Yuan on Star Web. It was also Lin Yuan who had given her the muscle growth camellia that gave her hope that her grandmother could be healed. When Sun Ningxiang had been targeted at the Guard-Yi banquet, those from the other factions all mocked her. With her jaw clenched and at a momentary loss, Lin Yuan had supported her. Now, Lin Yuan was selflessly giving her a Moon Dew Revival pill to save not only her grandmother's life, but also the entire Condensed Fairy Orchard. Lin Yuan allowed Sun Ningxiang to know what it felt like to have someone to rely on. As such, it was only with Lin Yuan that she could cry and vent without restraint. At that moment, she was completely vulnerable. She felt that saying thanks was not enough to express her gratitude for the immense help that Lin Yuan had given her. Without Lin Yuan's Moon Dew Revival pill, they would be nothing but a shell of a top faction that did not have any Thearch-class experts guarding them. Regardless of her relationship with Lin Yuan, the other top factions would definitely come after them. Sun Ningxiang glanced at her unconscious grandmother and silently decided that once her grandmother awoke, She would suggest to her grandmother that they place Condensed Fairy Orchard under Sky City's wing and become a branch of Sky City. She felt that this was the only way to repay all that Lin Yuan had done for Condensed Fairy Orchard. As she listened to Lin Yuan's struggle to comfort her, a foreign familiar rose within her. It was like the romantic and dizzying blending of midsummer with the sky. It was like fireflies dancing across a crystal-clear lake. Sun Ningxiang was like a fanatic that swung a fan amidst the fireflies. The more she swung the fan, the deeper into her obsession she fell. While Sun Ningxiang was deep in thought, Lin Yuan did not sense that anything was odd. He regarded her as his friend, and it was only natural that he helped out his friend in her time of need. It did not just apply to Sun Ningxiang. He would do the same for Long Tao, Li Xian, Zhongzhe, Gulang, and Gao Feng as well.